like a Sunday roast.
Oh, we just started. PKA 672 with our guest Brandon Herrera. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Neurohacker Collective, Qualius Analytic, PharoDistro.com, and Lock and Load, a bunch of wonderful sponsors we'll talk more about later. Brandon, it's great to see you. I've been telling Chiz to get you back on for a while now.
Dude, thank you guys for having me again. It's always a pleasure.
Of course.
Yeah, man. So, ever fall asleep in a hot tub and die?
It hasn't happened yet.
No.
It's a way to go. I was just saying, like, Matthew Perry went out the way everyone should go out, doing the thing you love.
High as fuck.
High as fuck, fall asleep in a tub, allegedly, probably, and just drift away and then get just slow cooked till just the bones are falling out, I bet he was just a goddamn mess when they found him.
How long was he in there before
percolating for? They had him on low they had him set on low for 36 hours at least. All right. Let me just tell you, if you put a tough ass pot roast in on low for 4 hours, I mean, you can cut it with a spoon. Like Matthew Perry definitely fell apart in that hot tub. And
it was tender.
Yeah. That's why they're like, further testing is needed to determine the cause of death. Like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, it's like
you're going to do a toxology test on the water in the hot tub.
Yeah. See how much
he was full of chlorine.
Opiates. was that his drug of choice? Was it opiates and alcohol?
I think so.
Right?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, those are risky business to mix.
Oh no, cocaine
much
back
less
in the day,
in a
I
hot
thought,
tub.
or some kind of an upper like that. Like back in the day, it was something like that because he was so skinny.
He did get thin. Yeah.
Yeah. He looked good in those seasons. Like that was my favorite part when I saw Friends is like, I get this guy like just wildly oscillating weights. Like
a real fucking person. Yeah. I liked it too.
That was the best thing. I feel like cocaine would be, if you're going to do drugs in a hot tub, probably the safest, right? Like you're not passing out in a hot tub if you're coked up.
Might have a heart attack though, with the blood pressure
but
and the heat. And
the vasoconstrictor of the cocaine, the vasodilation of the hot water, perfect health.
The elevated heart rate from the cocaine and the 104 temperatures and
hot
the steam.
water gives you vasodilation?
Yeah.
Would it make my dick harder?
It could, right? Because that's what
harder than what?
Woody's buying a hot tub.
Hold on, I'll be back in 35 minutes.
Harder than it would otherwise be sitting in room temperature.
You just wrap it in a wet towel, Woody. You don't need to get a whole hot tub.
No, that makes it soft.
Like an old flu remedy. Put a wet sock on your cock and sit under a fan until the sniffles go away.
I got trench cock.
To be fair, I don't think him sitting in that hot tub would be that much worse as far as finding a body goes than a lot of the shit cops already find. Like just the people soup of once you just have been dead for like 3 days and you just melt into the fucking carpet.
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting.
There's one of the videos that I saw. Kyle, I'm sure you've seen shit like this before because you're like kind of as fucked up as I am. Where like somebody had died on like a banister in their house and they went in like it was like a week later and it had just dripped down the stairs onto a couch, like just what used to be that person. You're like, God, who even fucking cleans that?
Oh, someone who's not making enough.
There was a great Reddit AMA maybe once with a guy who did crime scene cleanup and he had those, or maybe it was just a question. It was like, hey, people who do crime scene cleanup, tell me your nightmares. And it's just one thing after another. And it's what you said. It's finding the soup of person. You would think a bathtub would make cleanup easy because at least it's contained in there.
Yeah, just drain it.
And then also when the pets eat the people, and apparently cats, like an hour, 3 hours tops after you're dead, the cat's going to start eating your lips off, your eyes out, stuff like that.
You're still on the phone asking for help.
Yeah.
The cat's just licking its lips in the corner.
Yeah. They're devilish animals. They don't care for us.
We get vultures in our yard. So like every once in a while, I'll just like be by the pool on the lounge chairs or something. And there's like 18 vultures on my roof. And I'm like, guys, I got like 20 years left. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, more than 20. You're gonna blast past 80.
Taylor, I mean, if it was 18 months, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, okay.
Right?
If it's natural causes, you're firing into the 90s, I would imagine. But given your risky behavior profile, if you die before then, it'll be catastrophic. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Like it'll be
instantaneous. I think, it's going to be a real crash.
Kyle will just come across it on Reddit
I'll have to inform Jackie. I'll be the first to
Brandon will
know.
be like, I know that guy.
Holy shit!
This guy on the
I gotta send this
podcast
to
with that
everybody.
Russian felon in the retard.
Who
Yeah.
uploaded this?
Savage Raleigh paramotor. Oh no.
Dude, when that thing went down in Israel, I was like, ooh, Woody better stay clear of the skies for a bit.
No, paramotors here are just something that wealthy guys do for fun. Like
Oh?
there's no bad blood, no bad reputation in America of paramotors.
That was my first thought. I'm not gonna lie. I saw that. I was like, Woody's gonna have an interesting take on this.
Yeah, I told the story before. I landed the police saying that people called 911 and said we were terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
But
That was like that had to be a prank though.
We
where they were
talked
just
a
trying to
little bit
fuck with
about-
you.
I think it was an idiot. No, I don't
Oh.
think so.
Of course it was. We talked a little bit about how difficult it'd be to shoot them out of the air at like, say, 45 miles per hour, 3,000 feet of altitude.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty hard to do.
You're leading them by a second if you're using like 5.56, 3,000 feet a second. Like, it's kind of difficult.
How many shots would it take? Because Kyle and Brandon, you're both very good with guns.
Well, he's getting gone fast, right? And you gotta know he's coming, so you're ready for him.
You see him. You see
I
him
haven't known
ambling
that.
towards you in the sky.
I'm at 3,000 feet away. I don't think I hear you even shooting. Do I? I don't think I hear
Probably
any
not
of
over
it.
the motor.
Yeah, the motor's so loud, and I'm wearing probably double hearing protection, and I might have music going. So you
You'll
get
see
as many
tracers.
shots as you
You're
want.
doing fucking terrorism, and you're just jamming to Katy Perry.
Yeah,
Um,
you just got highway to hell. Blast.
I can't imagine like something. I don't know what 3,000 feet of altitude looks like, an object up there. So I'm just imagining 1,000 yards.
It's really
is-
hard to see.
I'm gonna have a hard. I don't think I'm hitting you, dude. I think I'm
Yeah.
scaring the shit out of you if you see my tracers, though. Like, but I don't.
You know what you
think
could
it.
do? FPV drone. You could take me out with that. Probably. Pretty,
Oh, I
pretty
can tangle
easily.
you up, slow you down a little, get you spiraling.
Well,
now
I
get 12
assumed it
gauge
was
out.
explosive. I've watched too much Ukrainian footage.
Oh, well, no, I want you alive.
Well, if you hurt me at 3,000 feet, I don't think you can have that.
Yeah, and I don't
We'll
think
have
that
to
you
land right
actually
away,
want-
though. We're coming with the dogs.
You
We've been
wouldn't
planning this for a while.
You wouldn't want to blow Woody in his paramotor up if you were like, because if you were an insurgent, you'd want to recover some of his useful paramotor parts. So you just want to tangle him up, have it fall, then do scrapping like in Rust, right?
There's no way there's no way I'm shooting someone out of the sky and thinking like this is a great mode of transportation for a man on the go, and then strapping it on and buzzing off.
That's also
Like,
like the
what
good luck
idiot.
charm of you're using a dead man's paramotor. Like, oh, this worked out great for the last guy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Or maybe it got all the bad luck out when you killed him, and now it's on the highway to heaven.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hmm.
Last time you were on, you hadn't yet announced your candidacy for Congress in Texas. How is that going? I might move there just to vote for you.
Shockingly
can't.
well, I might accidentally have a job. So it's been interesting. So we were already obviously in the preparation stages for a long time before this. So I was tempted to tease something on the last PKA, but I couldn't say anything.
Yeah,
I would have gotten yelled at, but no, it's actually been incredible. So it's kind of, I got to that point where, with YouTube and everything, I got to the point where I considered, hey, I basically, in my eyes, have won the game of life. Like I don't have to really do anything I don't want to do anymore. And I just keep doing this because, it's a good business thing. And it's, and I genuinely enjoy doing it,
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm like, okay, now I can do some side quests of things that I actually think are important. And so I'm kind of in side quest mode. So I won my boxing match, and then now I'm doing this other thing. Which
So wait, what office are you running for exactly?
So U.S. Federal Congress District 23.
Shit. So this is real deal. This is U.S. Federal Congress.
Yeah. So my current opponent is Tony Gonzalez, who just kind of a really, really, well, I could say it here on the show. Nobody's going to get mad. Limp-dick Republican.
What
Okay.
a bitch! I hate that guy. This is the first I've heard of him.
That guy's ugly.
He's ugly, and he also he looks like a lesbian gym coach, but he
He doesn't
really,
play in Texas.
Yeah, I've heard he fucks women, so he's guilty.
allegedly, but he voted for gun control, which is an immediate way to piss me off. But he just has a bunch of other bad votes.
Wait, there's a Republican in Texas running under gun. What gun control
bill
did he vote for? Yeah,
It was the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, who basically did a bunch of like red flag laws and stuff like that after
Gotcha.
Uvalde.
Yeah.
He was like one of 10 or 15 Republicans who voted for it, so bipartisan. But
Yeah. So we see how well those work.
Yeah, get the hell out.
Yeah,
Get
they
that
work
guy
very
out of
well.
here.
We just had a perfect case study of the red flag law at work, right?
Which one?
the main
What do you
one.
mean? The one with the manhunt last week?
yeah,
Oh,
What-
yeah.
Yeah. So that guy,
the guy
in
tries
Maine
to check himself
apparently-
in to
was-
mentally,
To be fair, which one indeed?
I don't know, they blend together.
The one in Maine, I guess there were a lot of red flags.
You really got to
for
do
that
something
guy.
to stand out these days in the shooting game.
Yeah.
What's the
I
most?
guess so.
What are the memorable ones? What are the
The
top
Vegas
three most-
Vegas.
Vegas is number
Vegas
one by
is so
far.
memorable because
they
there's so
never
many-
revisited it. It's just like, man, that's crazy. That guy carried 30,000 pounds of guns and then fired them with
Well,
all
they've got
10
the video.
hands.
They've
And
got the
then
video of the. I will say, so there's a lot of sketchy shit on that shooting, but I will say that they did have the videos of the. And it's a little creepy of the bellhop is helping him carry these multiple carriages full of guns, like just gun cases and everything up to his
Yeah.
room. Like you can't see their guns, obviously, but
They're
Yeah.
probably used to SHOT Show though. They wouldn't even
Yeah.
whatever.
and
Yeah,
the
he
rules
just-
changed significantly after that about like guns and hotels and everything in Vegas. I mean, obviously, but that was
Damn.
wild.
Yeah.
That was the one shooting that I woke up the next day and I was like, this might be the big one.
Is there a committee you're hoping for if you win?
We're still looking into it right now. Really,
Okay.
I'm also going to be so we're getting to that point where we're looking into specific committees and whatnot. But
Mhm. There's
I've been
a.
thinking about that. Like,
Do you know who Jeff Jackson is? Do you know that name? He's a North Carolina guy who has the job you're running for, but in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And you might recognize him because he's like a TikTok star, but he's not a joke. It's just the platform he uses to do his little
Right.
2-minute videos on what's happening. And it's this really, he's a Democrat, but he comes across as unbiased to me anyway. And he just speaks really soberly about what's going on, what it's really like to do this job.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, you might even get some insight from him and
Yeah.
perspective.
I'd love to take a look.
But I had a point. He talked about the UFO stuff, which was pretty interesting. And he talked about the huge difference between the representatives when they're on camera and when they're off camera. Off camera, they can be pretty sane and smarter than you'd think.
Right.
And on camera, they're playing a character. They're actors.
I've noticed that a lot. I've talked to a few members of Congress that are dramatically different, and not necessarily in a bad way, but like dramatically different on camera and when they're doing their job, and then when you talk to them on the phone or something like that, you see the real person actually come out, and it's a very different kind
I
of.
remember where I was going. He explained the committee assignments and he's like, well, so I'm a freshman. I'm not going to get the most plum committee assignments, but they look at it. I asked for this, or that. And because I had a military background, they thought I would be a good fit for this one here. So I wonder what they'll look at with your background and be like, this guy'd be perfect for this.
Also, kind of crazy. Something I didn't know until fairly recently. I'm learning a lot about how the inner, deeper politics works.
Mm-hmm.
Not all of it good. In fact, most of it not.
Mm-hmm.
But surprise, surprise. But the one of the things is you have to pay for your committee assignments.
I had never heard that before.
Yeah, so like
Is
there's a
it
different price associated.
money
with each
that
one.
matters, or is it like it's
not
$5 for this and
insignificant.
$700 for that? You know?
Like $100,000.
Oh.
What?
So something that
Holy
like you couldn't afford just on the pay of that job.
So crazy. That's
Yeah.
weird, Taylor.
It is the
You
pay of the
notice some
job.
shit. Stop doing that.
How very
Yeah.
queer.
What's your level of confidence on this? I've never heard this before.
I think you have to be sponsored for some bit of it. I'm pretty confident. I was just watching a video the other day where it was active, like sitting members of Congress talking about that.
Huh.
And so I think
That's
it varies wildly depending on what assignment you're trying to
I
get.
wonder if they waive it and stuff. So here's the thing that I know. When Kevin McCarthy was going through all those votes to get his speakership, this is back in January, committee assignments were a way that he was winning people over. Like, all right, Brandon, you vote for me over, this silly head, and I'll put you on the Judiciary Committee, which is a good one.
Yeah.
I wonder if he was able to waive fees. I don't know. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I would
Here we
imagine
go.
they
I've
were
got
like-
one. It's problems with the committee tax in Congress. Less coveted gavels on the B committees, like the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, come with a price tag of $875,000.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
So no part of this is just
And you
organic.
would pay that? Like,
I'm gonna have to. So like I said, I've got a couple meetings with some people that have been doing this for a long time, and we're gonna try to figure out like exactly how the system works and how.
yeah. And by that, I wasn't saying would you want to pay that. I was like, the politician pays that personally, or that's like a government collection thing.
I believe so, and I think that's why like there's several people that can contribute to that, and that's
who do they pay it to? Like, who gets that money? Who's the guy? Like,
right?
Straight to the president.
Nice.
With
Straight to
the big man.
to the big guy. Yeah. That's how it works.
All starting to make sense now.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird like money stuff, and obviously like having to learn all the FEC rules to like basically how to be able to finance your campaign but not go to prison. That's been really cool. I don't think I'd do very well in prison. I'm good.
You'd be all right.
Oh yeah, you do well. Kyle did great. Gun guys, they're very likable, very charismatic. It'd be good.
That matters.
Yeah. You just have to not shit for 4 weeks. And
it's really
Potter.
important to know how to work a firearm in a place where none of them are allowed.
I like to imagine that they were waiting for me to poop to rape me, but because I was so constipated, like that whole month went by, and they're just like, he's never met us, man. It's this stubborn before. He knows it's coming. He's
Kyle motherfucker. He's just unrapeable.
I'm letting him go. I'm impressed. Never seen anybody hold a shit for a month.
I mean, is part of you? Were you a little insulted? No one tried.
Well, I mean, that guy made that comment. I was so scared of that. I was legitimately that. I'm telling you, it was 2 weeks in or whatever, and I had finally relaxed. I was like, this is nothing. I'm gonna sit on this bunk and read fucking books for the next whatever and 6 weeks or whatever was left, and like, no, who cares? And then like 2 week's in again, this guy's told somebody over there wants to get with you. Oh, that ruined my day. That ruined your day, huh? I was scared.
You know what? The next 30 minutes, I was anxious.
Yes.
for the next remainder of my stay.
But then Reba came on the white TV.
I looked into that.
I bet you've never sat on your bunk and waited for your buddy to go take a shower before you could, have you?
Ironically, now I'm so scared. I want to
get the facts right on this. These are fundraising goals. Like that $875,000, that's not something you're supposed to pay. You're supposed to get on the phones and raise that for the party.
Right.
That's harder.
That's difficult.
Depends on your network, right? Like,
depends on what big billionaires you got funding.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd also like to look into what the fundraising rules are for that, because like for my race in particular, I think it's like unless it goes to the Victory Fund, which is a whole different thing, but like an actual personal donation caps out at $3,300. So to raise $1.2 million that way is incredibly difficult.
Yeah. I don't know is that the limit total that you could donate to any political campaign? What when I always make a joke to girls. What I'll say is like, hey, I know I didn't ask, but I didn't think you'd mind. The maximum campaign donation to Donald Trump is $5,000, and I'd already sent that in, so donated in your name. They flip. They lose their fucking shit when you tell them that like. You will lose a girlfriend real quick if you stick to that story for too long.
That's pretty funny, though.
It is really, it's worth it.
Yeah, and I bet it would endear them to you a little bit because they're like, wow, this guy can just throw 10 grand around, not caring. Wow. And she's like, can I write this off my taxes now? Is that how that works? I don't know.
So you don't get to write it off at all.
Yeah, political contributions aren't tax dedeductible. It's not like a good cause.
Which I was shocked too. I didn't think so going in either. But yeah, they are. They're not tax deductible.
There's got to be like someone's created a loophole for that, though, right? These are the most powerful and influential people in the world. There's got to be a way to donate politically and have it be tax deductible. Maybe you're donate to your group or some fund or something that in essence is you.
I feel like there is. Like I bet there's some
like
Sierra Foundation, right? That probably has political influence. Sierra Foundation is an environmental group that people don't know.
Yeah. Okay. What's I see a lot of people up in arms about that Jewish what's the big influence group, the super whatever it's called, the
ADL.
Starts with an A.
APAC.
APAC, is that it?
I think it's American Israeli Political Action Conference or Committee.
I see them getting a lot of flack these days. I usually have. I feel like I can take the temperature of the room and kind of see how a world event might, because it's usually black and white, red and blue. But this time around with this Israeli thing, the left really don't know exactly how to feel about it.
Yeah.
It's a rather divisive issue on the left, and to some extent on the right, but not nearly as much, I don't think. You've got the evangelical Christians are always going to stand with God's chosen people and the Holy Land, et cetera, et cetera. So just done, the far right. So, but on the left, you've got a substantial amount of people who are like rocking that Palestinian flag and talking about, terrorism, basically, like there's some rough customers on the left, and they're really showing what they meant the whole time. A lot of the BLM, I love when I saw the Chicago BLM Twitter like tweet out the Palestinian flagged out paramotor or whatever with the gun, and like that's great.
Did they?
That was insane. I thought that was a parody. I retweeted that. I thought it was a fucking parody at first. I didn't think it was real.
No, it's like a paramotor outline with the Palestinian colors like edited onto it and like a gun on top or something, like an AK or something.
Here's why
like
that's so crazy to me. I could get mildly on board with someone who was like pro innocent civilian in Palestine or something,
Yeah.
I saw a little girl, she was like 7 years old, being like, why are you attacking me? She had like dust all over her and everything. And it's like, okay, if you're trying to say war is horrible, let's talk about this. I get it. But to actually support like the paramotorists, who did the shooting and shit, like that's the horrible part. How can you be in favor of that? That's their 9/11.
Yeah, like it's the most Jews killed, I think, in one day since the Holocaust.
Oh, I was wait. I let you finish. I'm glad I did because I'm like, that can't be right. Little man called Adolf once says you're disrespecting his legacy.
I thought you were going to go the Holocaust denial route. And like, no.
That's my take. That's my I call dibs.
We don't tread on each other's conspiracies.
20 million dead Jews. I'll never forget.
I used to daydream about running for politics, but I have jokingly defended
you don't think 20 million Jews
too many times.
I've seen that meme.
Maybe it happened,
now.
But 10 million fireflies?
10 million fireflies? Yeah, that's
I've been watching the Palestinian thing fairly closely, mostly on Reddit, on our Palestine or our like Israeli conflict, all of the like sketchier, smaller, newer subreddits that are showing the scariest stuff. It is not easy to watch that all this dead Palestinian civilian stuff. It's rough. Lots of dead children. Lots of blown apart children, like compound fractures. They're laying there in pain. They're not being properly treated because there is no. So it's like they're fucked. Like I saw
them laying on the floor in what looked like a hospital. If it wasn't a hospital, it was a makeshift hospital. Yeah. And these were kids. Like it is. When you see like a leg that doesn't look savable from the shin down, and it's like an 8-year-old cute little girl, then it's like, wow, this it's a
situation.
Yeah.
They just bombed that refugee camp, right? They're like, hey, there's a bad guy in here, and they drop. Wait, did you say again?
They did it again. So they bombed the refugee camp, and they took out the Ibrahim guy, who's some leader who they claim was part of the attack, leading it on foot, maybe. And then like big outcry. How you can't strike a refugee camp? You knew the civilians were there, and they were like, "Yeah, we also knew he was there." Basically, they're like, "Yeah, fuck you. We knew he was there. He's hiding amongst civilians, so we blew him up with multiple 500-pound bombs. It left this crater that looks like God stuck his dick in the earth." And the next day, maybe
that's
2
what they
days
said
later,
on CNN.
again, they did it. Like I don't know if it's the exact same
stamp.
The Israelis are going so hard in the paint in a way that high school me wanted someone to feel it after 9/11. It was like fucking go get them and don't hold back. It was like I don't care. I don't want to hear about smart bombs. I don't want to hear about any of that shit. Get them B-52s in the air. So I know where they're coming from, but man, you can't watch that footage over there in Palestine and not think, wish we were way more accurate with these bombs, or at least more discriminate with where we dropped them. Or
when you told me, like, I think it was during.
I don't want to see dead children anymore. I think
it was during the hangout, Kyle, that you said like, yeah, they said there was one guy in the refugee camp, so they bombed the whole thing, and like I thought you were joking. I hadn't seen that. I thought you were.
That's how we roll too. Just to be fair. Like if Osama bin Laden's hiding out at Toys R Us, get fucked.
Yeah, we do lots of fucked up shit.
Actually,
All right.
that's a bad example. They could have indiscriminately bombed Osama bin Laden's house, but
They didn't know it
instead
was
they
in
went
there.
in
They
there
wanted
and did
visual
it surgically.
confirmation. That's why.
Yeah,
If they had a picture of him, they'd have blew that shit up.
there might have been more than one reason because I've heard that they did that one in particular so that they didn't have collateral damage, so they didn't just bomb. What is
They
the
smoked his
P
wife.
country? It's not
Palestine, or excuse me,
I
Pakistan.
can't.
Islamabad.
Pakistan. I couldn't not say Palestine, even though I knew it wasn't there.
I almost did the same fucking thing. So yeah.
yeah. So I think they just didn't want to like murder a bunch of Palestinians with 500-pound bombs like the Israelis did. That's what I.
You ever
what
watch
I
the
was
movie?
told.
You know, with the redhead, and she's the redhead CIA lady
Zero
who
Dark
founded
30.
Zero Dark 30.
No,
good.
tell me more about the
No.
redhead.
It's isn't it Ron Howard's daughter?
Is it the Mad Men, big
yeah.
tit bitch?
No, Christina Hendricks. No,
Oh,
no.
well, I don't even
It's
care.
the one who got fat.
Oh, never mind. Tell me less about the redhead. What's this movie?
It's Zero Dark 30 is very good. It's the story of the killing of Osama bin Laden, and it's really nitty gritty. It's a spy thriller, and it was that lady and Chris
Dallas
Pratt.
Bryce Howard.
Dallas Bryce Howard. Yeah.
Oh, Jurassic Park with the ass. Yes.
Yeah, with the ass, lots of ass.
Mhm.
They have to chop her ass down so that the posters don't look.
Now that's a war crime.
uh-huh.
You shouldn't allow that. That's
Oh,
like
wow.
that's like breast
Oh.
reduction surgery.
Her uncle's one of the
Straight to
ugliest
jail.
men on the planet. Look at Clint Howard.
I-
They would use
Howard?
They used Clint
No.
Howard back in the day to be an alien in Star Trek every time they needed an ugly motherfucker.
Is Clint Howard the hideous guy in Spaceballs who like turns
Absolutely.
around with the helmet on? Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. No, probably not. That's too long ago. Ron Howard's Opie from the Andy Griffith Show and famed
Clint
Hollywood
Howard.
director, of course.
That's the Spaceballs guy.
I didn't know he was in Spaceballs.
He's
I've never seen Spaceballs.
Oh,
You never seen
I-
Spaceballs?
I've seen a movie that you haven't. That's wild.
I know enough about Spaceballs. I don't need
Wait,
to watch
actually, oh
Spaceballs.
shit! It is Jessica Chastain. Never mind. I was completely wrong.
Oh, well, I got a chance to see a hot redhead.
Well, hot redheads. There's only like 5 of them in Hollywood, so
They're all being pushed out. That's something we
Are
need
they?
to talk about. Is the hot redheads being pushed out?
So Taylor,
pushed
tell
out
us
of
more
what?
about this replacement theory.
Yeah, they're taking all the big-titted, big-bootied redheads, and they're not putting them in movies anymore. And I know Kyle agrees with me on the redhead thing. You need more of them in
I agree with you
hot
on
redheads
all
in
the, like,
movies.
yeah, I like big titted redheads. Those are the best women in the world. You know, and if I had a virus that I could release, and it would spread like fire through this planet.
And it
killing
creates
every-
more. There are
No.
like brunette women waking up with bigger tits
That's
and
not
red hair.
That's not what it would do.
No, Taylor's virus is pretty good.
My virus is better than your virus. Fucking sucks.
My virus is a lot meaner than your virus,
No, well, my
What,
virus
just
is about
wipe out
love,
the non-big redheaded titty?
and all the men.
except for
Oh,
you.
and all the men. I was gonna say, like,
It's just me and them. All 12 million of them.
Yeah, see, that's the difference between us. You're trying to hoard. I'm trying to spread
Yeah.
love.
This is
And
what
everyone-
Fauci was actually working on.
Yeah, a chicken in every pot and a naked, big-titted, redheaded bimbo in every bed. That would be my FDR style campaign.
The
Get
New
lots
Deal.
of them. We invade Scotland or Ireland. Both actually. They both have lots of redheads. Ship them all over here. Only the good ones though.
Only the good ones.
Only the attractive ones.
Okay.
There's a scale at Ellis Island, and then we turn them back if it's too.
You don't
high.
need a scale. Just make the door so narrow that the big ones can't get through.
That's a good idea, and it's
quicker
like
that way.
it's curved in the tit and ass area, so any amount there is good.
I have to
Yeah.
put this out there. I think big tit fans are not forward thinking. Yeah. How long do you think this big titted hottie is going to stay that
When
way?
I think about a sexy woman, the first thing I think is, after I marry her, is she still going to be hot in 30 years? That's the first thing I think when I see a sexy woman.
Plan ahead.
really,
yes,
like,
yes.
this is
You should be packing
goal-oriented.
money
I
aside
think I wonder
for
what
your
her butthole
retirement
looks like.
and finding some Emma Watson looking chick to marry.
No,
to
that's
marry.
gay. No,
Yeah,
That's
it is
gay.
pretty gay
You-
to like
yeah.
Emma Watson. Yeah,
no,
that's
you
true.
we want that. I don't think I've ever been as triggered by a take of yours as that.
You want to marry a woman, you fucking homo?
Yeah, gay.
Yeah, that's your shit. All right. You got me. No,
So
no.
what are you going to
be-
do when you're elected to increase the amount of big-titted redheads?
Well, I am big on immigration policy, so that's just a side of things that people didn't understand before. It's I guess I'm very big on legal immigration from Scotland and Ireland specifically.
Yes. Yeah.
This is making a lot of sense.
I'm good with
Selectively
that.
open borders.
Yes. Well, I mean, yeah. You just bring in absolute hotties.
That's literally how this country was founded: is hot Irish and Scottish women. So
Yeah. Just some
to a degree.
some big
And
like,
German.
potato.
Way more
plucking-
Germans than you think.
Oh,
It's wild that World War I, we didn't have any sort of issue at all. There were so many Germans here.
Yeah, I mean, even here in Texas, like up by like Fredericksburg and places, there's places, cities here, entire cities that are just completely German dominated. Like German restaurants, half of the strip is just German restaurants. Like it's a huge, like still pockets of Germanic influence.
You know what I'd love to see? One of those South American like Nazi villages that's all Germanic with the architecture and everything, and there's fucking people still speaking the language and stuff. Some boys from Brazil type shit. I'd love to see that.
Did you see the one? It's down in Brazil. It's like this one town or whatever that is basically like descended from Confederates that left after the war.
Ooh.
And they still to this day
Dixieland?
dress up in like in fucking Confederate regalia, big Confederate flags, gone with the wind type of balls and everything. It's fucking
See, that's
wild.
bullshit. They need to adopt the culture of the country they move into.
Well, it looks like they've adopted it quite
They're
well.
refugees. Woody. They're refugees, not immigrants. All right.
I
There's a
don't
big
know.
difference.
When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
That's not very woke of you.
But I also like
Trying
you
to tear
remember,
away the culture of those poor refugees,
You remember
Traitors.
when Trump won?
driven
all the
from their home by the
celebrities?
wall of northern aggression.
Like I do like that they did what all the celebrities in like 2015 where they're like, if Trump wins, I'm moving to Canada. Like those guys were like, if this doesn't turn out right, I'm moving to fucking to be named country way down there. And then they went. Money where their mouth is. They're still flying the stars and bars, eating fried chicken, whatever they're doing down there, having a good time.
I guarantee you their food is fucking awesome.
Yeah. Southern food is great. It's like, but having great food when it's all fried, big cheat code.
Southern food with Hispanic influence.
So it's even spicier. That's better. I like that.
All right. I need good food that doesn't make you fat. I'm with Taylor on this. It's easy enough to just deep fry everything, and you can deep fry a banana and make it good.
Yeah. I still will eat it, but like it is a bit cheaty where it's like we make the best fried chicken and it's like
Those
yeah,
Cuban
if I
those
ate
Cuban
mediocre
plantains,
fried chicken, it's fantastic.
I've been eating at this Cuban restaurant. It's like $8 for this huge plate of rice, beans, and pulled pork. It's so delicious. And they put 3 little plantains on top of the pork. It's amazing. I love that food.
You like plantains now? You a plantain man?
I've always liked plantains. Yeah, I like bananas in general, but any
Keep
sort
up,
of
Taylor.
banana
Every
dessert
show he
or-
talks about plantains.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't get this guy and his fucking plantains. Just
Can't keep them away from me.
Just on and on and on.
You know I'm allergic,
Get him
right?
started in South America.
I like power through my allergy to eat more of them.
You're allergic
more
to bananas
plantains?
and
Yeah.
plantains?
Are plantains
My
the
whole
baby
mouth
bananas?
feels like I've been
Is that
chewing
what they are?
fiberglass when I eat a banana. But I love those things, so I like slice them up in cereal. Have a Benadryl.
I love bananas, but if they made my mouth hurt, I wouldn't eat them.
You don't like banana pudding? Banana pudding's worth a little pain.
Just a little plantain, a little Benadryl, and I just keep eating plantains till I see the Hat Man.
Yep.
Yeah.
You just
Bananas do make any cereal. You can have, what is this shitty cereal? Total, right? The Total. Have
Total's
you guys
pretty
ever
rough.
had that? The Total is bullshit cereal.
Bran flakes of any kind, really.
You can put banana in it and turn it into a reasonable meal.
Not just banana. What was
It's a huge cereal
Plantains.
upgrade. Plantains and your Benadryl and your allergies and what you power through.
avocado? I'm also allergic to. I went down to Florida one time, and I was staying with this girl for like 3 or 4 days, and I'm on my best behavior here, trying to make a good impression. We're hooking up and everything. I've already sealed the deal, but like I like this girl. I'm trying to be cool cop. We go into like Chipotle or some shit, and I order this burrito, and I get guac on the burrito, and we're eating it in there, and I'm trying to eat with my mouth closed. You know, obviously I'm kind of on a date here, and I ended up biting my lower lip so severely that it bled a little. Like I touched it, and there's like a little blood inside my mouth, and I was like, oh.
eat much, idiot.
Right? But I don't say anything, right? I'm not.
Yeah, you don't want to know
Why
about
would
your
I?
eating
I'm
disorder.
like, oh, look at that. I bit myself and now I'm bleeding. Isn't that hot? So I don't say anything. And the guacamole gets in the fucking open wound and it gives me a super allergic reaction. And my lips swell up like Eddie Murphy in The Nutty Professor.
And when was this?
And, this is in a decade ago.
Okay.
Remember it's the PKA that I got like the hand job on. You could like hear the girls like bangle bracelets jangling or whatever, and somebody called me on it.
I thought she blew you. I'm disappointed.
I mean, I've had all sorts of relations during the show, if I'm being honest, but I think that was a situation.
Half of which with women.
Yeah,
some of which girls
almost half.
All right,
they're not all just with Toby.
They all identified as women. All right.
Yeah, and if it's
Very
straight
progressive.
in your mind, close enough.
It's like that non-Euclidean geometry. It's made for shapes that aren't flat. It's so you can do math there. Yeah,
exactly. That's you getting off with the trans person.
No, but I did bite. My lip was just awful, and she's like, "What the fuck happened to your face?" When I came out of the bathroom, and I'm like, "I think I allergic to the guacamole and it got in the open wound." But it worked out. She didn't care, but that was one of the most embarrassing.
I got
things
into a
that
fight in the Chipotle bathroom.
like that guy grabbed your wallet.
We better get out of here before he comes out. You don't want to see him. It's gross.
That's less embarrassing than guacamole.
I don't want to make you retell the poo story, but do you have any embarrassing date stories, Taylor? Like something like that, where like
an embarrassing date story.
Yeah.
I'd have to give it some thought. Nothing's jumping out at me. The fallout of shitting in my high school girlfriend's house and having it overflow into the foyer to be seen by the whole family, like the fallout, like all the other embarrassing memories that would still be there in my head are that house from the 40s that just got just obliterated by the fallout of how truly embarrassing that was. So I'd have to, because lots of embarrassing stuff has happened to me in my life, tons. But if it was like, what's the second most or third most embarrassing thing, I'd really have to mull it over because that is first place by so much.
I might have one. So this one actually happened like 2 years ago, I think. I wasn't even like, it wasn't a date, quote unquote, but it was a date. I could make it a little worse in that regard because it was a date with a girl that I was already like dating, right? And my parents were there. We were all going out to this we were going out to eat like lunch, dinner, or something like that. I don't remember, but me and Cody, donut operator, had been going to this brunch place forever. Like we have multiple fucking just during the week we go out to this brunch place. We plan videos, we kind of schedule our day and shit. And they changed up the oil that they were using in the eggs. And so he just told me like 2 days prior, like it's the like yellow oil they use just for the color or whatever, but they started using a fuckload of it, and it's just like destroys your stomach. Mm-hmm. And he told me a story a couple days later, or a couple days earlier, where he apparently just shit his pants in a fucking airport, which is a terrible place to shit your pants. It's great because you already have a change of clothes, but like,
yeah, that's true. Still embarrassing.
Very embarrassing.
Sit next to these people.
But I made fun of him because he's a little older than I am. Like, you getting to be an old man. You're already shitting your pants in public, whatever. Not 2 days fucking later, I'm on this date, and I fucking whole ass just shit myself as
on
just
the date?
a grown ass man. Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Did you get a second date?
Is it recoverable? Like
it was
when you say you
recoverable.
shit yourself, can you go to the bathroom and like take the underwear off and like come back from this?
That is what I did.
Did it hit the pants? Did it go through the underwear and touch the pants?
Not really. Not
it didn't
really.
soak through.
That's not a no.
It wasn't. But it was oil. It was the same fucking oil. It was just like, oh god. And I've never shit my pants my entire fucking life, even as a kid. Never fucking happened.
I have a question for Taylor.
I've shit my pants.
Your dating life. I hope I'm not oversharing. I think this will be okay. Otherwise, I'd keep it to myself. You were once talking to a girl, and during your conversations before you met her, she told you that she was going to use your skin to make a lampshade. Did you decide to meet her anyway?
I don't believe so.
No, that was a showstopper for you.
There's some stuff that's just weird. where like, and if I recall that conversation, I think it was like both of us trying to actually, no, I think we did go on a date because it was both of us like doing like weird, like a lot of girls will do that thing where like, I hope you're not a serial killer. And then you'll like respond in a playful, jokey way. Like, yeah, like if I was, you think I'd give away the recipe for it right here? You think I'm stupid? You think I would do this and then this and then this, like specific things. And then like, oh, well, I'm going to, make a lampshade out of your skin, like whatever. That's just like jokey. For a second, it took me a second to remember that.
I enjoy.
As long as you're like playful and fun, that stuff. Don't open with I'm a serial killer. Lol. Like don't
tell me how to riz. All right.
3 out of 10 times. 3 out of 10 times it works every time.
Yes. Then if you don't, just go back to swiping me.
Woody got married very young, several decades ago, and so I like to catch Woody up on like what modern dating is like, because I feel like you're always, wow, really, right away, like
yeah, that baffles me.
And like one of the things, and Taylor, I'm sure you've done stuff similar to this. Like if you're trying to get a young lady to come to your household and you haven't met her before, there is some sketchiness to that, and I understand it. So I'll be like,
why would our houses be sketchy?
Well,
because he's got a sex swing and fucking.
Well, I mean, the real thing is you're going to a strange man's house that you've never met before to hook up, and you don't even know if these pictures are for sure him. Maybe, like, who knows what kind of ghoul is luring me to this house in a cul-de-sac somewhere, right? And I'll point that out to them. I'll say, look, tell your friend that, show him my picture and like here's my fucking driver's license and shit. Look, this is me. Now, if you Google me, you'll see some rough shit. But ignore all that.
You don't meet them somewhere first,
anyway,
and then try to go back to their like. You don't meet them like in public, like at a restaurant first, to kind of feel them out and say, hey, "Do you want to get drinks at my house or whatever?"
It's like what, that's up to them. But I
generally
fine
do
with
that.
You just showing up at my house, like if we've been chatting for a couple hours and you're a cute girl, and come over, you know.
Well,
and
maybe if my Tinder looked like yours, then yeah,
I think you look great. Like you look great in that fight too. We didn't touch on that much, but
beat that guy's ass.
It's there's a lot of ways you can go into one of these like celebrity boxing matches, and like you can come out looking silly or embarrass yourself, and it's like, yeah, he won, but man, he really should have knocked him out. Go like, what happened? I thought you looked great. I thought that was a win all around for you.
I went sober for 6 weeks and trained basically almost every day, because I had 6 weeks notice on that fight, which is not enough.
No,
like I went up to my trainer, who was fantastic. Fucking shout out Matt. But him and Eli trained me up, and my God, they were just like both when they were like, "You're fighting when? You're going to my house right now, and we're sparring today." Yeah,
fix your diet starting this.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like immediately to start sparring. There's no time to be doing anything. This isn't Rocky Balboa, right? Like you got to learn to block a punch or like not get. I don't know anything about boxing other than apparently it's not real.
Most importantly,
Ngannou just went and beat the heavyweight champion of the world.
I hated that. That sucked. But well, realistically, with sparring, the biggest thing is to learn how to get punched in the fucking head and not turn away. So like you can tell if somebody hasn't sparred because they get into the ring, and as soon as they start taking punches to the face, they turn around because like you're trying to hide your face. Like it's just an instinct thing. Everybody fucking does it if they've never sparred.
Yeah,
that's the big
makes
thing.
Sense. That's why I would never want to box someone. That just seems like such.
Hey, you've never done it at all? Like not even a buddy?
Oh, like full on
mouth
boxing?
guard and where? Yeah.
No, like I did wrestling and like I would do that. Like, but no,
yeah,
and I wouldn't.
Me outside a hotel one night. That's how I
did.
Knew. I was like, every time I agree to one of these little backyard matches, I run up against someone with a lot more experience than me. It seems like I had no idea that Woody was some sort of a ninja with a blue belt or something, and he just like bit me into a pretzel like a dozen different times over the years. And then, but Taylor like double legged me outside a hotel one night, and I was like seeing stars. I hit the back of my head on the ground. Joe Lauzon has to get him off me. I'm like, Taylor's an animal.
I was getting a little revenge for you putting me in that fucking cart at Walmart.
Oh,
shoving me into the goddamn the curb, and I flipped out of it. Yeah, I could have been injured.
You got into a shopping cart that I was pushing jackass style. You kind of signed a waiver when you hopped in.
Yeah, we weren't as like close of friends at the time. that was like 12, 13 years ago. Damn, that was a long time.
Yeah, we just had met, I think. I think the first time I met you is when you went out on the ice at Boston. It was weird. I don't even know why you went out there. You just ran out on an ice rink.
Yeah, you told me to.
Oh, did I?
Was there a woman on it or something? What did you run on the ice?
There was me, you, Blade, Kyle, and then Trevor, maybe Jericho, a big gaggle of people. Yeah. And I think it was Kyle because obviously like I was like, oh, Blade, Woody, Kyle, like these are all big deal guys. And I think Kyle made a passing comment because we walked past this ice rink and there was just one guy out there like scraping it, not like a Zamboni, just like pushing it to clean the ice. And it was probably 10 at night. And I think Kyle said like that'd be funny if someone just got on there and started running around. And so I immediately got on the ice and started running around.
I wanted you to touch the other side of the rink or something.
Yeah, and I ran over, run back. Touched the other. I ran over, got to like the midway area, and then the scraper guy was clearly not. He didn't think it was funny, and so then I went back, almost slipped over the railing on the way back, and I believe you caught me. You kept me from falling there. So,
I'd never seen an outdoor rink before, so I thought it was cool. I'd only seen indoor rinks before in Atlanta.
I'd love to go skating on an outdoor rink again. It's so much nicer. It's just
Have you ever played on an outdoor rink?
I have. Yeah. It was it's a terrible daytime game when you're a goalie and the sun is like in your eyes. Like I think it was like
off the ice at all?
Yes, it was like and it's just coming at you. So it was like 2 p.m. and I remember being like getting into my crease, and it just like the beam, like God was looking at me just right on my crease, just exactly. And so every time they'd come down to shoot for like a 10-minute, 15-minute window, it's just, oh come on, just have a bad shot, shoot it into me. They probably scored. They probably scored pretty easily on that.
I played at night in an outdoor rink, and it was so foggy you couldn't see to center ice. Like it was, I don't know what the physics are there, but yeah, it was outrageously foggy and it couldn't be cured.
That's kind of fun. Like playing out, if there's no stakes on the game, playing outdoors is a bunch of fun. The quality of outdoor ice is
beer
also
league
shittier.
hockey, maybe stick and puck. It matters, Taylor.
You're right. You're running for office in Texas, so I imagine little hockey experience.
Absolutely none. I've tried to ice skate before, and I am just embarrassing. I tried it as a kid, I think, and I had to have the old man walker kind of shit because I just couldn't figure it out. I maybe tried it twice.
Skating was that one thing, like when we'd have like a roller rink party in like grade school or an ice skating party in grade school or middle school, whatever. We had those. Like I always loved that because it would be like, yes, like I can kind of flex a little bit on all the other 8-year-olds because like I know how to hockey stop. And like,
when did you start? 8 years old?
I started roller when I was 5, and then I switched over to ice when I was 7, and then kept doing ice. And so yeah, usually hockey you start pretty early, and you can like, you don't want to be the kid that shows up as a 10-year-old and has never played ice because you're going to get absolutely
I'm shaking my head because I'm thinking baseball. Like we started like t-ball like right away, like 4, 5. Like yeah, I know for sure we were at home playing baseball at 4. My earliest memories are like hitting wiffle balls and shit at my dad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember like t-ball and everything like that. That's just kind of a Southern thing. No, I'm sorry if you guys have already talked about it. But I don't remember when it happened. What's
t-ball
that?
just a Southern thing?
I think so, right?
we got t-ball.
I thought that was like where you start, that like level 1 baseball.
I was the worst t-ball player
you've
like ever met. I used to strike out in t-ball. My parents would be, my mom anyway, would be in the stand just like, please just let him hit it. Let him hit it and have it go towards the other people. He doesn't need to get on base or anything. Just don't strike out.
It happened all the time.
I stood the wrong way. Like I would face, you know how you stand and you sort of hit this way? Not me. I'm like this, facing everyone, giving it a go.
Open stance. All right. This man's trying to get a base hit. He's going to push one over there.
That's on your coach.
Like it, Woody. See,
that's on your
you're
coach
a high-level player. You had instincts. Man, it's a shame that they didn't
bunt
utilize those. Yeah.
But with hockey, have you guys already talked about that dude who got fucking killed on the ice the other day?
Yes.
Yeah, we talked about it briefly.
Taylor misinformed our audience.
That was the goriest sports injury or death of all time. It encompasses both. There is no more gory instance I've ever even heard of for a professional sport. He died, and you see him coming off, and you see his face is so white. You see the man's face. They zoom fucking in because they don't know. They don't know. I'm sure they wouldn't have zoomed in if they'd known.
Yeah, they shouldn't have zoomed in on that. Yeah, that was.
Is that available to find online? I haven't seen
it was everywhere.
The impact, but
it was rough.
Available. What seems to happen is the guy seemed like he threw his leg behind him in an effort to prevent I think he was the puck carrier from going towards the goal like he wanted him to.
Yeah, but he didn't clearly what he was saying. I misinformed the patrons, which I did. Because the first day they only had the version of the clip where you could see like all the blood and gore, so I only watched it through like twice. And so during the hangout, I was like, I'm sure it's just like a total accidental thing. Wouldn't mean to kick. Like you would never mean to kick somebody in hockey. What are you, crazy? And then they clipped it down to where the gore was out of it. And the next day I ended up watching like 100 times trying to like ascertain what exactly had happened. And after like just a few watch throughs of that, because I was able to actually pay more attention when I wasn't dreading the gore and the death, I was like, oh no, this guy 100% intended to kick. Like he intended to kick him. Like you do not raise your leg that way in a hit ever. There's a reason that there haven't been anybody posting clips of similar incidences. Like they'll post clips of like, hey, here's other times that the skate goes high up. And it's like, yeah, that guy got hit in the back into the bench. That's why his feet came up. Yeah, this guy got hit in the back and his feet came up the way physics works.
Kick isn't the word I'd use though, right? Like he was hoping to put his shin in that guy's path. Like kick to me is something you do with your toe.
But if he wanted to put his foot in that guy's path, it would be a normal tripping and he would have reached out backwards towards the guy's shins. This guy raised his leg deliberately and kicked him in his upper body. So like it's a very clear that he intended to kick. He didn't mean to. I don't believe he meant to kill him. But he did mean to kick him.
He put his leg in front of the guy like a turnstile would in an effort to stop him there. That's what I thought I saw, but you saw it differently.
Yeah,
so
it hit so much higher than that on his body. Like tripping is a very common, as you know, like play in hockey as a defenseman. Because what the play is that the guy who killed him was the defenseman, and he was attempting. He had, missed his coverage, and he was attempting to keep that guy from entering the zone, and usually you would take a bad penalty like slash and break his stick or, kick back, which he shouldn't have even taken a fucking penalty there. Like there was plenty of time to recover that play. And he instead he lifted his left leg up to the guy's upper body and kicked him. And that is beyond the pale. Like that doesn't have like I've seen lots of clips in the past week or few days of people showing like, hey, here's what some of the other incidences like Clint Malarchuk or Zednik or these other people who have been cut by skates, and they're all wildly different. Like,
do you think when he comes back, like he'll be like, yeah, don't fuck with me. You saw what happened to so and so. You'll be next. Like he'll be like that kind of enforcer. Like I'd be afraid of that guy, right?
Yeah. Hopefully he's never allowed back into any competitive league at all. Hopefully he's banned for life.
Oh
yeah, you cannot kick people. I want him for my team.
Like if I'm that kind of guy, like if I got one of those beer league hockey teams or whatever that we're trying to keep going.
Beer league, you want that guy?
Get me that guy. Get me Jose the Killer Montoya. Like get me him.
Yeah, no, I hope that guy can never step foot on the ice and play in a professional game again.
Yeah, probably not.
I'm over here wondering if he's going to get charged with manslaughter.
He might. Like, I don't know how it'll end up panning out, but like,
was it in England?
It was in the English league, so I don't know what their laws are, but like, I don't think I would be shocked if he intended to kill that guy. I think that's far fetched, but he intended to kick him, and the result of the kick was he died.
Right, which is why it's not murder, but still manslaughter. I mean, like you hurt the guy.
Well, I don't know what their laws are.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it there, but like it's a fucked up clip. Like you watch and you're like, okay, like I went through without the gore one, and I was like, I much to watch it, like not exaggerating, 100 times. I'd be like, all right, let me see if he catches an edge. Let me see if his stick pulls him into it. Let me see if he falls into this. And it's like, there's a reason there's no other clips or examples being posted of like, see, here's the time that Colton Parayko lifted his left leg into the torso of an opponent. And it's like, no, that does not happen. Like you don't do that.
It reminds me of that famous clip where the guy, same thing, where he got his neck slit and he's like just grabbing his fucking neck.
Yeah.
Because apparently that guy survived.
Clint Malarchuk survived. Yeah, he was a goalie, and it was someone got knocked over and went into him skates first. So very different scenario there. And then a lot of the other ones are...
His medic was special. I feel like I want to talk about that part, right? I think maybe someone knows better than me, but the medic, the team doctor, these NHL teams have doctors on the bench, was a Vietnam vet who had some experience with similar injuries. So he went in there and like pinched off the jugular or carotid, I don't know.
Yeah,
and
look that up. The same thing. They're just like, one's the blood vessel and one's the
vein, one's the artery.
Thank you. Yeah.
You want to keep them both intact. But yeah, last night on TNT,
everything.
I think it was last night on TNT that this came up briefly, like during the hockey game, and even Gretzky, like obviously they're not going to go in on it totally, but Gretzky, like very deliberate, was like, yeah, the so-called accident, like he, if you like, if you watch that and you've seen all the ways that people get clipped with skates, generally people get clipped with the toe or the heel of the skate because they're falling forward or falling back. This guy got caught with like the middle of the skate blade. Like it's tragic. Like the guy literally died.
When you said that people would not wear the neck guard, I imagined like a big Hans device, like this big fucking Darth Vader shit. It's literally a kerchief made of Kevlar.
Yeah.
Like, throw that bitch on, boys.
In
It'll
regards
keep
to
your
like
neck warm. It's a neck warmer.
It's
the
like
old body armor that they used to put like that you could button it on to both sides of like a Kevlar vest. It was just like a little Kevlar protector that they give to people.
Zach, can you show a picture of it? It to me looks like a I don't know, like a sandbag tube that you wear around your neck like a collar. Does that sound right, Taylor?
Yeah. Similar.
I saw a kid's.
They're itchy and they are uncomfortable.
Oh.
And I remember that like my dad would try and make me one when I was playing goalie. And like anytime that he wasn't at the game, I wouldn't wear it because I hated it. And there was also like a perceived thing of like, you're kind of lame. Like for wearing it.
I
was
two issues. One was it made me hot. I'm a player who gets hot a lot. I didn't wear a shirt under my shoulder pads or anything. It was just shoulder pads and jersey. And
that smelled great.
Yeah,
you'd lose that bet. I did store it in the garage, like to dry
pressure
out
wash it off
but it smelled bad. But yeah. So I got really hot. And that neck thing, that turtleneck essentially would make me warmer, so I didn't like it. The other issue, maybe even as big a deal, is it was uncool. And even as like it's a grown-up in beer league hockey, it's like everyone's going to think I'm a pussy if I wear this. There's no one else wearing it.
I mean, that kid looks like a pussy if we're being honest, right? I'd bully the shit out of that kid.
He might get bullied, but I guess it's probably required now.
Like that kid's name's like Kirsten or something. That's like half a girl's name.
Random attack on child successful.
Yeah, but you can tell by you can tell from his hair that he's a gamer. He's good.
I was gonna say that, Taylor. I spotted the hockey hair also.
Yeah, hockey hair. You can tell he's got flow. He's probably got dangles. He's dominating all the other 12-year-olds, however old that kid is. Yeah, but I remember like these ones.
It's probably literally hero hockey.
Zach, bring up the plexiglass ones that goalies would wear hanging off their mask back in the day. Like my dad like kind of held my feet to the fire on it and was like, you either have to wear this, which like I felt was like total goober mode because like people would make comments like on my own team and be like, oh, you're wearing a neck guard. And I should have at the time been like, I'm the fucking goalie, bro. Like that kind of shit. No, that's a face mask.
No.
But
it's large, clear, and
plexiglass thing that is tied to the bottom of your mask and it just hangs off your chest here. They used to wear them. Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah.
That thing there. Usually a little clearer than that. That's a low quality helmet. But like that, I thought was like it was more accepted as like cooler. And so my dad let me get away with that one. And then a time came when I was like 12 that I just stopped wearing them at all and everything was fine. But every once in a while, like you'd go down to make a save and like you knew it was coming either towards your head or your upper chest and the puck would like clip just the bottom of your face mask. And you'd have kind of like, because if the puck hits you in the face mask really hard, like it jams the whole thing into even maybe your nose, your chin, like all that. And like I'd even at like 11 have a realization of like that could have just hit me in the throat, which like it's just another 11-year-old shooting it, but it's a fucking piece of vulcanized rubber. It's hard.
In the league I played in, face masks were optional. There's two kinds. There's one that's made out of really strong wire that we called a cage, and the other is like a plastic shield that goes in front of you. Anyway, every single game, something would happen that made me glad I was wearing it. It might be I get hit with someone's stick, a puck. It might be somebody else who like doesn't have it, loses a tooth. Or half a tooth or something like that. And I was just like, fuck. Cages are for good looking people.
Oh, yeah. Like men's league, it reverses where like you see a guy in men's league going around like he's Chris Pronger with no face mask on at all. You're like, that guy's an idiot. Like a true blue moron. You're not a tough guy. You work at the bank. Like, you stop it. Like, you want to have a big scar? You don't have NHL fucking dental insurance. I think it's cool until he eats one.
I think it's cool until he eats one because up until that point, I just believe that he's like a pitcher and he can just fucking catch that thing every time.
I'm with Kyle. And also, it's cool if he's good, right? The people that didn't wear cages in my league were in like the AHL 2 years ago, and or they're like 48 now, but they have time in the NHL. And it's like, yeah, well, fucking Of course, that guy's not wearing a cage. He didn't play with one his whole career.
I mean,
me on the other hand, I have a mortgage.
I came from like a parenting style, right, where you were a fucking pussy if you wore a helmet on your bicycle. So that's the context. Okay. But at the same time, this is a contact sport where you have everybody's got a goddamn razor on their feet.
Yeah.
I get it. I get the helmets.
Everybody has sticks too, which like very like day one hockey lessons is like you have like 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds wearing razor blades on their feet and like holding a weapon. And so like they drill into your head, like skates are always stay on the ice. Stick always stays on the ice. And like what's usually the problem for young kids is the stick, because they'll get to skating and like not realize they're swinging it around like a lunatic and like scoop it up into someone's like under their face mask and hit them in the eye or the nose or something. Right. And so you have to really drive that into kids. Keep your skates down, keep your stick down. This isn't fucking soccer. Which I remember, I say that because that is what a coach said to me. Like, this isn't soccer. Like, be safe out there. Not ripping on soccer. A fine sport. I don't know the rules. It's not. I'm not familiar with the fucking rules.
Sport. Fucking savages.
Not everyone's manly. Kyle.
We talked about the fucking run around on that big fucking field. You lazy bitches.
I mean, you lazy bitches. Well, if there's one thing soccer players are not, it's lazy. They're
look at their GDP in those countries. I'm going to talk about. I want to talk about the Fury fight though.
Okay.
Because man, did you watch it, Brandon?
I did. That was really the decision on that was so shocking.
I wasn't shocked at all.
Really?
I felt strongly Francis had won. Especially when he got the knockdown. That's 10-8. But I know boxing judging. We always talk about this here. We're not boxing fans. We're fans of everything about boxing except for the matches themselves and the judging that takes place afterwards. The same thing happened to Conor McGregor when he won several rounds. He lost the fight, but he won several rounds. And there were some rounds where Floyd threw like 4 punches and Conor threw 18. It's like, you gave that to Floyd? Like, the fix is in, cocksuckers. Like, you're not even trying to be a real sport. But Ngannou clearly won. He outboxed him for several rounds, certainly more than Fury got the best of him. And he was always the guy who was hurting someone. Like Ngannou never looked injured to me. Even when Fury threw that big right elbow and clipped him on the brow, he just ate that. Meanwhile, they got in the clinch once, maybe second round, and like 2 or 3 quick uppercuts, and Fury's bleeding. I was like, he's bleeding?
He like cut
That's what happened
and shit.
Yeah, like before the knockdown, when I saw his nose bleed, I was like, oh, he wasn't supposed to get a nosebleed during this fight. He wasn't supposed to really get touched. It was supposed to be like Harlem Globetrotters, like running around him and make him look silly kind of shit, like some meme stuff. And he's hurt. That like you can see him like checking he's like, yeah, I'm fucking bleeding. God damn it. I was like, he'll pull it together now. He blooded his nose. He's embarrassed a little. He'll pull in tight, work his jab, circle around, point fight him. It'll be over. No, knock the fuck down the next round. It was a fun fight to watch. It was one of my favorite boxing matches I guess I've ever watched because I expected so little and got so much. And I wasn't shocked at all when they gave it to Fury. I would have been. There's no way they were going to give it to Ngannou
because they already brought Fury's next opponent there to the match. Like they're setting up the next big one while they're doing.
He'd have to knock him out to win. There's a thing in boxing. Being the world champion is a little bit political. I don't know how many boxing belts there are. Are there 5, 7, something like that? And sometimes you can't have them all. They'll be like, Woody, you have to defend your belt against Kyle, or we're going to strip your belt. And some other organization will be, you have to defend it against Taylor, or we're going to strip your belt. And it's like, well, fuck, what are we going to 2v1? I have to take one of these belts and dump it in a trash can. I'm just out of luck. So that happens. But then there's something called the lineal champion. And that gets a lot of respect in the boxing world. This is like, you can go all the way back to the very beginning and say, this was the heavyweight. And then he got beat by this guy, and he got beat by this guy, and he got beat by this guy. He retired, and I forget how they handle that, but there's a way. And right now, Tyson Fury is the lineal champion.
Yeah.
Even though he didn't put his belts on the line, Ngannou would have been the lineal champion, which matters if he had won. He should update it and just say he is. It should be his Twitter.
He did.
Bio.
I'm almost sure he said that. I'm almost positive he said that on the Errol Hawani show. He's like, it feels good today. I am the lineal heavyweight champion of the world.
Is that what he sounds like?
They steal from me.
Yeah, he's Nigerian.
Cameroon, right?
Yeah.
Is that in Nigeria?
Yeah. Oh, maybe am
No.
I wrong?
I don't. I don't.
I think
different
Kyle might be right. I
Big
thought it was
world out
Nigerian.
there.
Yeah, it's like French Cameroon, something like that.
Oh, is he? Sorry.
Oh, he's French.
French
Gross.
Cameroonian.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Cameroonian French.
he's the
I don't know why I
biggest-
thought he was Nigerian.
They don't even know exactly how old he is. He's one of those guys. Dude, worked for
Yes.
Sand Mines as a
Oh,
kid.
He's about to come for the Little League World Series title next year.
Dude, he could be a super athlete in anything. I bet. Like he just looks like he's made in a laboratory or something like that. So I was pretty down on him. I think he got his $10 million. That's all that matters.
Bingo.
And he
Good for
won
him.
all that respect too. And
Is
the whole
that true?
boxing, and the whole boxing world has got to be looking at themselves like, ugh, that's an embarrassing one. That is not that's a bad look for us. And what happens next? Either Fury goes and fights this Usyk guy, or he rematches Ngannou, and that's what everybody's got to want. I want the Ngannou rematch. Like, let fucking run it back, dude. What do you need to get in shape? Like, no, you're in shape. Pair. Let's go.
Okay,
Well, that's why,
that's the
'cause
correction.
Fury is he's going right into this next fight. I thought, right?
He was contractually obligated to do it in December, but I'm almost sure they're going to push it to like February or March or something like that. I think Francis. I said it wrong the other day. I said that Francis's PFL opponents get a guaranteed $2 million. It's a guaranteed $1 million. I had heard $2. I think he asked for $2 and got $1. I mean, maybe.
But still, you're going from your $300,000 with Dana to 10
600 was his best ever, but yeah. Oh, 300 probably though, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. I think he got 300
I wonder
for
if
like
he really got so in boxing, as you guys know, a lot of times they lie about the purses. It's part of their like promotion. They're like rappers almost. I made $30 million last fight. I wonder what he really made. I heard the pay-per-view buys were awful.
I heard the pay-per-view buys were under 10,000, and
that's really bad, right? Like
it is atrocious. It's lower than like an average boxing night, like a regular WEB or whatever. It's lower than that.
I think Wings
those are
and
like,
Boogie beat that.
You could probably put on a big jiu-jitsu tournament and get more than if Gordon Ryan could do jits against GSP, way more than 10,000 buys. Just fucking jiu-jitsu tournament alone. So that's a stinker. But the thing is, you can't look at it. You have to look at this fight in a vacuum. The Saudis funded this shit. They poured liquid money into this from every orifice. So the numbers I saw was 55 to 65 million.
it's quite the visual.
Yeah.
Suddenly my anus is being burned by molten gold.
Even then, even just the people that the Saudis were paying to show up.
How much you had to pay Eminem to fly to fucking Saudi Arabia? Do you know how much money Eminem has?
I know one other. I can't say who it is, but it was another big YouTuber and think like
Ronaldo
big
was
boy.
there.
Big boy. They offered him like $2 million to show up.
Ronaldo was there. Kanye was there. What do you pay Kanye to fly to Saudi Arabia? I don't know. It's got to be something absurd. And then the fight was a ridiculous performance. I hated all that horse shit that got put on. There was some sort of light show that everybody pretended like was cool. I don't know. They had some big glowy box thing that did some special effects.
But it wasn't cool.
I thought, come on, let's go. I've seen a light show before.
You don't like a little pomp and circumstance?
No. I really hated they had like some British rappers or something like that come out, and that shit's always lame as fuck. Like rap with a British accent doesn't work. Like, you aren't hard. I know you're not. Like, what do you do? Like kitchen knives, like
butter knives.
I'm from America. We have real gangsters here. Okay. Like you're not a real, you can't gangster rap me with that English accent. And
it's true. I didn't think about that.
You got 50 quid who was stabbed 7 times.
Yeah, 50 quid. 50 pence. Yeah.
Gonna pull out a Bren gun like it's lock, stock, and 2 smoking barrels. But the numbers that I read was Ngannou got 10 mil, Fury got like 65 million, and the event, as far as pay-per-views, would have lost like 180, 200, 250 million or something like that. I bet they poured $250 million into this event. But by the time they flew everyone in, did all that media, Mike Tyson, I heard I heard Mike Tyson was paid handsomely. And every time you see Mike Tyson, he's just like, I'm so happy to be here. Like, he's so happy to be there. He's got a nice new suit on. Everybody's kissing his ass. They made him Ngannou's trainer. Come on. All right,
That'd
Mike
be a
Tyson's
pretty
never
good
trained
trainer.
anybody his whole life. He's never
No.
done
Dude,
that.
I'm so stupid. I believed it for a bit, like for a couple of days.
I like
He's-
Mike, so I will believe it. You know, I'll believe that. Like maybe he told him like, don't get hit in the head out there.
Yeah, he might actually
Whatever
like.
you do, whatever
Great
you,
advice.
This is.
Back in the
Does
day,
anyone
Gus-
write this down?
Gus told me this right before he died. Don't bite them in the ear.
Yeah.
like what?
What you
Whatever
have
he
to
could've-
do is unlock your enormous amount of natural talent.
Yes.
Like that. That's probably the
You
same
know-
reason that like Gretzky sucked at coaching is because he was like, just see the game perfectly, guys.
Yeah.
Just do that.
Yeah, right.
Mike Tyson, dude, even when he was like 15, 16, was a fucking animal. Like
Yeah.
his 15-year-old fighting Mike Tyson looks like a grown-ass man.
Yeah.
I think it was
terrifying.
Freakonomics who talked about the birthdays in hockey. I'm Taylor, you probably heard this before, right?
The birthdays.
Okay,
Oh,
this is how it started. This dude went to a minor league hockey game, right? So this is like right below the NHL. And they had a flyer, pamphlet or something that showed all the players. And something like 90% of the players were born in January and February.
Oh yeah.
So they looked into this, and it turns out that these people were the oldest people in their grade, which meant they were kind of the biggest and strongest people in their grade. And growing up, they were always the best players. They were always getting the lion's share of the coach's attention. They were always the ones that carried their team. And we were just talking about Mike Tyson, where he was a beast at 15 years old. I wonder if he didn't become a beast until he was like 21, like most people get their adult body somewhere around there, if he wouldn't have gotten the same kind of shine, rise, coach's attention, etc., to turn him into Mike Tyson because he wasn't an early bloomer.
Yeah,
Dennis
that could be.
Rodman
I
didn't pick
feel
up
like
a
some people
basketball.
are just so far beyond everyone else. Like they'll do it regardless. And like, I'm not a boxing expert or even a casual viewer. I go so far as to say I know nothing about boxing, but like my understanding of him is like he's like the great.
He was
one
the
in
youngest heavyweight champ ever, but he didn't have a super long career.
Well,
you know,
prison didn't
it
help.
got
Was that because
interrupted
of
by
legal
prison.
stuff,
It
or
was because his head wasn't on straight. Yeah, legal stuff is just one part of it. Is he the guy who said it's hard to win fights when you go to sleep in silk sheets? It's hard to get up at 4 a.m. and run when you go into bed in silk sheets. Was that Tyson?
Tyson
I like that?
mental. It's not like Tyson's body ever failed him, and his fighting style didn't diminish or anything. It really seemed like it was the mental part of things, his mental health. And I don't know when his daughter died, but that was a real problem for him. I think that was later in life when I think she may have drowned in a pool or something, like something bad happened to his daughter, and it was a real thing. And then the rape conviction, however you want to look at that, I've always thought, nah, I don't think so. I've always thought he was innocent of that charge for whatever reason. And
He was convicted. I think
he
you guys
went
have told me this
prison.
before.
Oh yeah,
It
he
makes
spent
me-
time in
time for
prison.
rape.
that poor rape. Jesus.
Yeah. So, but like what he said, the youngest ever, and I don't know anything about boxing either. Dennis Rodman though is an example of somebody who didn't pick up a basketball till he was like 20, 21. Like, he didn't play fucking high
That's
school
insane.
ball. He
What?
didn't play high school basketball. He didn't play college basketball. I don't think, right? Like,
He
I don't know
started
how
in the
he had to play
NBA?
college basketball. I think he must have started in college, right? I know he
I don't
didn't
know
play
this.
like ball at all as a kid.
That's insane.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a couple foreign players who have that, and he was American, I think. But like, I think Joel Embiid didn't start until he was pretty late. These guys are starting at like 15 years old.
But 2021, like correct me on that, Zach. Like when did Dennis Rodman first start playing organized basketball of any sort? I think
Kind
he
of
was 21.
explains it. He was a
years old.
freak athlete, amazingly good as an athlete.
Rebounds.
Maybe one of the best defenders to have ever walked
And
on
a
this
great
planet.
diplomat, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Damn right.
But he couldn't shoot. He never scored. All he did is get rebounds. And his rebound numbers were inflated, but still good.
I mean, Jordan, I guess, wanted those numbers that he was producing, or he wouldn't have kept him on the team for 3 championships, right?
It's just that any time he and a teammate went up for a rebound, he would take it from the teammate. The entire team knew rebounds were Rodman's thing.
Ooh, I like that
So if
Mamba
there was
mentality.
it's just that it's inflating stats is what it is, right? Like you can't deny it.
Who got the rebound?
But
Jack.
I gave it to him. I gave it to him because he's cranky if I don't.
Who got the rebound?
Dennis Rodman got the
Damn right. That's what you gonna say with Coach ass too.
I feel like, and maybe this is uninformed. No, it's not. It's correct. I feel like I could coach in the NBA.
I'm sure you could.
As long as I had because I've seen enough clips where like a coach tells LeBron to do something, and then he's just like, "Oh, that's interesting. I'm actually the best player to have ever played. I'm going to do what I want to do." And so, you know what I would be? I'd be the hype man for my team coaching. I'd be like some fucking white guy would be like, "Can I play coach?" And I'd be like, "LeBron, can Jared play?" And he'd be like, "No." And I'd be like, "I'm sorry, Jared. Like it's not in the stars for you this year. This is Team LeBron." Then I get interviewed afterward, and I just continue to be like, "We got a great team. We got a hard playing team. I have nothing but respect for my opposing coaches, the opposing team. We have to come out and play hard. Yeah, we don't take any of this for granted. Just coach baseline shit." They're like, "What do you think about the new 3-2 defense?" I'm like, "I don't get involved in the X's and O's. I'm not that kind of coach.
Adds up to 5. Probably.
I'm more of a vibes guy."
I'm in a mixtape.
Yeah,
that is the plot of Ted Lasso. I know you'd love that show. I wish you both would watch.
I keep
Ted
meaning
Lasso.
to try it out.
He hurts me. I feel so bad for him. Like somebody falls down, skins their knee, and nobody helps him. I don't feel bad for that because I don't know what that guy's life's like. Maybe it's good. I know that this Ted Lasso guy has a pathetic life on behind the scenes, in front of the cameras, in front of his friends and family. I watched one episode, and what I gleaned from that is that he is the most pathetic man I've seen on television in a long time. He's got that one assistant coach who seems like a nice guy too, like they're cut from the same cloth or whatever. But God, I don't want to see him have to slowly earn these pieces of shit's love and trust or whatever. Like they don't deserve him, is my thought process on episode 1. And so I wish that he would like give them botulism in whatever weird British drink they drink before they go out and play their. I won't use any slurs while you're here, Brandon. While they play soccer.
Fire away. If they've made it 2 hours in or an hour and a half in, they're doing okay.
God, it rhymes with maggot.
Doing their oppo.
You're not wrong, Kyle. Like I see where you get that.
I feel bad for that guy so much because he's great. His whore wife too. I'm like, come on, dude. I'll get you some pussy. We'll find some girls. Let's go.
Like more fuck than that bitch. Know. More gets revealed during the thing.
Oh, I can tell she's a cheating whore.
That's what always bothers me in shows like that is when the wife is a bit like Breaking Bad or any of that shit. Like I hate the fucking wives.
In Breaking Bad, it's easy to hate Skyler, and then you rewatch Breaking Bad, and you're like, she has some points, but
wait. Skyler gained weight during that show.
And that's when I fell back out of it. I was like, if you're going to be bitchy about this, you can't be fat.
Right. Exactly. Right. If you're going to start twisting the knives in our fucking relationship, you better be a smoke show.
Yeah. Walt's got that svelte cancer body and she's blowing up, finishing his dinner every night.
Walt gets better every year and she's over there eating.
Yeah, he should be like, I didn't realize we're having a third child.
Food is for skinny people, whore.
Skyler was the actress that played Skyler was once one of Jerry Seinfeld's girlfriends, I believe.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Really? Probably in like the 70s.
What? No, on the show. Like
you're right.
Girlfriend on the show. Yeah.
She did.
I saw one of those AI memes where they said like Breaking Bad if Skyler had been the one to get cancer, and it's just like rap music and everybody's partying and like money's everywhere and everybody's having Gus and like everybody are friends, like there's no drama. Those
Hank's
Mexicans
alive.
with the axe are there and they're still alive. Hank's alive. Everything's good.
The purple bitch dies too. Yeah.
I've only seen Breaking Bad once. I'm notorious for rewatching shows over and over and over. I love doing that. I like absorbing every little tidbit and background character and like catching that's maybe you can see the camera here or the sound thing there. I've seen Breaking Bad once because I hate Skyler fucking White with every fiber of my being. I hate her. I hate her more than those people in code names who click the wrong button. I hate her fucking much. When she took that money and fucking gave it to her boyfriend, Ted, and Walt's in the ground crying. Where's the money? We needed that. You killed us or whatever. I'm just like, you should have choked the life out of her right there, Walt. You should have choked the life out of that woman right now and then go get some Mexican killers and go get that fucker Mike or whoever. I was so upset. Ted. Fuck Ted.
I hated Ted too. But before we spend too much time on Breaking Bad, I wanted to talk about the politics thing with Brandon a bit more. Sure. Since you started like the running process and all of that, Like, has there been any unexpected nonsense or like interest from media figures and stuff that you didn't anticipate, or people trying to get backstories on you, or like, how has that been? I imagine when you announce your candidacy for something, like immediately, like floodgates of inquiries start.
Yeah, so I had a couple contacts, and like I've been in the political realm before, so like this isn't like a whole new rodeo for me necessarily, but definitely a lot of so there was two different points where things got interesting. One was the initial announcement. Obviously, that kind of like made a bit of a splash. The second one was when we released our fundraising numbers. Because when we first announced, then it was like it was kind of like, okay, internet guy, haha, okay, he thinks he's going to make a run at it. They had no idea like the preparation we'd done. Like I'm actually like I've been in this world a little bit before, so like we knew what we were doing a bit. Sure. I've got really good consultants. I've got a couple of people that are they know what to be doing right now. Not to not make a joke out of this campaign. So we had, the initial wave of inquiries and everything right off the bat, trying to get into the news cycle of it. The second bit was when we released our fundraising numbers and people went, oh, fuck, he's serious. Because we fundraised. So there's two other real serious primary challengers in this race this time around. We out fundraised both challengers combined by like 22 times over.
Oh my God.
Shit.
Yeah.
They're in a bad place then. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's been kind of wild, and it's been no super PAC money, no big PAC money.
Amount on that, because I got to know, like how much money did you raise? In
2 months of fundraising, we raised over $325,000.
Yeah, that'll get her done. All right.
So that's in 2 months of fundraising in Q3. I entered Q3 late. And so that's no super PAC money, no PAC money, no big donors, no nothing. That is all just grassroots. And I'm going to throw in some of my own money as well. Mm-hmm. And so we're making a real serious bid at this. And it was really funny because, well, the one thing I will say, when we first actually announced, Tony Gonzalez had like no social media presence. He would try to post on Twitter or whatever, like once every 2 weeks. And then as soon as they found out, oh God, this social media guy is, oh God, he just announced he's running. All of a sudden he starts posting twice a day and posts a lot like at gun stores. Like, look, I support Second Amendment. Like, no, you don't, fucker. And I've just had people just harassing him. It's been,
I just looked him up. This guy looks like a bitch, dude.
Yeah.
If you and him got into a politics boxing winner take office,
I've challenged him.
Yeah,
I said let's do it. I'm like, I'm down. I'll do it for charity. I'll do it for the GOP.
I'll box you for the 35th congressional district.
Well, and
maybe you'll raise enough money to buy your committee seat.
Right. I need to get fucking Keem on the phone to zone and everybody. There's some basis for that. Teddy Roosevelt, the great statesman, boxer. So
Lincoln, wrestler, but that's close.
Lincoln is a Hall of Fame wrestler.
Well, and technically, and I did not know before I bought my match. I actually had to get licensed with the Tennessee Boxing Commission. Like everything was very formal. Like the commission watched us get wrapped up and everything. It was a full thing. That technically counts as a pro boxing record. So technically speaking, I am an undefeated pro boxer. It's a great thing to throw on, behind a congressional campaign.
It is. You and Sam Hyde, two undefeated professional boxers.
I feel like that's more legitimate than me being a professional dancer.
No,
I did win a competition.
They're technically both true. And like, what is it? Technically true, which is the best kind of true.
Yeah.
You're undefeated in like YouTube jits though.
I have rolled with Joe Lauzon. It didn't look good.
He doesn't count. He isn't like a YouTuber. I mean, and he's a fucking professional athlete. Like he's not even allowed to enter into that sort of competition.
I agree. He doesn't count.
Just
3 years ago.
I saw he was trying to get a fight a while back,
Really?
like not that long ago, like a couple months ago. Something came up. Forgive me, I don't remember the exact particulars, but it was something fell through, and Joe was like, "Hey, put me in."
How old is Joe?
Oh no, it was the Boston card. He wanted on the Boston card. That's what it was.
37 or something.
Oh wow, he's younger.
No, he's got to be either 40 or 39 would be my guess.
39.
Yeah. But I think he wanted on the Boston card, and they're like, no, couldn't get him on there. But I thought someone fell through, and that's why he was wanting the opportunity. But he should ride off in the sunset on that win he got. That last time he was out, he smoked that kid. They put this kid in there that's supposed to be so good, and Joe goes in there and smokes him and like rides off in the sunset. I bet he got to go home that night with a W, and I bet his hands didn't hurt. I bet
It was
his
a great
fucking
win.
face wasn't swollen. He got to go and like do the after party or whatever ritual he would want to do without, you know, blood coming out of his ass and stitches.
And the dude he beat
face.
was legit. So the fight before that, the guy he beat, he really shouldn't have lost to. It was kind of a, we love you, Joe. We're going to give you a guy you can beat. And he didn't. And then the next guy, it was like, that guy was an up and comer. He was supposed to make a name off Joe's legacy. It didn't work out like that. Joe beat him. And it's a really nice way to end your, I never tell Joe, not that he would listen, like what he should do with his career. I just support Joe. Whatever he does, that's the right thing.
Yeah.
But if he stopped on that win, it would be a glorious way to end it.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's fights for people of every, it's dumb that it just should go off a cliff at 40 for guys who haven't taken a ton of damage and still want to compete at one level or another. Like, I'm fine with that. I kind of like that there's PFL out there and there's one and there's bare knuckle.
Yeah. Do you follow bare knuckle?
To follow, I wouldn't say follow, but I know that Mike Perry is the fucking man. And I really like Mike Perry's internet
for that
fight videos.
With
Luke Rockhold.
Luke Rockhold, sorry. Yeah, Luke's a friend of ours. And we went to go to Denver to go support him. And that was I think it was round 2 is when I didn't understand because I couldn't see from where I was sitting. Like I was pretty close, but I still couldn't see like the damage he was taking. And then he showed later he had punched, like one of his teeth got knocked out. One of his teeth was protruding through his bottom lip. Yeah, it was pretty bad. He was just like, bro, I made my money walking into the fucking ring. This sucks. I want to go home.
That does suck. Do you not wear mouth guards in bare knuckle?
So in bare knuckle, there's no glove, obviously, and those knuckles will just go on into your fucking mouth. Yeah. And they'll just keep pushing the mouth guard. There's not this big cushy thing to bounce off your mouth. Knuckles are hitting your teeth with just a millimeter of plastic.
The mouth guard,
and they're breaking them through it.
The mouth guard is usually just the top teeth as well. So if you have your mouth slightly ajar, it's not hard.
I think they have their hands taped, which is almost worse than bare knuckle, right? Like it because my hand's a little protected, I can hit you harder than I could with a bare hand. It cuts
more too. It's abrasive.
Have you ever had your hands taped for fighting? Or even just
I've taped them myself with like those wraps that are made to do it. And I mean, you feel comfortable.
I had Joe Lauzon wrap my hands before practice one time, and he does it really well. It's really tight. He does it the way that his boxing coach does it. And he tells me this story, like when he first met his boxing coach, his name's Steve. He's like behind the scenes wrapping his hands, and he's like, there you go. Sleeping pills. And somehow that like it was just what Joe needed to hear. I think it's why they became lifelong friends. So Joe's wrapping my hands and he's like, here you go, Woody, get you some sleeping pills. And I'm like, yeah. No,
me and you, Joe, birds of a feather.
but yeah, when you wrap up your hands like that, it feels like they're like rods you're hitting somebody with. Your knuckles are protected. Your wrist doesn't really flex. Like it's great. If it's done well, I don't do it that well.
Taylor, I always like to recommend like fighters for you to get behind, like Sean Strickland. I immediately pushed him. I was pushing Sean Strickland like well before he became champ.
That guy's Twitter is a hoot. It is so funny.
Great.
Consistently
on random, very politically incorrect things, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, he'll just be like, "I'm done with political stuff. I saw this fucking homeless guy," and then like just go off on something else.
Yeah.
And it's just funny. It's good. I like it.
He's wonderful.
He keeps winning.
Mike Perry's another guy you might like. So I've mentioned him before. He's the guy who got like his ancestry DNA back, and he was 2.2% sub-Saharan African, and so now he thinks he can use the N-word and like jovially, like never in an abrasive or mean or offensive necessarily from his point of view kind of way, as the sort of just drops it. And there's this great internet video. He was at sort of an outdoor bar restaurant type thing. He's being removed from the premises or asked to do so because of an argument he's gotten into with some older gentleman. And he's leaving, but he's saying, hey, you said you called the police. So I'm going to wait out here because if the police come and a police report is written, I want my statement on it as well. You're not going to write up and get a bunch of witnesses together and put some paperwork on me while I'm down the road drunk. Like, no, I'm waiting. But they won't let him say that as clearly as I just did. There's a lot of shouting and pushing. And this big, fat, older guy is getting way too close to Platinum Mike Perry for his comfort. And he says something like, "I'll knock you the fuck out, old man." And that guy sort of comes at him with the slappy hands of a man who's never been in a real fight before. And Mike Perry goes, "Waka!" and like knocks him the fuck out and drops him like a bag of shit right there. And every woman who sees it does that scream that we all hate so much. I mean,
I hope he hit the women.
There's something genetically programmed into us to like respond to that scream. I'm sure there is, right? Like if a woman screams like that, you're like, what? It's
I hate
awful.
it so much.
He's laying there, looks like he's fucking dead. And Platinum Mike Perry's like, "It's what you get, ninja. It's what you get." I'm gonna sit right, and he goes and sits on a bench 12 feet away. He goes, "I ain't fucking leaving. We still waiting on the police." It's just great.
Speaking
So Kyle,
of
you are.
Speaking,
I think I like Braden's more. You go.
Yeah.
Shockingly enough, with the bare knuckle fights, those are the fights I find most interesting. Those women beat the shit out of each other. Because a lot of them don't have the power to do like an actual fucking knockout, so they will go as long as the bout goes, and by the like sixth round, their face is just hamburger, and you're just like, please, will somebody just fucking call this? But you don't know who's winning necessarily.
I can see that's why I don't like it.
Very entertaining.
It's too much for me.
Oh, not me.
There were some guys in early MMA who were like, I really don't like seeing a girl bleed. And I don't want to see her get massacred or anything. When Joanna Jędrzejczyk or whatever got that big hematoma on her forehead that time, I wasn't like shying away because I knew she's a fucking
Zach, can you show us a picture of Joanna Jędrzejczyk's forehead hematoma?
Yeah,
it's something.
I remember this one.
I don't even know if I know this one.
Oh, it's wild.
You're in for a treat.
It was when she fought the Chinese chick. It was a hell of a fight.
The ideal picture would have a normal one next to it.
Yeah. The before and after. She's got these. Just both eyes are swollen.
She's one of these like pretty girls.
She's not pretty
like,
now.
She was a champion. She was. I think she got a hot body and she got some fake titties. So she's leveled up.
Her face is 3 out of 10. It is not a piece of art that has been massacred.
I disagree. She has her angles and moments.
Hopefully,
I've seen pretty photos of her, but I don't like seeing those girls get just massacred like in the.
Fuck me!
The pretty girl.
That is the best she's ever looked. Remember when Kyle said your quarterback was ugly or something?
Yeah.
And Zach found the beauty of the photos.
Found his glamour shot.
That Chinese bitch turned her into Megamind.
Yeah.
It did. That's what people said. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what she really looks like.
That? She's just doing some facial.
She got like a mud mask on or something there. I don't know why we looking at this. Oh my God. The first Halloween costume I was looking at, I was like, maybe I'll be Michael Jordan for Halloween. Because I found, and it wasn't even blackface. I found a realistic Michael Jordan mask.
Yeah.
And they're like $2,200 or something like that.
You sent me the picture of you in blackface, and I was like, you at least have to put on a basketball uniform, man.
Yeah.
You can't.
You should probably get rid of the white lips too.
I had a ball. I figured it was just, you figure it out.
Yeah.
But no, I do want to I really want to get one of those realistic masks. I have nothing to do with it, Taylor. I think you should get one because you do accents so fantastically. It would be worth spending $2,000 on an authentic Trump mask. Like if you would look, I'm telling you, they're so fucking
investment.
Accurate. I was considering the Putin one because I can pull off the Russian accent.
If Trump wins again and it's realistic, then it's worth it, I'll say, because then it'll be all over the place again, and he'll be back in the
Trump train's coming.
eye.
The Trump trains are coming. I mean, the polls are out. I mean, they look rough.
He's at least winning the nomination for sure.
Oh, thousands.
That's not even
dude, all those pictures. I don't even follow it closely, but I've seen all those photos of that fucking goober DeSantis walking around like on lifts,
in his heels,
like in heels and lifts. And he's walking like bow-legged, kind of weird, like wobbly. Like he's.
Can you show us Ron DeSantis' shoes, Zach?
Yeah,
like,
because
where they've pointed out where
X-ray.
his real foot would be.
Yeah.
How
tall is he for real? Like real?
He claims 5'11".
He claims 5'8". Wait, maybe you're right.
5'11".
Maybe he does claim 5'11". I think you're right.
But he's like 5. Let's say he's 5'8" for real.
Yeah.
Like it would be better for him to be like 5'9.5", 5'10" with regular lifts, walking like someone like normally, than to be 5'11" and be,
the
bumping
toe
around
box
like an
on
idiot.
His shoes are always empty, and it looks weird.
My God,
That is a terrible picture. You can't see him.
It's
really.
actually worse than that.
It's so much. He found the most flattering picture of Ron DeSantis.
Dude,
he looks like he's a commanding presence.
18 viewers.
Yeah, there you go. That's the
This
one I
is
was
a better
thinking of.
one. If you didn't have the superimposed yellow lines there, it does illustrate where his foot is, but it doesn't show how empty the foot box is. Where the toe is, look at that. Oh, perfect.
Leave
This is a great.
Like he's in a mech
This is a great.
suit.
You see these clown shoes where there's no foot in there?
Yeah, that upturned toe is wild.
Yeah. I appreciate how they put the location of an ankle there, because I would be lost without knowing where the ankle bone is and all that. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Okay,
Look at the toe box. Look how empty it is. There's no foot there.
I don't know if it's.
Did you see the one where they got him recently? It was like a couple days ago where he was mid-step and you could just see that just with the crease of the foot, like it would have broken his foot if his actual toes were in there.
Exactly. Like, why wouldn't he at least get like a smaller size shoes?
Oh, okay.
toe
This is
box.
the one. This is the one, boys. Look at
This
this.
is the one that started it.
Look at
Is
the
it?
heel. Look at that ridiculous heel. It's like tapered. It's like oh my God, this is embarrassing.
This guy sucks. Yeah, that
dude,
looks
like,
ridiculous.
I like DeSantis as a governor. He just chose an awful time to run for president. This was just not the time. He had some really bad advisors. It's like, yeah, run against the most popular Republican of this century. That's a great idea. Fucking banger.
Yeah, that's probably not the move.
Well,
He
at the
probably should have,
time,
because he's only
Trump-
like he's like in his 40s, maybe 50 years old. He probably should have pumped the brakes, been Florida man for a little while longer, and then jumped in later. Or just be secure in your height, man. Like just be confident and being 5'8" or whatever you are.
That. I'd get that crazy Asian surgery where they lengthen my shins if I were him. Like
Candidate Myers, what's he doing in China? And then you have to be like, I was getting the leg breaking surgery, damn it.
if you must know. No,
You must know I wanted to be 6'5".
Donald Trump called me Little Kyle, and I couldn't stand it.
Yeah,
Had to.
that would
Be embarrassing. Like Trump's mean like that. He's like a fucking high school bully. So you literally see these grown ass adult men who should be like solid and not give a fuck what anybody thinks. All of a sudden, that high school shit comes back out, and then they're insecure. They cower, they quiver, and they like Joe Biden's I'd take him out behind the school and whoop his ass. It's like, I don't know. I think Trump could probably take you, Joe.
Yeah,
and I don't think you
probably.
were ever. And you're kind of pulling a boogie with me here, where you're like, I'd take people out behind the shed all the time and give them a good old country ass whooping. Like, no,
I wouldn't even have to. I would just stare at them and they'd know.
Yeah, they just know. You hear about that story when Trump walked into a 7-Eleven and someone started macking on Melania? He just looked at him. Looked at him and shut him down. That's literally more believable from Trump than from Boogie, from an 80-year-old man like Trump.
Oh, okay, so you read into the Boogie stuff, right? So let me lay it out a little bit.
Yes.
So Boogie self-released some sort of documentary about himself, when? Like this week. And
oh Jesus!
Before it came out, he tweeted and he was like, "I'm literally shaking because I'm like nervous about what people are going to think about, the documentary that I made about myself.
The tell-all.
The tell-all about myself that I made and uploaded to my channel." And Taylor, what was the thing that was so embarrassing and so terrible that Boogie did?
There was a lot of embarrassing stuff in there. And like, it's not on his channel. It's on some other guy, like a documentarian's channel.
My bad.
And we're like at the end, he was like, Boogie wasn't compensated for this and all that. But like it leads off with like him talking about how he has no money. He's broke. He's like showing his bank account on his phone being like, I've got $2,000 and I owe $170,000 on my house. And then it does like that docudrama style thing where it's like Boogie spent $200,000 over the course of 4 years on hookers, prostitutes, vacations, and sugar babies.
It's called The Dark, Sad Life of Boogie.
Yeah.
Yes. It's another like, and they like had a psychologist on there who's like, this guy's just like addicted to self-pity. Like he frames everything and woe is me and all that. But like there was some stuff in there that like made him look really stupid and shitty. Like owing 170 grand on your house, following his level of YouTube success after blowing 200 grand. Yeah, that's the exact picture. 163 grand, whatever it is, on his house. Spending through $200,000 because he's in a bath. There's so much of this video of this documentary. So much of it, he's in a bath.
He stole that from my video.
Yeah, he stole it from your video with wings. But
move.
like he was in the bath a lot, which I hated. I wish that the
why,
documentarian should like took him out of it. Yeah, because it's jarring. It's the strongest bath structurally on Earth.
David Attenborough explained this. See, these large marine mammals, when they get in water, they become
Boogie can't
buoyant.
swim, but he can run swiftly across the bottom of the basin.
Like,
He will never leave the water permanently. He's a fucking hippopotamus.
That's so funny.
North American pity whale.
That's basically it. Yeah, he's just a big fatty, and it like opens up. He's in the bath, and his like 20-year-old girlfriend is like in the bath with him, and they're both wearing swimsuits because they're like doing this and that, and she's like crawling up on him. She's normal weight.
No, describe her though. Like how's she look?
Blonde. There was a part in there that she's like her little backstory was like Jennifer or whatever the fuck is like did not have a father figure growing up, and I was like, that checks out. And
Zach said she's 18.
Oh, I thought it said I think it's 20. Like I'm pretty sure 20 is what it said next to her name in the little
calling Zach a liar?
Maybe I misremembered it and she's 18, but I'm pretty sure it's 20. Yeah, because he's like 47, 48. She's 20. He's a big fatty, and she was like climbing him like she was like someone was going to jump on Boogie's torso, and then she would fly off of his stomach into the lake. Like ambling up onto him like the blob. And like they're like doing a little kissing in the bath, and that was reprehensible. I hated it.
Human fucking bouncy castle.
Yeah, his 20-year-old girlfriend, and she seems like pretty like she has her own litany of issues. Like,
was she fuckable? That's what everyone wants to hear, man. You're skipping around here. Is she fuckable?
Oh,
like, is this a sexy young lady?
This is the
we have
best.
Confirmed she's over 18, right?
Yes. She's over 18. I mean, Boogie's fucking her, so it's better.
God damn it! I'll have to see for myself.
Like, she is better looking than I could ever imagine someone like Boogie being with.
Would
like
you swipe right on her?
I don't know. Not if there was a bunch of troublesome backstory.
Not if
like,
you,
not if I
saw that photo of her climbing on top of Boogie.
Not if I knew that she had been with Boogie
Daddy
and that was her.
Not a
damaged goods
backstory. Daddy
I don't know.
Issues are low, right?
It seems like
crazy.
Depends on the context.
I'm not going to say anything negative about her. She's just someone in Boogie's like shitty world.
I didn't realize she looked like a victim. Now that I've see, that's what you say. You say I don't want to sexualize her. Frankly, she looks like a victim to me, Kyle. And then I stopped doing that. Now I look like an awful person.
No, you've never looked like a piece of shit on this show ever.
You made it sound like she was like a sexy prostitute.
So anyway, back to Holocaust denial.
Yeah,
go there
let's
too,
cool off here
for
a bit and do a little 1940s math. See, like
shit.
That's
all right.
her.
Now this is funny as fuck. Okay, leave this up.
Yeah,
this is like background for the rest of the show.
Basically, and they also Boogie he made Magic the Gathering players look really bad, which Magic the Gathering players don't need a lot to do. But one part of the documentary I didn't like enjoy. Like he has his like big gaggle of friends over for Magic the Gathering night or whatever, and they're all like big fat guys who play Magic the Gathering, clearly not used to being on camera. And like Boogie's sitting there talking to him, being like, Joe, we need to start bringing girls around here more. You haven't dated in forever. And Steve, when's the last time you were on a date, man? And it's like these big fat guys who are like his friends who play Magic with him. And it's like, this is not
this picture. Can we talk about this picture a little more? First of all, Zach pointed out her toes are as long as fingers. That
I had just seen that.
What is happening with like? It looks like the dog's been photoshopped or cut off there. His belly ends there.
Yeah. Where's her big toe?
They're in front of a green screen, or they're using one of those onboard like background blur things. It looks like to me like But
I just did a bad job.
You get the reference,
it
right?
makes him it makes him look.
Everybody
like
gets what they're dressed up as, right? I don't
Jabba the
want that.
Hutt and
Well, he looks like a
Prince Leia.
Pokemon Machamp because like he doesn't have a bottom half of his body.
Geodude, so you're thinking of?
Or Geodude, yeah, sorry.
There you go. I would say he's more of a Snorlax vibe.
As I look at her, I think this is a person who probably won't get super fat as she ages.
No,
so a win for you, huh?
I wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't.
I always
think
say,
so.
Woody, hypothetical single you do much better than this. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
Thank you.
definitely. But like,
Hairy butt, she'd be hairy as fuck, belly button hair everywhere.
The life I could have lived.
he talked about like sleeping with prostitutes, and there was like even one of those interviews with a prostitute who like had the voice garble thing on like this, like, and she was saying like, I did sleep with Boogie 2988, and you know there are a lot of folds, and it took me quite a while to find his penis, and like,
oh, she didn't say that, did she?
Yes.
There's a lot of folds.
And it took a while to find his penis, and so. Like, and it wasn't just prostitutes. Like, I was texting with our group chat to Chiz, and Chiz was like, there's no fucking way he spent $200,000 on prostitutes in 4 years. And I'm like, well, he's like rolling in like sugar babies and vacations and all of that sort of stuff into it. So like, I could easily see that, all while owing a mortgage and his YouTube career falling apart, by the way, which is like bad planning for him. And it was like, there were still a lot of parts of it where it was like kind of a woe is me kind of thing. He does like a shrooms trip to try and reset himself or something. And the dude who is like, his shrooms guide was like, I can't believe that the best clips they had of that dude was what they put in there, because the guy literally said at one point, he's like, yeah, you just take these and what it does is it resets yourself. And I'm saying this much more cogently than he did. He's like, and after you're done, all those atoms in your brain, they go back to their original place and kind of reset. And I'm like, yeah, all those atoms reset. Like that's how. No, he said atoms. He said the atoms.
You sound like a science denier, quite frankly.
Yeah, I don't trust the science, and I don't trust that science. That
was sounded pretty sciencey.
Yeah, the atoms is a scientific word, but it didn't sell me.
Shaman denial.
Yeah,
you're a shaman denier.
It would like throughout it, he would like go to do something else, and it would show his bank account, and he'd be like, I have to go to Friday Night Magic because it's only $30, and if I don't show up, then people are going to assume I'm broke, and that's too embarrassing. And so I got to go. And then it like shows him leaving with his magic cards, you know, waddling out there. And it shows like a graphic where it's like in red, minus $30, new account balance, 1,906 or whatever.
What the fuck, man? All right. Well, look.
Is he still a friend of the show?
Yes.
We don't dislike him. Like
we don't dislike him, but
yeah.
like, what do you say when, I'm not going to pretend like this isn't wild and sad.
It's a bit salacious.
And then we have like a joke at his expense, to be fair. You know,
yeah, or 10 or hours of them.
Was it when Sam Hyde was on? Because Sam had that clip of himself on his show or whatever with that other guy, and the guy's like, "Hey, did you hear that Boogie has cancer?" And Sam just starts dying laughing. He's just like, "Yeah!" He thinks it's so funny. It's like, so that kind of led us down a road of being a little negative, I suppose, when Sam was here.
Well, he did have cancer, right? That was real. Am I right?
He did, but he had basal cell carcinoma.
Oh, come on. Me and
the
Woody
same one
that cancer.
He went through like a whole minute where he's like, I'm going to go through a list of everything that's wrong with me medically. And he was like talking about his medical bills and everything. And like, it was one of those broken out lists where it's like, oh, there's a huge amount of stuff on this list, but 80% of it is like a spin-off or a tangent of being morbidly obese. He's like, my blood pressure's high and I'm diabetic and this and that and this and that. And it's like,
triglyceride.
you're my triglyceride. It's like, yeah, but you're splitting into a million things. What adds up to like, most of this is being morbidly obese. And then in the middle of the documentary, not even making himself look better, he's like, I'm broke. I'm flat broke. I need 5 chicken quesadillas from Taco Bell. And then he would go and buy all those and eat it, wolf it down.
Wait, was he buying fast food? Like
he was buying fast food. Dude, it was a 55-minute documentary. I think he had fast food 5 times.
You know how much a chicken quesadilla... Oh, this would be fun to throw into the trivia. I know every now and then they'll ask a politician a question, a really detached one, and like Hillary Clinton is a good example, like how much a gallon of milk costs. It's a real gotcha question if you don't know how much fucking milk costs. Rewind me. What were we just talking about? The cost of the
Fast food.
A chicken quesadilla from Taco Bell. I went through the other day. I was like, 1 chicken quesadilla, please. That bitch is $8 or something. It was what? What the fuck?
No wonder Boogie's broke.
On DoorDash or
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
not
DoorDash,
going there. No.
Boogie was going.
I am
there.
so fucking addicted to DoorDash.
It's a real vice. I've
It's
got
very
healthy places
expensive.
near me that have really good food. Like that Cuban place I was talking about earlier is just I love that shit. I usually won't order just fast food though.
The worst thing that ever that happens with DoorDash is like sometimes we'll be just doing shit and I'm like, okay, let's order a case of claws or some, you can order alcohol in Texas. You just have to present your ID to the DoorDasher, and it's happened a few times where they recognize me when we were doing it, like, oh hey man, I'm like, oh, time to fucking move.
Like, man, you really you hate
happened on
going out and
Halloween.
buying burritos, don't you? Like, oh, you got recognized on Halloween?
Yeah, one of these kids came by and was just like, hey, I think I recognize you. I'm like, I have no clue what you're talking about, man. Have a good night. And he came back.
Taylor had a sandwich guy once, I think.
I had a guy at the pizza place recognize me. The only time in my adult life that I've like just been sad in the middle of the day and like pulled over and went into a Pizza Hut, sat in the little shame stool, and ordered a pepperoni for myself. And then the dude behind it, like this cool looking guy, shout out this guy, was like, Taylor from PKA, and I'm like,
I'm surprised you don't get it more often.
I got it a month or so ago at a grocery store. Shout out the meat man, the butcher man there. I was actually
to a deal.
I was there with my grandma, and I went up and I was like getting meat from the butcher guy, this was the deli guy actually. And my grandma wanted to get some stuff, and he's like, "Hey Taylor, I figured you'd come in eventually." And I was like, "Yeah, nice to meet you. Thanks for listening, man."
What
like,
a weird
this is my. If you listen to the show,
I've been waiting on
you know my grandma. This is my southern grandma, and my grandma was like, "Oh, you're one of Tyler's listeners. That's so fun." And then like she just got such a kick out of that for like a while. Where she's like,
buy the pills?
Yeah, she knows about the cum pills.
I get recognized in public, and I'm like dirt biking in the woods or something with a friend of mine, and every time they pump my tires for me. They're like, "You're Woody's gamer tag? I can't believe I'm seeing you." Meanwhile, my friends who know me as like a regular asshole are like, "What? Really?" Like it's
I had it on a date one time with this chick who was in the Air Force, because San Antonio is a big like Air Force
on
hub.
a date. That's big.
Yeah, that was really fun when it was on a first date, and it was one of her technically one of her Air Force superiors. It was like, "Oh hey, kid, we're good to play." I'm like, that was tangentially kind of cool.
I got a.
That's straight up cool. That's awesome.
And then you like prison guards.
no one can match that.
Nothing cheers you up like a couple prison guards wanting to pal around with you on the yard. It's a good
really
look.
publicly.
It's a good look when you head back to your cell.
Oh, that guy who's here for 60 days is chopping it up with the prison guards.
Yo, what'd you say Whitey was in here for? He said he had half an ounce of weed. Shit. So how he know all the guards?
Listen, I'm a YouTuber. Can one of you guys take out your bootleg phone, please? I'll show you this.
Right?
Please Google me.
That would have been the fucking move. There were plenty of phones laying around. But I literally told one of those guards, like, "Hey man, like it looks bad when we talk." Like somebody told me, "Hey, how you know the guards?" I'm like, they know me. I don't know them. And I have to tell them the whole thing. Like,
Did any of the other prisoners actually recognize you?
None of the prisoners.
No shit.
No,
that's kind of weird to me.
They've been locked down for a while if they're in that low, or they're old men mostly too. I don't know. There weren't a lot of young dudes in there. There was nobody my age in there. I don't think.
I had a thought.
Like thinking back.
So you were saying that Mike Perry has started dropping the N-bomb all the time because his 23andMe said he was a little black.
Yeah.
All right, so you're a little bit Neanderthal, yeah. What slurs are you able to drop now? Do you just call people savages, paleos,
flathead?
Flatheads.
You weak browed, small lunged bitch. Your long ass fibulas.
Yeah, and your narrow ass rib cages.
Mayo monkey, something like
That's
that.
what he's saying.
Something
It's
like
gotta
that.
be. It's
yeah.
gotta be one word for a
My
good
people
slur.
had art and culture before you raped and pillaged us into non-existence, along with the other 6 tribes of man, which also went extinct. The pygmies, the little folk,
The Cro-Magnons.
tiny men of
No,
Samoa
they're
Island.
still around. They're governor of Florida.
That he's one of them.
So,
and then there's,
Peter
I think, all the
Dinklage?
actual pygmies in Africa. I think they got. You know, they don't do well in like combat situations, and so
there was like
lost.
6 or 7 other like human like split offs that were like intelligent, little guys with bows and arrows and shit running around. There was those little hobbit people. They call them hobbit people.
Then there's like the other, like, is Cro-Magnon one of them?
I don't know. You've lost me when you go to Cro-Magnon. I think that's a step behind Neander, us, like Homo sapien, right? That's like the guy before us.
I don't know. I don't.
What?
They're all scary. and ugly.
Hopefully don't ask about any of this on the trivia later. I'm very excited.
I'm excited for the trivia too. But you're talking about like the
You better have your board.
I didn't know.
I got my board
You're
right
gonna
there,
need it. Yeah,
brother.
Yeah.
We talked about this briefly, but like, are you guys also not pleased about the way they are pussifying dinosaurs?
Explain.
And
What do you mean? You don't like the feathers?
Oh,
in some of the representations?
actually, it was the size of a fucking golden retriever, not a civic. Actually, it didn't have cool ass scales and spines. It had feathers. I don't care for that. I don't like it. I want Jurassic Park style, because that was what sucked me in as a kid, and I was obsessed with dinosaurs. That's one of the things that little boys get obsessed with. And if they were big feathery bird, or not even that big feathery bird things, I wouldn't have been all in the way I
There's
was
a new special.
all in.
Have you seen that new special with like 6 episodes with pretty good CGI? I think it's on Apple. Maybe it's one of the premier streaming services made it.
It's like the Planet Earth kind of thing.
Yeah, it's very good.
I'd check it out.
And it's like 6 episodes of different kinds of dinosaurs. I like it. I don't think they've pussified dinosaurs. I like
They have.
What
now
I
they
don't
say
like
T-Rexes
is
weren't as big.
they've gone back. I don't remember them saying they weren't as big. I mean, there he is, right? They got a skull. I think for a while that one scientist's idea or postulation that they were that T-Rex was like a scavenger. I think that caught on for a while, but it seems like they've gone back on that based on more findings. They find like a T-Rex's tooth in an animal that clearly like lived out its life with a tooth in it. And it's like, oh, how'd that happen? A T-Rex bit it and it survived the bite and ran away. Like there's evidence that it was a predator, right?
I would hope so.
Did you ever see whenever you went to like drive tanks or ox? Did you ever see the owner's Triceratops skull?
That's sweet.
I don't
How
think
big is
so.
it?
I don't think so.
It's in his house.
I think I would remember that. He didn't have the house then. So when I went there, I was there to help blow up his old house that was like that big modular home there with a pool in the back. And so we like blew up his house and destroyed it. And then they were going to like build this pimp house after that. So it's a nice fucking house. But he's got in his office it's a whole ass, fully intact Triceratops skull. I'm like, it's
like the casting.
It's got like $200,000, right? That's like $100,000 piece.
I think it's probably more. It's
how big is
a lot more. It's big. It takes up a good chunk of the room.
Bigger than like a big bison mount.
Oh yeah. It's a fucking big piece. I'll send you guys. I have a picture in front of it because we were drunk as shit. But
a front quarter bison mount is so big that it impresses upon you the fact that this is not the kind of animal that you would ever tangle with.
Yeah.
Like there's no your blade, your 6-inch blade there's so much fur just on an animal like that around the throat. Like those things are colossal.
And the Triceratops. So like if it's just the head, how big is it standing next to it? Is it like just the skull's all the way up to your waist?
I think that mount on the wall. Oh baby, that's fucking cool.
See, that's what I like. That's what I like to see with dinosaurs. Like a big, scary beast that didn't have feathers.
I don't want to say that guy's first name, but does he seems to have always had people around him who knew cool stuff for him to get into. Like every time I would look, he has so many cool toys. I'm sure you've seen all the he has everything.
We were just over at his place the other day filming the RPG video. We shot an RPG 7 through a human torso. And that was fucking wild. That was an expensive video to do because we missed twice. And each one of those rockets is $3,500 a piece.
So the third time you're like, all right, really aiming. Did you get a little closer?
Where do the warheads come from? Because I saw the Palestinians are making them in-house now.
These were Bulgarian surplus rockets.
Okay. You can you should find that video and maybe show it to somebody, because the Palestinians are like cranking them out over there in like a little shop, and they ain't costing $3,500 for them to, and they're shooting them out of the Russian launchers.
After this, I found after that video, we already filmed it and everything. I got linked up with a guy who's making them domestically.
Yeah,
and he actually has the high explosive shit. So
there you
like,
go.
all right, that might have to
That's
revisit
cool.
at some point.
I thought that
I
was
want to see
hilarious.
someone else
Like,
shoot the first one though, right?
What's up?
I want to see someone else test fire it first.
Definitely. Yeah, I want to. Yeah, I don't know. Before you just put in the rocket like right next to your head, essentially. So I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah, no, that's fucking cool. That guy's got like fucking. They were building the skeet range. I think that was the last thing I saw. They were building like Sporting Clays range or something like that.
I don't know if
But just the wild game that's out there is.
Dude, he's got
is
so much new shit out. He's got rhinos now. He literally like.
did he
rhinos.
get hippos yet? He wanted hippos like
No.
How much
Pablo
does it cost to
Escobar.
kill a rhino?
I don't know if they've got him for like to be able to be shot, but they're
what's the
we
fine
named
for
them
accidents?
Fuck Beast and Thundercock were the two rhinos that we named out there.
Oh, nice.
Not their real names, but that's what we call them.
Yeah, you shouldn't kill rhinos. Those aren't like. There's not a lot of them.
Especially
There's
not
some surprising
Fuck Beast and
stuff.
Thundercock.
There's just some surprising shit you can kill out there, like kangaroos. I didn't know you could kill those.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a
those
little,
are like deer in Australia, is my
tasteless.
understanding.
what he told me. I asked him. He was like, "Hey, what all do you have to shoot?" And he didn't really know. He basically said everything's got a price. I was like, "What about the camel?" He said $8,000. Like $8,000, and he'd let me shoot that fucking camel. And I'm feeding the thing carrots and
Right? What was its name?
sushi.
Sushi. I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the one thing I don't love about high fence stuff is like some of those hunts. Some of them are like really like actually pretty good, but some of them are literally just like walking up with a 357 and capping this animal that you can hand feed.
You gonna talk about the hangout?
Yes. So, sometimes your friends show you something and you're like, "Oh, damn, you didn't prepare me. I wouldn't do that." I bet what he had was he had gone to Texas to do some hog hunting, and he's got one of those rigs where you've got like a Mac 11 lower on an AR.
Yeah.
And transferable. And I guess they've just got pigs in a pen and they're letting them run. He says pull, and they open the gate and the thing runs right to left like it's Duck Hunt Mario, and he just and I thought that was a little fucked up.
So the
I don't
first
know.
video was this nice clean kill, right? And he goes, "Yeah." Now I've shot full auto, but I'm not very experienced, not like you two, and I'm not very good at it. So when he hit the pig, this moving target, I was like, "Oh, this nice." And this guy happens to be good with guns.
Yeah.
And then the second one,
MP5 on the next one, I believe.
oh, okay,
Goes
I didn't
MP5
realize
9 mil.
that.
Yeah.
On a pig?
The pig starts screaming. It is in awful pain. It is just wailing. And like, I'm not super tender-hearted on this stuff, but man,
He
it
starts
was
plinking this
hard.
fucker with a Glock, and he says, and it's like, dude, just close and finish it. Just
Did I
before
tell you
do
guys?
it.
Did I tell you guys about that pig hunt that we did down in Florida?
Nice.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, we went with knives, and I got a nice clean kill, and then Cody goes up for his kill, and I'm recording him because I'm using his camera and everything, and you just have to like really put your knee down on this fucker and just stab him like right up under the armpit, just get him right in the heart. And he had this big angry fucker. Apparently, they'd known this pig was on the property for a while. They wanted to kill him. He was just like goring dogs and shit, like just a big mean fucker that needed to be killed. But the knife was just barely too short. And so it is about 45 seconds of me just recording Cody just going to town, stabbing this pig under the armpit, and it's just squealing the whole time. There's blood spurting out, but not like arterial blood. So like it wasn't like
It's just a
didn't
mess.
get the heart yet. And it was after about a minute, I was just started lowering the camera. Like, dude, we can't use this, dude. This is pretty fucked up.
this is bad footage.
I'm like,
Bury that pig. Delete the evidence that we.
well, apparently they took
fucking
it
Abu
apart
Ghraib
later.
to this pig.
The pig, like in its like shoulder cartilage armor, had buckshot in it from where it had actually been. Like people tried to shoot this fucker with a shotgun and couldn't kill it.
Damn. Yeah. Well, this pig got finished eventually.
Yeah,
by
the
the
Glock,
guy in our
right?
hangout by the
Yeah.
Glock. And
Well, I don't know if
have
it was
no
dead by the end of the
I have
video.
no
The video-
experience
the video ended.
hunting. I have no experience hunting pigs, so I was kind of looking to Kyle's face for like affirmation or like what I should think about it, because you're correct. The first one, it was like, and he just was a dead pig. The second one, like I kind of kept glancing up after the Glock came out, and I saw Kyle's face like, like still, like there's another 15 seconds of this. Like this is a lot of. Yeah, I was like, is he missing, or is it just like that's no? Apparently,
no. The pig's wails implied to me that he hit it quite a bit.
Yeah, I meant like when he walked over with the Glock and was firing the Glock over and over, and it kept squealing. I was like, is he just missing with the Glock? This guy's
shooting it in the ass.
This guy's an incredible shot. There's no way he's missing it.
What he's done is he's hit it in the spine with the 9mm, and he's broke its back. So it's just got its front legs trying to crawl away, and he's shooting it up the asshole. And in the back legs and stuff, trying to kill it, but he doesn't have enough penetration with 9 to go through into the vital organs. With a rifle, you can shoot a deer in the ass and blow his chest out. I've done it.
The first
dead right
thing,
there. But he's got 9.
The first like actual hunting I ever did when I was very young was with a 20 gauge with my grandpa on his farm, and it was rabbit hunting. And so we were hunting these hares, not cute little rabbits. They were kind of cute. They were still rabbits, but they're like big wild ones. And he was, that's a great mug, Serenity now. And this rabbit was running across the field, and my grandpa didn't even have a gun. He was taking us out to like show us. And so I like got my little 20 gauge up on my 6-year-old shoulder, however old I was, and then like tracked it, shot it. And like, I knew it hit because I heard the noise of it hitting and the rabbit making noise. And my grandpa like hit me on the back with his big farmer hand, like, there you go, Taylor, good job. And so like, then he went over there and I walked with him, and I had this idea that like, it was almost like a video game where like you just end something. Like, it's just like it's shot, it's dead. Obviously the bullets went in, the shell, the BBs went in, and I had shot it on the back hind quarter, like kind of above it, and it had broken its spine. And so it was like crawling with its little front paws. And my grandpa, like he had done it 10,000 times, just like not missing a beat, just like walked over and like right in front of me, like grabbed it by its like barely hanging on lower legs, and then took the butt of my 20 gauge and just went like whack, just like smacked it right in the back of the skull because it was hanging down. It killed it right away, if I recall. I try not to recall that, but yeah, I remember like, oh man, this is real. This is like real hunting. I hunted after that a number of times, but he fucked my youngest brother up and like scared him out of hunting entirely because he went out there and like gave my brother a 22, and he was probably 6 years old also. And they're just walking around in the woods, and he was like, hey, there's a squirrel up there on that branch, get him. And so my youngest brother like shot the squirrel, and apparently one shot killed it, just dropped down. And like, I guess my brother like didn't fully internalize what it meant to shoot something with a gun, because he was like inconsolable that he had killed a squirrel. Like, really? Never wanted to hunt again.
Man,
ever.
Childhood me was ruthless. Like, yeah, I'm much more tenderhearted now than childhood me. Yeah.
Like, how old is your brother?
He's 20. He's 7 years younger than me. So,
at the time.
At the time, probably 6. Yeah, ooh, he did this with all of us were around 6. I think the first times we hunted, 6 or 7.
When I was 4, my dad had been hunting and he had shot a deer and lost it. And so me and Dad and our Weimaraner Sam went out the next day to go hunting for this thing. It was, the woods were behind our house, like directly behind our house, but it was a couple hundred acres there. And we tracked the deer. He shot it with a 243. I remember, no, a 22 250. I remember that. And small caliber thing. He'd gotten away. Found the deer finally. It's down in this dried out creek bed. Dad's got to climb down in there. It's kind of a hard climb to get down in there and not fall. And so little 3-4-year-old me or whatever stays up there with my slingshot. And I'm like watching Dad go down there. And he goes to grab the deer by the antlers to drag it back out of the creek bed. And the deer stands up and comes alive and starts fighting. Like fight. And now Dad has the deer by the antlers and they're fighting. And he can't let go of the antlers. And he's yelling at me to run. He doesn't want to let go because he's afraid the deer will trample me if it happens to run my direction, because it's like a fucking wild animal. And I'm tiny. I went in there on his shoulders. I couldn't have walked in there. And so I'm not running because I think I can shoot the thing with my slingshot. And, I'm shooting acorns and shit at this thing because I'm a 4-year-old child trying to help Daddy. And Dad goes, "Get him, Sam." And the Weimaraner jumps on this thing and grabs it by the throat and it's stretching skin on this thing 1.5 foot off this fucking deer, whooping its ass. And now Dad has a hand free, and he pulls his belt off, wraps it around there's a tree out there, maybe like this big, like 3 inches. He cinches the deer's antler to the tree. He doesn't even have a pocket knife. We got nothing. So we got to go back home for some weaponry. And by the time we got back, Sam had killed the fucking deer.
Good for Sam.
Sam's a good boy.
Fuck.
Sam's
That
pretty
is metal as fuck. Jesus, Sam.
Yeah. Good.
Sam
good
was a good boy.
What a good pup. The kind of dog you need when you're in dire straits, about to be trained.
Mom didn't think so. She took him off.
He
Left him on a
did
dirt
have
road.
a weapon after all.
Yeah.
Sam.
Good old Sam. Terrible.
Mom took him to
that
a
dog
dirt
off.
road. That's
Yeah.
A
not
little fucked
cool.
up.
Yeah, left him on the dirt road. Me and my sister were in the back seat looking out the back window at Sam chasing us down the dirt road. Dad looked for him for weeks. Never found him.
Why
That's
did Mom
so shitty.
What? Fuck.
Childhood.
Dad marry Skyler?
Yeah.
That is very shitty.
Mom.
Good dog though.
What was her motivation for getting rid of the dog? Like
I don't remember. I think she was trying
Deer
to take
killer.
care of it or something like that. Maybe she had more responsibility for the dog than she cared to have or something because he was at work or whatever. I think that was the deal. Oh, and to be fair, Sam was a very good boy. I had sicked him on the UPS man multiple times.
I'm sure he
I was
appreciated
4.
that.
You know, I'm in the yard. Our yard was it's sort of this asphalt like loop-de-loop round thing, but we had a big sand pit to play in, like that was like bricked off, like the biggest fucking, what do you call it when it's like a sandbox, a huge sandbox though. And I was out there playing. UPS man showed up, and 4-year-old me went, "Get him, Sam," because why not? And he fucked that UPS man up. He had the big Mary Kay box, and he was able to fend Sam off with that. So Sam didn't like bloody him or anything, but from then on, he like wouldn't. I think he wouldn't bring her cosmetic Mary Kay shit because he was so afraid of the dog and be sticking the dog on him. So that might have been part of the motivation. But again, I was 4 years old, and that was a long time ago.
That could have been a real different childhood memory.
Yeah. You go into juvie at 4.
Oh, they ain't gonna do shit to me. I here's another story that sounds unbelievable. But when I was 4, my dad was friends with the deputy sheriff in Royston there, a guy named, I don't say his name. Anyway, they were shooting skeet, and I guess I wanted somebody's attention. Like, hey, look at me. And they're shooting skeet, and grown men are talking, so they're just ignoring little 4-year-old me. So I went and picked up the biggest rock I could pick up, and I walked over there with it and slammed it on the deputy sheriff's foot and broke it. So if they were going to lock me up, they'd have got me for that one.
Yeah, you were a little
Assaulting an
Hellraiser.
officer.
I
Jesus.
also
piece of
did a
shit.
thing. I also set up an ambush on the highway in front of our house one time, still 4 years old, where I took concrete blocks and put them in the highway so the cars would slow down enough so I could hit them with rocks.
Man, you needed a hobby.
I did.
This is why organized sports are so important for kids, so they're not sicking their dogs on
I was
Mary Kay
4.
men.
What do you play it for?
T-ball? I don't know.
I don't think so. That's like you still shit yourself at 4, right? I didn't wear clothes most of the time.
You're just out there painting your face.
I was naked during all this. Yeah.
Just getting
No,
pointed
but
in
nobody
dog
would
bites.
ever believe that a 4-year-old actually sicked a dog on a UPS driver.
Yeah, they won't believe that shit. No. Ask my mom.
I'll give her a ring.
Oh, fucking hell.
Is it ad time, Taylor?
It is, and I know Brandon. Or do you need to head off? Or I know you're doing a second show.
I think I got to bail after this one, but no, I appreciate you guys having me on. It's always a pleasure.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we
Yeah,
love having
of course. Where can
Yeah.
everybody go to vote for you?
Well, apparently now it's different than usual. Now it's Brandon Herrera for Congress.com is where you can find me. So you can see some of the other issues and things we talked about. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll have to do an update here for too long.
All right.
I also wanted to extend the invite to all you guys too. We're doing another big creator range day down here in Texas on in early December. So, if you guys want to come on down, make the trip, Kyle will have plenty of flamethrowers and air rifles. And
I don't even know if I'm supposed to be around guns.
You can look at them. The government can't get you for that.
I better revert.
Careful.
No, but also,
It'll
if
be
you
like,
guys would like
oh,
to-
think fast.
That's 15
Yeah.
years, boy.
But
That
also, if
sounds
any
like
of you
fun.
guys would like to come down or do the unsubscribed podcast, we'd be more than happy to have you guys.
Cool. Thank you.
I'm definitely down.
Thank
Man.
you.
That sounds like fun.
Awesome. Well, gentlemen, you guys have a good rest of your night. Good luck with trivia, and I will talk to you guys some
Good
other
luck
time.
with your big moves. I'm
Yeah.
impressed. I hope you did
Yes,
great.
very impressed as
You're
well.
gonna dominate.
Good luck.
I appreciate it, guys. We'll see you
Later,
around.
man. All right. This episode of PKA is brought to you by pharodistro.com. He said that we were having such good results from the PKA 30 Halloween special to just keep that rolling for this week. So calling all PKA fans, get ready for Halloween season, post-Halloween season, October 33rd right now. With pharodistro.com, use code PKA30 for 30% off your order. That's right, a third of your final price gone. 30%, hell of a deal. If you're into smoking flower, you'll want to check out our brand new THCA buds and pre-rolls. And if you're all about dabs, don't miss our Dab X Go and premium HHC and Delta 8 is better dabs. We've also got a jaw-dropping array of high-quality, high-milligram edibles for you to choose from. From sour belts to nerd ropes and a wide assortment of gummies, Pharaoh Distro has something for everyone. For those who seek holistic wellness, explore our selection of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms. And here's the cherry on top. Use the code PKA30 for 30% off all of it. Incredible deal. When it comes to quality you can trust, it's pharodistro.com. Grab this deal before it disappears. I think this is the final week they're doing this deal. 30% off, very big discount, folks. And as I said, that applies to the Dab X Go rig as well. I think, or I know it applies to that. It's a couple $100, so a third off of that. Pretty significant. It's super, super high quality, easy to carry around, has a nice carrying case if you're going to go to someone's house and you want to bring it with you. It's not some big rig like a lot of those dab rigs are. And that's kind of fucking obnoxious to deal with sometimes when you have to get out your torch and it's a big bong thing with an extra attachment on it and it's just taking up half of the coffee table there. Not this. Has like the same footprint as a can of soda, and it gives big hits, very high quality. The Dab X Go is awesome. I can't recommend it highly enough if dabs are what you're all about. If you are into bud and pre-rolls, though, the THCA. Get the THCA. I've been smoking a lot of the THCA pre-rolls that he's been sending out to me. I think I need to tell him to send me a couple more already. I know Kyle and Woody should be getting a big shipment of stuff in the next day or two if you haven't got it already. That's what he messaged me today. So PKA 30% off your order. Get yourself THCA bud, pre-rolls, Dab X Go, HHC Delta 8 is better. And with the gummies, because that's kind of the big thing for a lot of people. Not everyone's into smoking or vaping. A lot of people just prefer to eat gummies. Don't be a hero. Go appropriate. Be tolerance appropriate. If you're brand new, grab yourself the 10 milligram or the 25 milligram ones. And if you are a tolerance titan, try your luck with the 500 milligram sour belts. Don't think that if you've been eating 500 milligrams of gas station shit that you can just laterally move to a 500 milligram one of these edibles. That's going to fuck your shit up. So start slow. These are incredibly potent. They're accurately dosed. Very high quality stuff. PKA 30% off. pharodistro.com, linked below. Check it out. This might be the last week they run the 30% off deal. So you don't want to miss it, folks. This episode also brought to you by Qualia Senolytic. Qualia Senolytic, folks. Have you heard about senolytics yet? It's a class of ingredients discovered less than 10 years ago, and they're being called the biggest discovery of our time for promoting healthy aging and enhancing your physical prime. Your life goals in your career and beyond require productivity. But let's be honest, the aging process is not our friend when it comes to endless energy and productivity. That's why we're happy to introduce everyone to Qualia Senolytic. As we age, everyone accumulates senescent cells in their body. Senescent cells cause symptoms of aging, such as aches and pains, slow workout recoveries, sluggish mental and physical energy associated with that middle-age feeling. Also known as zombie cells, they are old and worn out and not serving a useful function for our health anymore.
Here.
You need this, it'll take you back to your prime.
Worn out, no useful function. Yeah. Carry on.
These zombie cells, they're taking up space and nutrients from our healthy cells. Much like pruning the yellowing and dead leaves off of a plant, Qualia Senolytic removes these worn out senescent cells to allow for the rest of them to thrive in the body. You only need to take it twice a month. So take advantage of their 100-day money-back guarantee. 100-day money-back guarantee, a lot of confidence to give that. And resist aging at the cellular level. Try Qualia Senolytic. Go to neurohacker.com/PKA for up to $100 off and use code PKA at checkout for an additional 15% off. That's a lot of savings. That's neurohacker, neurohacker.com/PKA for an extra 15% off your purchase. Thank you, Neurohacker, for sponsoring today's episode. Again, you don't want to age like shit.
You want to age well. You want to get rid of those senescent cells, those zombie cells. They're not doing anything for you. Do zombies look good? Do they look good with their drooping skin and all those senescent cells sloughing off, having to be stabbed in the head, or they'll get you? No, it doesn't. I'll fill in the blank for you. You don't want these senescent cells. You don't want these zombie cells. You want to look wonderful. You want to look prime. You want to look healthy. So check out Qualius Analytic at neurohacker.com/PKA for $100 off and use code PKA at checkout for an extra 15% off. Check them out. Also, 100-day money-back guarantee. So take that to the bank as well. Qualius Analytic, neurohacker.com/PKA. Check that out. Age better. You can always age better. Everyone dies, but you don't have to, die early or die badly. You can age better. That's a better way to put it. And of course, Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement, taking the world by storm. I've heard that I had multiple people messaging me being like, Brandon Buckingham has the in, friend of the show, Brandon Buckingham, very funny guy, has the in with porn stars. You should talk to him, get you looped in with a couple of porn stars so that they can start taking Lock and Load. And then I bet those porn stars viewership's going to skyrocket, because what if their cum is been suffering? What if it's just coming out? You don't want that. You want it to gush out. You want it to come out in a thick, creamy, what would the right word be? Pearlescent load. You want your load to be pearlescent. You don't want it to be watery and weak. You want it to be virile. So check out Lock and Load. High quality ingredients, efficaciously dosed, because we're partnered with Derek, the creme de la creme of supplement companies, GorillaMind.com. And code PKA, code Jizz. It's not just 10% off the cum pills, you fucking retards. It's 10% off of everything over at his site. Do you need protein powder, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements? Do you need stuff to make you feel better overall, generally, vitamins? He's got everything over there. And it's all efficaciously dosed, very high quality stuff. But if you're going over there, get Lock and Load, because that's the one that we work with them on, and it's the coolest thing over there, I think. So check it out, Lock and Load, code PKA or code Jizz, 10% off, whatever you'd like to find over at GorillaMind.com.
It's wintertime, boys. It's cold outside.
It is. The grocery store had a Christmas song playing today. That's bullshit.
Fuck that.
It's the day after. Yeah, I think it's 2 days after Halloween. But yeah.
Did you see that stat about how much money Mariah Carey makes every holiday season from the
Good for
replays
her,
of that
man.
song? I think it's $12 or $16 million or something every year, just from the huge amount it gets played around the holidays.
It's unsurprising. It's on everywhere.
It's all I want for Christmas is you. It's that one, right?
And it's a good song like once. But by the time it's like December 1st, I'm over it.
When do you put up the tree?
Last year, I don't think I even put up a tree because I didn't have anybody over for Christmas at my house. This
That must have
year,
been cheery.
yeah, but real cheery. It depends. I probably won't
You just
put
sit
any
there and
decorations.
read Edgar Allan Poe.
Just I just feel sad. Yeah, I probably will put up decorations this year if we use my house for like my family meetup. But if not, I honestly probably won't put up a tree.
Yeah,
but the time that's appropriate to do it is any time following Thanksgiving, whether it's the day after or a week after. It just cannot be prior to Thanksgiving. That's inappropriate.
Week before Thanksgiving. That's when she's going up.
No, it's too early.
I had to
Really?
negotiate to get that. Some parties would have the tree up right now. Look,
no.
Halloween's over. It's Christmas time, baby.
You almost had a Christmas tree up on November 1st.
Yep.
I'll
Yep.
be right back.
Yep.
That's insane.
It's not going to happen though. I'll do a week before Thanksgiving. That seems okay. I do like the Christmassy season. I suppose I like that fucking tree, but I don't want it up that long. So how are we doing this trivia, and in what way are we going to conspire against Woody?
Text each other. I guess that would be the easiest way to
Oh, that'd be so shitty. Oh, can you imagine making him do 30 minutes of trivia only and rig the game so he's gotten 0 and that we're just we're excelling through questions way over our heads, and he's just like, I don't understand, dude. It would be the tent flap all over again.
Oh, he would not be pleased if he was like, texting, cheating the whole time. No. And I don't even know how us texting would help to cheat in this, because I guess the way we're doing it is Chiz is supposed to hop on and then quarterback.
He can just give us the answers.
Yeah, I
just
guess
give me and you the
just
answers.
text
Make
us
the
the
questions hard
answers.
as fuck, but not give Woody any answers. And then we just sit there and act like it's super easy. Like,
Yeah.
of course. Like we're expanding.
That
Are we
would
still
be
talking
funny.
about Christmas tree decorations?
Yeah.
It is
Um,
Jackie and I get along well, but Christmas tree decorations are our most heated topic. It drives me batty. This is my side of it. Of course, you'll get my biased version. But this is it. Sometime in November, maybe now, maybe 2 weeks from now, she'll start poking away at the Christmas decorations. Now, we have a big house, so decorating it is a huge job.
Mm-hmm.
So my house is it takes 3 men hours to get all the Christmas decorations down from 2 attics. And then in that state, you can't even walk through the fucking house. There are like paths in the Game of Thrones room between all these ornaments. How many Christmas trees do you think we have? It's 5. It's 5. We have 5 Christmas trees in our house. Why?
Time out, flag. All right. So
It's too many.
look, there's nothing wrong with having not only 5 Christmas trees, but 5 fantastic rooms to put them in. But here's the thing. Because you can afford all those things, you can also afford a man to come over and put all that shit together while you sit there and drink
It's her
your eggnog.
passion, though, right? It's her passion.
He'll
She
help
wants
her.
to be-
You sit.
I don't want this mess in my home. Right? And her side of it goes something like this: this is Christmas. I make a magnificent Christmas for you people. My side is, imagine I parked my 8 motorcycles inside the house and left them all the fuck over the place and polished them every day from mid-November to like April when we finally
Smells
put
like
all this shit
gasoline in the
away,
Game
right?
of Thrones room.
And I'm like, baby, I'm polishing these motorcycles for you.
Got
This
quick dry on
family
the floor.
needs motorcycles with exhausts that shine on the inside.
Yeah.
It's like, Woody, I think maybe you're going over the top here. And this isn't really for the family. This is for you. And you'd be
Mhm.
right. And
Mm.
and she says this year she's going to do it in such a way that she only brings down the decoration she's working on so that it doesn't like fill the house with
Yeah.
stuff. But she's already working on it. She's making fish themed ornaments, corals out. She's molding clay and like poking the little polyps and making I could get you some. They're in the kitchen
No.
right now.
No,
They're on my kitchen counter because they take over the whole house. They're right below me.
But you don't
I-
have to take part. You're just mad because of the congestion in the home.
Yes. But like that's where I eat. That's where I eat my meals. And now that there's a seat. We even call it Dad's seat. This is where I typically eat, is by this kitchen island.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it hasn't been available for 5 days. And I guess it'll
Oh.
open up again in like February.
I'm
or
starving. Yeah.
April. Don't go crazy. She
I'll
delivers
see
it
you
to
over
my
the sink like an
recliner,
edible.
but now I have to balance my food on the armrest of the recliner. It's awful.
What the
Who could live
fuck?
like this?
Okay, that I am empathizing so much with how annoying that would be. On November 2nd, kids were getting candy 2 days ago, and you're already 5 days in to missing
Something like
meal.
that.
Pre-Halloween Christmas decorations is psychotic.
She's hand making the ornaments and stuff for this year, and she does it all the time. I mean, in some ways, it's like above and beyond super wife, right? And in other ways, it's like this. If you want to be super wife, there are other avenues we can pursue.
Yeah.
This isn't the one that lights my fire. So
Does she take all of it out of the, or I mean, you're the one taking it out of the attic, let's be real. And then once it's all out of the attic and taking up your common space, is she doing all the work of setting up the trees and hanging the ornaments, or is it like you're conscripted into every bit of this?
she does 95% of it. I shouldn't, steal valor or anything like that.
Yeah.
Every so often something's tall, or sometimes there'll be something to figure out. Like, hey, Woody, I have these LEDs, but I don't have a power supply for them. How do we chain all these together and get them going?
I
And
got
that'll
10,000
be-
tangled lights. Could you get that untangled for me? Find the bad bulb.
Oh,
That
your
bad
house
bulb
is
finder.
probably a nightmare to put lights on the outside everywhere.
Oh, it's a thing, yeah. And like, or there'll be like a I know we have one thing that plays music and the skaters skate around it, and it's like
This is
Woody,
all
the
for
skate-
you guys because no one can hear that from the road.
Oh yeah. It's inside. Dude, we have Christmas
It's
decorations.
inside.
They're like 15 feet up. Our rooms are really tall, so we have a ladder in the home for
Wow.
months that is 14 feet tall, something like that. Like, it's a really tall ladder and it's heavy. And I'm complaining too much. I don't mean to throw her under the bus, but it is.
You ever
This is
try to convert her to Judaism, make it simplify things a little?
this is a strong plan.
It'd just be a bunch of menorahs then. Whatever holiday you give her, she's gonna
Burn the place down with those menorahs.
Women love decorating, and so they're gonna make the Did she get really into Halloween decorations? And so, like, as those are coming down, it's only Christmas?
She did the first year or two, but we literally had 0 trick-or-treaters, so now we don't do that.
Yeah.
So it's really Christmas. She's getting all of her annual decoration.
Well, there's Easter shit to be done now. Now that the kids are older, it's less of a thing. There were like baby powder footprints and stuff all over the house back in the day. For where the Easter bunny. I don't know. I guess the Easter bunny had very
like evidence that he had come in the house.
Exactly. Yeah.
But they were human feet, or
well, she would do it in such a way. Like there wasn't like human. Maybe it was just the balls of her feet and her toes that would make little rabbit prints or something.
I'm going to tell you right now, one of the more terrifying parts of paranormal activity was when they put that baby powder on their floor and they saw that a goat man had been walking through the neighborhood. So you show me that as a kid, and I'm terrified.
That would be scary. Almost as scary as having your dinner chair taken for what, a sixth of the year? Like how long is it going to be by the end?
Too much.
That is
6 of the year would just be 2 months. No, more than that.
Oh,
because the decorations don't go down on Christmas Day. They go down like for Easter or something. Like,
no, I full-throatedly endorse your opinion on this. You're not whining at all. This is an understandable thing to be frustrated about. 5 Christmas trees? That just lessens the importance of each one.
They're not all like there's
themed.
A primary Christmas tree.
Yeah.
And then some of them are like quick to go up, and some of them are just smaller, but also have like handmade decorations and shit.
Wow. No real trees? That would be the best if she was like, I need 5 live Christmas trees every year.
We've done real trees, but we haven't done them lately. Yeah.
Wow.
They smell nice.
You're gonna have a real tree in their house for 4 months,
right?
It's like this has been dead since March. Can we get rid of it, please?
Yeah.
Let's just roll forward to the next year.
I'm like, it's coming. No, it's already started. Like, I kind of want to get you. I want to show you. She's made like coral reefs, Christmas ornaments downstairs in the kitchen.
Damn.
And you can tell she puts like all this love and care into it. I just object to the notion that it's for us. Like,
yeah, it's for her. She's having a fun time. And that's fine. You need hobbies, but when it conquers the whole house, and it would take an enormous amount of decorations to conquer your house, particularly like the really high traffic important areas, like where you eat.
Yeah, but that's
you eat every day, probably.
Yeah.
It's a daily use chair,
dude.
Do you remember the Brett Favre stuff? How he took that Mississippi welfare money that was supposed to go to poor children, and he was like, hey, the media won't ever be able to find out where this money came from or how much you gave me, right? They're like, no, don't even worry about that, Mr. Favre. It's all in the text message.
This is on lock and key, just like your flashing penis.
I think they paid him like $1 million for some speech, but they definitely there was like $5 million that went to building his daughter a volleyball gymnasium at her college, which is also his alma mater, some small school in Mississippi, I'm sure. And it's this huge deal now. And Shannon Sharp on ESPN and McAfee, what's his name? I wrote it down. Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee, thanks. Have been just, shitting on him, calling him a thief, talking about how he stole from underprivileged people, the people who needed it the most. Sharp made it racist. Got a conservative white man taking it from the people who need it the most. And it's like, yeah, I mean, it is.
It is what happened. Yeah.
Bad look. And so Favre sued them both in like maybe state court or something like that. And wasn't going well for him. Dropped that one. Then sued him in federal court. And the whole time, it's just frivolous because he's suing them on the grounds that people took their words to believe that he was an actual thief, like who ran around robbing people. And the judge's like view on it was no one during these comedic stylings took their meaning to be that you were an actual thief running about clobbering small children and taking money from their pockets. Everyone understood that it was referring to the incident in Mississippi where the misappropriated funds came. It was like they just owned him. So now I think he's still waiting on like what they're going to do to him for taking all those poor children's money, allegedly.
Did he win a Super Bowl ever?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pat McAfee was fun because
He's good.
Brett Favre tweeted him or something. He's like, I'm going to sue you. Who's your attorney? And McAfee's like, joke's on you. I don't have an attorney.
Rats, I can't sue someone. What if that was the law? This fucker refuses to get an attorney. I'm hopeless. I can't hold his feet to the fire.
Yeah, so Brett Favre, not a great guy, it would seem.
Nah,
No.
he's good at throwing that pigskin, though.
He was good at that. You can't deny it.
It's big in American culture.
This weekend's the weekend, right? Missouri, Georgia.
This is the weekend. I told you earlier today, like I woke up this morning and like I literally had a bad dream last night that like it was halftime and Mizzou was losing 51-7. I remember the score from my dream and being like, oh, this is going worse than I ever could have imagined. Kyle's going to talk so much shit, even though we all agree his team's going to win. But yeah, Mizzou.
51-7. If you guys score, it's going to be a field goal.
Yes.
I think that Georgia is favored by around 15.5 points. And Missouri's ranked 12th, I think.
Where
now.
is it?
Georgia, yeah, Georgia might be ranked second.
Who's home?
Georgia.
Oh.
And so I'm sure it'll be a spirited game. I am worried. This could be rough. Things. Missouri's like I always picture these locker rooms, and these are kids. They're so young.
Yeah.
Man, if I'm that Missouri team, like if the coach could come in there and get me fired up, like this is the number one. This is the Georgia Bulldogs. They're trying to win a third championship in a row. That can be us. If we take them down, that's our path. We take that away from them, and we head down that path. And it's true.
Yeah.
If they take us out, they're on the path to the national title.
We have the same.
If
record
they win
as you
out,
guys
they make the
win.
playoffs.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. If Mizzou wins out, they'd make the playoffs. Like that, because we're 7-1 right now. Georgia's 8-0 and the best team in the country. And so Mizzou is going to be so fucking amped up for the game because exactly what Kyle said, like playing Georgia is a big deal. I'm hoping that Georgia doesn't take it seriously enough as they should, but I'm also worried that Georgia's coach, who's a great coach, is going to be like, hey, remember last year when these guys almost humiliated you, when they almost ruined our season? Don't let that happen again.
Now they're better. They weren't ranked 12th last year. Is that right? 12th? Does that sound right?
Yeah.
This is their best year in a decade.
It is.
Don't take it lightly.
We're better than we were last year by a lot, and Georgia's slightly worse than they were last year. And so it could happen. But Georgia's also just really fucking good.
Our ugly quarterback can fucking sling it, though. So I think I think we're gonna bring this shit home.
It'll be a high-scoring game because Mizzou like hangs their hat on. They have really good offense. They can score.
I think the total combines is supposed to be like 55, maybe. I don't know. I was doing the betting odds earlier.
You want the over, Taylor?
I hope so. I hope if it's high scoring, I think that helps Mizzou because our defense isn't as good as Georgia's. But our offense
every so often I see a sports bet that I think is a lock. Like, I should bet money on this. That'd be helpful. Like 5 digits. And I never make the bet. And more often than not, that's a good thing because my locks aren't that locked in, man.
Let's start a gambling show. None of us have any experience. We don't gamble. We're like, once again, we're all agreed the favorites are going to win. Like,
we just don't know shit.
Well, no one cares. Yeah,
Georgia has a 2 next to its name. That denotes a better team than the 12. Throw all my weight, full-throated endorsement, Georgia Bulldogs.
It would be fun
I hope Mizzou wins.
To track our bets. I don't want to make them because money's, useful. But I would love to imaginarily make bets.
I mean, it's kind of like, you do fantasy betting. That seems a little lame, but
that doesn't seem, that's really embarrassing.
Well, here's what we do though. Each of us would get.
I like it.
We each get like an imaginary $1,000, and we decide that these 8 sports count, and we place the bet and solidify it in the WhatsApp or whatever, and keep a spreadsheet going and see who can make the most money in say a month. That'd be interesting. Keep up with it,
dude. I'd lose so bad. I know a lot about hockey, and when we used to do those brackets Kyle would do consistently better than me just by picking the opposite of whoever I did, because I would get in my own head and be like calling too many underdogs, or be like, well, yeah, the Penguins are seated lower, but they still got Malkin and Crosby and they're healthy as can be. They're going to, and then Kyle would just be like, what'd you pick? Pittsburgh. Okay, I'm taking Washington. And then it's like, oh, they win the cup. Like, I think that literally happened in 18.
Yeah, something like that.
Right, because you just picked the opposite of me. But yeah, I'm so looking forward to the Mizzou Georgia game this Saturday. I'm going to watch it,
Same.
and that, if they, that would be huge. If
Hope
I
it's
just
a
want
night
to keep
game.
it close. It's
I hope
2:30.
it's a night game.
So 3:30 your time.
Okay. Well, it should be a rowdy fucking stadium, and it's gonna. I hope it's sunny. Hope it's a good game.
That'll be fun.
And I hope we fucking win, because it would suck to lose one at home to an SEC opponent.
It would, but that'd be sweet to beat Georgia at home. That never happens. Or what?
Can you win out if you like after Georgia? Do you have any other really tough ones?
I think Florida and one other ranked team, and then or maybe
So yes.
Mizzou has a pretty tough schedule as far as, well, I mean, I'll look at some teams and I'll be like there's a guy in the hangout being like, oh, Michigan's so great, and it's like they do seem great from what I can tell, but then it's like I looked at Michigan, who they've played, and it's like they haven't played anybody. Like not
Their
one
first two
ranked
games
team.
in particular, I don't even remember. It was like, who's Robert Patterson? Was that a whole team or just one dude?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So after Georgia, Mizzou has Tennessee, Florida, and Arkansas. So still some Tennessee's
No easy games there.
no easy games.
Even Arkansas. I don't even know how good they are this year, but they're a real team. They're not like
Arkansas.
whoever Michigan beat.
Yeah, Michigan. What is? And then we're gonna have some Michigan fans in the comments like, you don't get it, and it's like, we know, like,
Oh, you thought I thought I got it? Nah.
yeah, like Michigan, they've beaten East Carolina,
They can be
UNLV,
good sometimes.
Bowling Green, Rutgers, Nebraska, Minnesota, Indiana, Michigan State. Their only ranked opponent is Penn State. Oh, and Ohio at the end of the year. So okay, I guess Ohio State's a very good team, but Purdue, they're not good. Maryland. No. SEC teams, we got to deal with these harder schedules. First year following college football like closely at all, and I've already just immediately
one of them.
pulled it into the SEC propaganda machine. Like, yeah, we're better because we are, because our teams are better. Not even close.
Well, we're gonna find out. I mean, it's not like Ohio State and Michigan and the other.
It's not like Clemson hasn't been winning. Not this year.
FSU is fourth, right? Fourth, fifth, sixth, somewhere in there.
They are.
Florida State. Yeah.
Oh, they're good. Okay.
Yeah, we'll
fine.
see. I don't mind losing, because if we're either the best team or we're not, is kind of the way I look at it, and that really simplifies games for me. It's like we lost.
Sorry.
Yeah,
As a
we're good enough.
non-SEC guy, the SEC fans are very frustrating because they're like, we are the best teams, and if we lose, well, that just means we lost to the best, and if we win, we won the best, and all the other games don't count. And you're like, when you play out of conference, you do lose sometimes. And it's not that I recall.
Nope.
Like,
And we won't stop.
I know.
Not gonna stop. Our
Like,
teams are better,
Clemson's
bro.
won like half of the last 4 championships. This is pre-Georgia, and didn't matter to anyone. Still SEC,
Yeah.
much better.
It's just because they get like so much more viewership than the other conferences, so like there's more
They are
fans,
good. I don't
and so
know.
it like everything's augmented from like a narrative standpoint. Like, who's ESPN going to talk about? Like, mostly the top ranked ACC people, and then the SEC as a whole. Like, they talk about LSU a shit ton, and they've had 2 losses this year.
Mhm.
Like, they're still really good though.
Yeah, LSU to me is like one of those legacy programs now.
They are those fucking bastards. We could be
How,
undefeated if it wasn't for them.
How are we doing the trivia?
I don't know. I've got my little writing board here and my
Who's the
marker
question
and my
asker?
towel.
Is it Kyle?
Chiz.
Oh,
yeah.
Chiz. Okay,
He's
is
supposed
he
to
on?
hop on
is he
at-
around?
He's supposed to hop on at 3 hours, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Right.
All right. Well, cool then.
My phone's in the other room. Someone text him just to make sure he's all up and ready. He said he was. We were texting earlier today, if you saw in our group.
Yeah.
So we should be good. I hope that he throws like something ridiculous, like draw a map of like something really frustrating and difficult, or a huge list of retail stores again.
That would be good.
That would be great if
Kyle.
you just asked the same question. The top 10 retail stores.
That was
Wow.
so funny because Woody was like, I think I got some, but I definitely didn't get all of them. Then Woody holds up his board. It's like 8 of the top 10. And Kyle's is like Walmart, Amazon,
Target.
Target. And that's
I
it.
quit.
Like you couldn't think of
quit.
stores.
I genuinely didn't want to. I knew he was going to beat me, and I didn't want to try at all. I hated that for some reason. I hated the busy work of it. But I hated the nature of the question. It was such a like, I don't know, just think of the biggest stores real quick. It's not like I know anything about their earnings report anyway.
I was like, write 10 words. What is this, slavery?
It's absurd. I've never seen that on any quiz anyway. Anyway, again, I'm shitting on Taylor again. And I like I said last week,
I don't care.
it's not fair because he had very limited time to come up with it. So hate was, directed toward Chiz. From me to him, into his eyes, hatefulness is what I was feeling. We played code names Tuesday night, as we often do.
In the hangout, a lot of fun.
Yeah, with our $50
Things got
patrons.
a little tense, didn't they?
Yeah, man.
Kyle wore the blue shirt this time.
Oh, I lost my shit. I lost my fucking shit and started screaming at those people. I felt bad that I screamed at the black guy because he was new. It was his first time ever in there.
Yeah.
And after I had screamed at him and I kept calling him the new guy, I was like, and then the new guy comes in and fucks things up out of nowhere.
He turned out to be pretty cool.
It's like you just got here and you fucked shit up. Like you haven't cut your teeth in this server yet, and you're still already ruining fucking games. And then I noticed he was dressed up as a Klansman, and I was like, immediately apologized. I was like, dude, I didn't see your costume before, man. I'm so sorry. I snapped at you earlier over the game. Not a big
I didn't
deal.
know you were a brother.
I didn't know you're cool like that. And then
that guy was cool. No reason to yell.
But what's happening? It feels like to me, it's like playing chess and really concentrating on it. Not that I play chess, but imagine that I could, and like trying as hard as I can. And so are you, my opponent. And then one of the spectators flips our fucking board over and apologizes, and we let it go because he slipped. But it's the 4th time they flipped.
But then there's
our
a speech.
chessboard over.
Hey guys, hey. You know what? There's a potential problem afoot here. Everyone needs to be a little more careful about clicking it and ruin this game. You all have the power to click. Use it judiciously. And then they don't. And that's when Kyle goes bonkers.
Yeah, they did it like 6 times in a row, like ruining the game. And it's like, if you want to piss me off, it's mission accomplished.
The one guy was, in hindsight, it's really funny because he clicked and like ruined something.
Into guessing.
So then we're all like, don't click. This was after a don't click speech. We get this whole like, guys, do not mess this up. If you don't, let's come to a consensus. Let's talk things through. And then he fucking doesn't. But that was like a mistake. Now he's so nervous that he's going to click the wrong thing. He clicks end guessing. And I think it was Taylor who was like, couldn't you just not click things?
Yeah.
Not but yeah, he clicked end guessing and ended the whole team's turn because he was worried he'd misclick, so he misclicked.
It had been an hour, and we had played one game, and it was like I couldn't take it anymore. I started screaming, and you guys were like, "It's okay," and I'm like, "It's not okay. Actions have fucking consequences. At what point do we enforce any kind of rule? I will not stand for anarchy. I won't." I was having a meltdown.
I was having an awkward thing because I thought Kyle was maybe going a little bit hard on this guy.
Oh yeah.
But I also wanted to be like supportive and on Kyle's side.
Yeah.
When I just
felt like the United States and I'm Israel.
Yeah.
Wow, they nailed it.
Yeah. I was going hard in the paint on them, just fucking bombing the shit out of each and every one of them.
Dude, I felt like I was in like an hour of damage control mode there because like you'd tee off and I'd have to be like, he's a new guy. He's a good guy. People are talking about him. He's a great guy mostly. You know, sometimes he misclicks. Who hasn't misclicked? Like it was. Oh, but like everybody,
I think you should berate at least one person every.
Man, they're all big boys. I didn't yell at any children or anything.
I'm not getting my money unless Kyle berates somebody.
Look, yeah. I berate
Money's
when it's
worth. I mean,
people need to be yelled at every now and then, held to account. Like if you can't sit there and not click this button, it's like, man,
I remember after like your 3rd diatribe of like, what do we not do? Click. Like that's like trying to amp your team up. And then immediately someone
just hi ho silvered an answer, and you were like having an aneurysm, like losing it over there. I saw in your eyes just fury.
There's a
Absolute
weird thing
fury.
in the Patreon.
I hadn't been
'cause
that mad in a long
Some people have
time.
been there for years
I was
and have a
pissed.
kind of seniority, right? Like Scum, I call it scumming it. He just clicks whenever the heck he wants to. But listen, Scum's been in there for 5 years. I don't know, more.
More like 10 years. Scum doesn't pay. He's just my friend.
Okay. Yeah.
I didn't
so
know that.
when Scum like does his own thing, it's like, well, Scum's like host adjacent.
I mean,
at
he
this
might
point.
pay, but
Yeah.
he was in the
I
server
don't know.
before paying existed. You know what I
Scum's a
mean?
good
Like,
guy, and he's usually right when he scums it up. Like, that
I
helps
agree to
too.
disagree. No, it is legit hard to win with him on your team sometimes. Like
Yeah.
it was, I think it was, he won. He's been doing well the last 2 times, but I have had it where it was like, it's hard. Like he keeps clicking on whites.
I'll tell you what I want. We're about to fire at the trivia, by the way. But if you, I love code names. As far as board games go, or like word games, whatever you want to call it, whatever category it is, it's the king of those for me. You guys ever want to do what I was suggesting and make a little bracket of 2-person teams, 3-person teams, 4-person teams? I will pit me and a team that has Chiz on it against anyone, anywhere, any fucking time.
I'm down. That sounds like fun.
We could. I would play for money. I would play for funsies. I would play for silly like bets. But when Chiz and I
Taylor and I
play that
would
game
kick your ass.
historically,
We
That and I
dominate.
would fuck you up.
Me and Woody.
Yeah.
Dude, you won't even know we're texting.
We like no. Yeah, Taylor and I are so much better than you and Chiz think you are,
Yeah.
and that's not even as good. That's you and Chiz think you're great. You're actually just mediocre, and we're better than you think you are.
Yep. Their arrogance will be their downfall.
well,
Unlike mine.
We're the actual best.
we can absolutely set up a bracket in the 50 patron or whatever, and I know that Vavity and Scum and those guys would love to compete. And we found a really good a game way to play the game. I don't know what to call it. Like that URL based version of the game is excellent.
Oh, the one we always play. I haven't played a different one.
Oh yeah, there's an awful one. You can play in Tabletop Simulator, which is I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's
I have played that.
yeah, it's real bad.
Is that code name
So-
also?
Well, it does everything. Tabletop Simulator. It is what the name might suggest. There are dozens and hundreds of games probably on there. So I'm following this link that Chiz gave us to join the buzzer because we're going to have a buzzer. I guess, which is
Okay.
great.
So there's a buzzer this time. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll keep it over here or something. Make a little window.
Get Taylor in there so we can have a buzzer as well.
I'm in here.
Are you on the buzzer thing though?
Yeah, I have the buzzin.live. It says
Okay.
locked right now.
Zach says
Does
we're all
say
set.
like-
Yeah, I see it too.
So are we not using our
What is this?
know it, show it questions?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I apologize for the audio. Things will be better next time we do this. I'm using AirPods. Yes, there's a buzzer system. I can see who buzzes in and who will be first. So we'll see how this goes for now. There will be a whiteboard section, as you can see right there. This is cobbled together in the last couple hours. Everything broke. So normally there would be categories named and whatnot. So for now, it's just lots of trivia. There will be, it says it right there. There's a know it, show it section, which is proper trivia. Then I heard some things from last week. Taylor also heard some grievances being aired. That pinkish purplish section there for the feminine people. I need multiple choice. That's right there. So we've got that whiteboard
It's
section,
talking
and then
about you, Kyle.
a tough final question, I think. So we'll just do 1 point for everything. There will be bonus points. And since there is a buzzer, it's first come, first serve. And you can steal on the multiple choice, and you can steal if somebody fails. There will not be negative points. So
Unless you have a bad attitude, right?
well, yeah, I am the king of games after all, as Kyle said. Nobody's better at pretty much any game but myself. Video games, board games, card games, all of them. So
You've
I
never
agree.
beaten me in anything ever.
Excellent point, Commish.
But I have a fun thing. So Chiz stayed with me for, I don't even know how long. Was it a year? Something like that. And he would come over and play board games, often with my wife and kids. He hated to lose, but he lost.
very competitive.
Plenty. Yeah. So he's like, risk is my game. I'm all about risk. This is my game. And then I don't know, my 80 million year old mother-in-law who was dying of cancer would whoop up on Chiz.
He was clearly letting her win.
We never played Risk.
Oh,
They
you've
beat my
left
ass at bridge.
Indochina undefended.
Gin Rummy is what they beat my ass at.
Your army's so weak.
Your army's as
like
feeble as
losing.
I am.
Woody's the best poker player of all of us here. Kyle will attest. We played poker with Woody many times. He's
Woody's-
pretty undefeated.
Absolutely.
It's true.
Well, yeah, he just goes all in every time, but he doesn't. He wants to go in for like
He
all the
lives
money
his
that
poker balance like a throwaway account.
he wants to get the game over. And I'm like, okay, well, then I'll rebuy. And he's like, wait, no, don't do that. And it's like, yeah, we'll just keep doubling the money if you want to do like, doesn't matter. We're here to play trivia. We're not talking about how poker games can be ruined.
Ruined. I don't know. I walked away with
Sounds like
money.
Woody's the better poker player.
All right, I'm thinking of a number
$5
between
from the game over instantly. So yes,
20.
thinking of a number between 1 and 20.
5.
10.
11.
It was 7. Kyle's closest. Kyle, you will have pick of the board.
I just pick a number, I suppose.
Yeah, but
1.
specify, which one.
Oh, the one.
Know it.
That's,
Or-
oh, I
Parenthetical
see.
or
Okay.
non-parenthetical?
The parenthetical one.
All right.
Oh, so these are the multiple choice ones. Okay.
And remember, I will unlock the buzzer. You want to buzz in.
Okay. What is the square root of 196? Is there a punishment for being wrong?
No, there is not.
Okay, then buzz.
Woody was first to buzz in. Woody,
14.
and we will see. That is the correct answer. Woody's on the board.
Fuck.
All right.
Stop here.
That one was surprising. I was like, am I allowed to stop and do math on my whiteboard? Like, I don't know how this works.
It ended with 6, so I thought it'd be a 4, and it was like,
Good.
that 24 is too big.
Taylor
Woody?
and I wouldn't have made that connection, I don't think.
I
board
was
is
going
yours.
to guess 14.
Oh, my board. All right, I'll take a non-parenthetical 2.
What is officially the newest country to have been founded back in 2011?
The newest country to have been founded back
wanna
in
buzz in, Woody?
2011. What are the...
Nobody has buzzed in yet. Oh, Woody has buzzed in. Woody?
Kyle tricked me. I thought that people would. I don't know. I don't know.
We need an answer here.
It wasn't a
Join-
trick. I thought you were trying to quickly write it down, and I was like, oh, no need. Just buzz in and say it. Don't let Taylor steal this from you.
I understand what you're saying.
What are new countries?
Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm thinking Africa.
Croatia.
They're always moving new stuff.
Probably too old.
All right.
Macro-
Taylor,
what is-
you're in the right area.
Oh, Africa is the
Ma-
right area.
I'll give a pretty big hint here. Kyle mentioned it earlier today. Half mentioned it.
Ding.
But I'm
Taylor.
buzzed in.
Oh, well, then say your thing.
Sudan?
That's only half correct. I'm sorry.
I will finish the answer.
Taylor,
It
want
is-
to give it a shot?
It is South Sudan.
And Taylor is on the board with South Sudan. Kind of a layup at that point, but really hollow victory. But he did guess the right cardinal direction. So I mean, he had 25%.
That would taste like lemons, you cocksucker. I didn't like how that went down at all. The fact that Sudan wasn't good enough for the world.
No, Sudan is its own.
Not
country.
good enough. Not
Oakley
good enough.
dokley. I hope the SFR comes and finds you wherever you are with your AirPods. Does a little torture on you.
Dude, you just got to learn
Jesus fucking
geography.
Christ.
The assault has already begun. Taylor, the board is yours.
All right. So we've done parenthetical 1 and non-parenthetical 2. Let's do top left, non-parenthetical 1.
Open a window and look inside to tell me who is this billionaire co-founder of
Buzzed.
Washington-based Kyle.
Washington said only commonly famous.
Oh, come on.
What now? Commonly forgotten about as his childhood best.
You can't lock in the buzz if you don't.
Oh, is it
Going to
is
need
it
an
Steve,
answer.
It's not Steve Wozniak.
Ooh, no, that is a common wrong answer.
Oh, okay. Darn.
Anyone
Open
else?
the
I feel like
window.
Woody should really know this one.
This billionaire co-founder of a Washington-based technology company, commonly
Woody
forgotten-
has buzzed in.
Now, you said Wozniak?
That is
Yeah.
incorrect. That is a wrong answer.
I'm going to go with Steve Jobs then. I don't know.
That is incorrect.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like the
Did you
third
just
guy.
catch it?
No, not confidently. Let's see where this goes.
Woody, pass it over
Oh.
here.
Okay.
I'll try your answer.
All you have to do is buzz.
Open a window was a hint, and it is in Washington. The answer is Paul
Oh.
Allen. Yes,
Isn't-
always
isn't that
forgotten.
guy from American Psycho. Let's have a look at Paul Allen's
That's the
card.
character from that. Yes.
So tasteful. All right. So do you pick one now, or do I do it again because we all missed?
I believe, Taylor, the board is still yours.
All right. Well, I'll do parenthetical 2.
Ooh, we're really getting outside the bounds here. With over a dozen films and bringing in over $10 billion, what is the most successful single-character film franchise? Kyle has buzzed in.
Let's go with James Bond.
That is incorrect. Woody, you are next.
Spider-Man.
And the answer is Spider-Man.
I knew if he missed it, I had a good shot.
Should have known that. That's easier than I thought. Should have thought harder.
Bad. The
Woody,
board's
Like
Woody.
$1 billion each.
Use this
I'll go
whiteboard.
non-parenthetical. Have we done 1 and 2 without the parentheses?
Done 1 and 2.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'll do 3.
Let's keep it in order. I
I'm
guess.
glad I didn't just randomly pick 7 or something to lead off.
Which planet in our solar system is the only one not named after a Greek? All right, Taylor has buzzed in.
would be
Really gonna
Earth.
have to. That is correct. Earth is the only one.
Yes.
She is not named Gaia.
There we go, baby.
Taylor. up
Let's
to
keep
you
going
again,
down the
sir.
line. 4.
In the Twilight Zone episode, To Serve Man, humans receive a coded alien. Taylor has buzzed in. Wow.
It's a cookbook. It's a cookbook.
It is indeed a cookbook.
Yes.
How much slower was I? Can you tell?
No. You were pretty damn close, though. You both popped up.
I knew
Very
you'd know
close.
that one too. That's a good episode. That's such a great
It
show.
is.
Let's
Yeah.
keep rolling down the line. Let's do 5.
Okay.
All right. Taylor, not a fan of the multiple choice. What is the historical name of Istanbul? Taylor.
Constantinople.
Fuck.
That is correct.
You did-
Just
we were
barely
right from
edging
that
out
one.
Woody.
Yeah.
Remember that song?
Yes. They might be giants.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Next
exactly.
one. 5.
We just did 5.
Oh, 6.
In Monopoly, Boardwalk is the same color group as what? Woody.
Boardwalk.
All right. I've already found an improvement for this next time.
Park Place?
It is, in fact, Park Place. Thank you for knowing the Monopoly board so well.
Damn it.
Woody, the board is yours.
Oh, 7?
All right. Which NBA team set the record for the longest playoff drought in the history of basketball? Woody.
Washington Wizards?
And that is incorrect. I'm sorry. Kyle.
The Hawks.
That is also incorrect. Sorry. Taylor.
It's got to be an older team.
Taylor, guess the
I'm
Kings.
gonna go.
The oldest team.
I'm gonna
Guess
go.
the Kings.
I'm gonna go.
Do it.
Brooklyn Nets.
That is also incorrect. It is the Sacramento Kings.
Fuck!
Woody was trying to help you out there.
I thought he was trying to goof on me.
Jesus.
Damn, I should have taken that to the bank. I'll trust you next time.
Okay.
Woody, the board is still yours.
8.
What does PEMDAS stand for? Ooh,
Oh,
no
fuck, we're
quick
gonna-
buzzers on this
We're gonna
one.
look dumb here.
Woody, you have buzzed in.
Parentheses, exponent, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction.
Wow, that sounds really good. Is it the answer, though? It is, in fact, that. Thank you for remembering your order
Very
of
nice.
operations.
You know what's
My
funny is like
goodness.
when that came up, I'm like, please, one of us. Like
You should have known that.
I didn't remember which one was exponents.
Oh my goodness.
Exponents.
It's so much longer ago for Woody though when he got it.
Yeah, but that's for the math is for the birds.
I'm not sure which one of us finished the last. When did you graduate your school?
College 13. So 10 years ago.
I think I was earlier than that. I forgot when I finished my master's.
Well,
It wasn't that long ago. Yes, it was. It was Colin. Anyway, I'm sorry. Carry on.
I believe it's still your board. Yeah.
Are we up to 9 now?
We are.
Okay, 9.
This tasty mascot said, I enjoy rocking my sick mustache, but I hate not having a mouth. It's a shame because I really wouldn't be able. Kyle.
I don't know. I know what it. I know the product, but I don't know what it's fucking.
Okay, well, that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for the mascot
Pringles.
name. That is correct, Kyle. It is Pringles. I don't know if he has a name. I'm sure he does.
Now that's
It's
a real
the
question.
Pringle.
None of that math stuff. I knew this was Pringles. I can't. believe
Taylor did say he was a fan of snack-based trivia, a category I've not seen in a lot of game shows.
Let's just continue in the same category over here.
And it is.
I like the Kyle's choosing.
Who was the billionaire ousted as a racist owner of an NBA franchise? Forced to say Woody.
Sterling?
We'll take it. It
Oh.
is Donald Sterling. Yes.
It is. Good
And
one.
bonus points. It will give you an extra bonus point if you can name the team he owned.
Is this just for Woody, or can we guess teams?
I'm really
Yeah.
not sure.
Yeah.
Was it the Clippers?
It was, in fact, the Clippers. Give Woody a bonus point.
Fuck,
My
Kyle. We're
goodness.
gonna have to aggregate our points. by the
Well,
end.
I don't have any.
Oh, you don't have any?
I got like 2, maybe 1.
Oh, this is
He does only have like 1 or 2.
What are the scores, Zach? Can you put it in the?
It's
Zach
one.
has it.
It's 1.
Kyle's at 1.
Oh, we've got it on us. Yeah. Okay, I see now. Maybe
Oh,
that's
do you see it?
brand new.
Oh,
yeah,
below
over here
us,
on the
our
column, like,
names. Okay.
There's a little.
You have
6.
6. I have 4. Kyle has 1.
Yeah, it's
I
doldrums
still
over here.
don't see it.
Well, that's because we haven't been in his, forte of the multiple choice, really. So
Well, I'm also a slow reader apparently. When Taylor was like,
You buzz
"That
fast."
vape," and I was like, God damn it! I should have gotten high for this. I should be sober. I need coffee.
I'm completely missing it. Where do you see the scores? Oh, I
Under
see.
our
Next
names.
to-
Yeah, next to
under
our
my
names
name,
over
very
here.
small. I see.
Yeah. All right.
Woody,
Who's board?
board's yours.
Oh,
You
what
got
are we up
Donald
to?
Sterling.
9? Are we at 9 or 10?
We're on 11 if you want to progress next.
11, please.
Which talk show host allowed Bill Clinton to show what a cool cat and kitten he was on the Woody?
Arsenio Hall.
That is correct.
I would
Never
not
forget.
I wish that it showed how much slower I was because
It really is.
You're
I
close?
see it pop up. It's
Oh.
real close.
I thought I got it. It was that like it's
Woody putting on an absolute clinic
Oh.
here.
12, I think. But I can't remember what question we're on.
Jeopardy. It's all about the buzzing technique. All right. So you want to? Would you like 12, Woody?
Please, yeah.
Here's Johnny. This underwater array of volcanoes surrounding the Pacific Ocean. Kyle has buzzed in first.
God, the Ring of Fire.
That is correct. With a
Nice
little
work.
Johnny Cash hint for you.
Oh,
Kyle, the board is yours.
Move us to
Keep-
parentheses.
Keep going and know it. Show it.
Which country? Oh, let me reset. Which country has 9% of their total government revenue coming from domain royalties? Kyle.
Domain royalties. 9%. Maybe if I repeat bits of the question,
The United
it'll
States.
come to me.
That is incorrect. Woody, you are next.
Of course.
Oh, shit. I thought he was going to choose Saudi Arabia. So I will then.
Odd choice. No, that is also incorrect.
I don't know.
Both of our
Switzerland.
answers were terrible. Mine was even worse than his, though. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's such a stupid thing that I said.
Some
but then he said
goofy-ass
that, 'cause
country?
It's got to be.
Just to clarify,
Damn
this is, the domain like .co.uk, things like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Oh, well, I can't change my answer. I said
I'll let
Switzerland.
everyone go again. I'll clear the buzzers. If you want to buzz in again, go for it.
So from domain royalties. All right. What
Right.
what country loves the internet?
I got
Kyle.
it. Brazil.
That is incorrect. Woody.
Oh, come on.
Is it Sealand? I can't remember the name of it.
You know,
No.
'cause he had the license the Amazon for the website, you know?
Yeah, Jeff Bezos is losing his
Is
ass.
Is that place
Brazil.
off the coast of UK and the whole country's really just like an oil rig or something? Is that? No?
Sealand.
That's Sealand. That's for sure the name you're thinking of, but that is not the correct answer.
Okay.
Taylor, last shot.
Liechtenstein.
I'm just going to click this button right here. It is Tuvalu with a .tv extension.
It's
Yeah.
not a country. That
It's
can't
not
be.
the same thing.
Tuvalu.
All right. I like the question, though.
All right.
Continue in the category. I thought it was mine, but it might not be.
I also lost track, so I'm just going to click 14. This breakfast cereal, created in 1878, was established in Mark Taylor.
Kellogg's, not Frosted Flakes. The Kellogg fucking wheat cereal. Kellogg Flakes.
I cannot take that answer, Taylor.
I'm going to go.
Kyle.
Who's next?
Kyle's next.
Was it cornflakes?
It is, in fact, corn flakes. See, Frosted Flakes would bring you too much joy, Taylor.
They didn't
Damn.
put sugar on that shit for like
Jokes on them. I
150
can
years.
still masturbate and eat cornflakes.
That's going to keep me up tonight.
Now with all those yogurt enemas that Kellogg would have been pumping into you. 15. Let's go.
In the original Pokemon movie, when Ash is turned to stone and killed, Taylor has buzzed. Everyone buzzed in quickly. Taylor, go.
Pikachu's tears.
I swear to God, I was going to say tears. Would tears have passed?
It was
Yeah,
Pikachu's
I
tears,
will
and then the tears of all the other Pokemon.
Okay,
I
Imagine
swear
moving
to
on
God,
to
my
it.
answer was tears.
That's what I was looking
I
for.
swear to
There
God,
you
I didn't
go.
know the
Taking
answer. I was
tears.
going to say a back rub.
Oh my God.
He
That
does rub his face.
Steal that one from Taylor. Oh, that would have felt so good.
See, more of these, less of the math.
I would have beaten Missouri if I could have gotten the Pokemon question out.
That would have killed me if I lost Pokemon.
And it was a
Alright,
guess. It just kind of makes sense. with that.
Team, here we go.
Everyone buzzed in
Run us
so
through
fast, I was shocked.
Run us through to 16.
Arches and whorls are All right, well, Kyle buzzed in. This feels sus.
Excuse me?
You didn't even
I
read
don't
it.
know. Very quick.
Footprints?
That is
No,
incorrect.
fingerprints.
Blood
sorry.
splatters.
Woody, okay, that is also incorrect. Taylor.
I thought it was going to be right.
So Kyle said fingerprints. Woody said blood
No,
splatters.
Kyle said footprints.
Oh, then I say fingerprints because a
Yeah.
whirl is fingerprint.
That is
Sure
the
is.
correct answer. Sorry.
Sure is.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
All right. Take us up to the whatever the next parentheses one.
I believe we're at 3. Yes. All right. According to the New York. All right, Kyle.
Fuck, you guys were quick.
Monday?
And the answer is Monday.
According to the New York Times, which one's easiest to
Let's
solve? Monday.
continue down through that path.
All right. I think we're abusing the system here. What celestial body is roughly 239,000 miles from Earth? Kyle.
The moon.
That is correct. That was an easy one. All right.
No, you can't buzz in already.
All right. I'm going to clear
How you
that.
get your guess? Kyle's doing it.
You guys aren't even reading the questions.
But I instantly answered it.
If you buzz in, I'm going to give you 2 seconds to answer. So I hope
Yeah,
your
let's-
reading comprehension is good.
2 seconds, 20 is what.
Save the
2.
cheerleader, save the world. This TV show is Woody.
Heroes.
The answer is Heroes. Ruin that show.
I've never seen that show.
I liked it.
Alright.
It was good at first,
I know.
actually.
Yeah,
Chooses
it was
exactly
good at
right.
first. Just the writer's strike. It's upsetting.
Yep.
And Pantieri.
So hot.
She was
Yeah,
she
It's
was
tiny.
She was pretty.
Work
And she
put
did
her in a
she did
suitcase.
acne commercials also.
Fuck yeah. That
Clear
Proactive,
or whatever.
right?
Oh, proactive. Yeah, you're right.
sexy little bitch.
This NBA team kept telling folks to Woody.
Oh, this is for me. It's A.
That is correct. The 76ers, they trusted in the process. They failed in the process.
I would have guessed that also, just knowing that's your team.
I was expecting you to guess the Supersonics. Anyway, number 7. Kyle,
84.
that is incorrect. Taylor, what year did the U.S. Olympic hockey team take the gold?
I think it was 88.
That is also incorrect.
It wasn't
Woody.
80.
1980.
No, they didn't win the gold
1980.
that year.
Yes, they did.
Oh,
Feel free to Google it.
I thought the whole Miracle on Ice thing was like they won the lead up game against Russia and then didn't get the goal. Fuck.
No.
That's
They
embarrassing.
won the Russian. They beat the Russians, and that was the lead up. And then I think Swindlin or Fitzgerland, Swindlin or
Yeah,
Switzerland.
Swindlin. They be
Oh.
swindling.
Fuck,
who they
that
gave
was
vertical.
supposed to be my layup, and I was like, it's not 80. That's
Yeah, they
too
gave me the
easy.
Sixers and they gave you the Miracle on Ice.
Yeah.
And I just fumbled it like a tard. Damn it.
All right. I think I'm on 8. Well, Kyle,
Monaco?
that is incorrect. Which is the smallest independent country on the Iberian Peninsula? Portugal's one.
Iberian.
Woody.
Gibraltar.
That is also incorrect.
Andorra.
That is correct by process of elimination. Taylor has gotten there.
I knew it wasn't Portugal and Spain.
Not always who's fastest, I guess, just who's last.
Sometimes
Left.
it's the
You know what? There's a lot of ways to play the.
Yeah.
You're goddamn right there are.
the slow rat gets the cheese.
What? All right, Kyle. 1.
I mean, XBMs?
That is incorrect. Woody.
Bites.
That is also incorrect.
Oh,
Taylor, what unit of data storage was used on the original Xbox console?
blocks?
Taylor, again, picking up the slack.
Wait, that's a unit of storage?
Oh, yeah, you don't remember that? It was just in blocks. It was ridiculous. It's so
Blocks
silly.
could be different kinds of bites. It's not even.
I know. It
informative
meant
anyway.
nothing.
Before
It
you
meant
come back
nothing.
here. I'm like
I think
the
this is a
Olympic
made
team.
up question.
Damn it, we could be tied if I got 1980 right on the fucking hockey question. All right, next one up.
Wait, do you have 9?
Did we do
Oh,
nine?
I see. I'd have
You just had
I see.
9, you'd
Yeah,
have-
wow,
Would
wow.
have been 9.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, just did that one. All right, 10. Here we go. Kyle,
What beverage was advertised as the drink? Tang.
2. That is correct. There's your layup. All right. We are done with the buzzing now, boys. Bring out those whiteboards.
Yes, I'm
Well,
looking forward to
here
the
at the
whiteboard one.
midpoint of the game, we find ourselves in a precarious situation. It appears the competition has excelled, and we have faltered.
Woody leading the pack with 10 magical PKA points. Taylor just behind with 8 of his own, and I myself once again faltering far behind 6 points. Let's hope there
that's
are
not-
bonus
way
points for
worse.
handwriting in this round.
It's anyone's match because the whiteboard
we're
section, these are worth 10 apiece. 10 apiece.
That's hilarious.
Just ruin it.
This has all been moot.
That would be hilarious.
All right. Kyle is in last, so go ahead and throw a dart at one of these.
That's so stupid. 1. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm an asshole. I'm sorry. 1.
All right. I need all of you. Out of the 10 highest grossing movies of all time, only 2 are original properties that are not a part of any expanded universes or franchises. What are they?
Oh, I need to write big.
I need
The
to
10
copy
highest
show us
grossing
Kyle's
movies of all
answers.
time. Only 2.
Please
are
do not
original
reveal and help one
They're
another.
not a part of any expanded universes or franchises. So, okay.
10 highest grossing movies of all time. Original properties. All right.
There were
High
3
grossing
until a
movies.
sequel came out.
Yes, of course, Avatar.
Yes, indubitably.
Well, let me. Da-da.
Do
All right, I think I got
you have one of them, Kyle? Is that where you are?
I know I have one, and I'm not sure if the second one is right.
Are
The
these
second is a
really-
toughie.
I'm confident in my 1 and my second. I don't have it.
A point for each of these. And a bonus point if you get both, because I really don't think anyone's going to get the second. It's a toughie. I didn't even know this.
all right? I've got
Okay,
my
I think we're ready.
Taylor just named some movies, okay? That's all you have
I
to
named
do.
a couple.
Okay.
I know, man.
Are we ready to flip boards?
All right, I want you all to flip over. Let's see what we got.
And there we go. Look at that. Taylor and I both have Titanic and Gone
Oh,
with
wow.
the Wind. And then his
Titanic and Wizard of Oz? I don't know.
All right, let's go back to the board and see what the answers are.
Hope we got it
It's
right.
The Lion King from 2019, actually.
Yeah,
And the
Titanic. Yep. So that's
Good
so we
guess
get
with Gone
one.
with the Wind. I think we all know
Alright.
that one is adjusted for inflation would be the case.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I assumed that would be the case.
Just keep going down the board, progressing.
Oh. What are the 4 original possible starter Pokemon in the original game, Red, Blue, Yellow, plus your rival's unique Pokemon? This will separate the cream from the crop, the wheat from the chaff, the Taylors from the everyone else.
This is bullshit. They should all be 76ers questions.
What was,
Who got traded?
You asked what was Gary's special Pokemon?
Well, you've already. Well, I won't give it away, but what is your rival's unique Pokemon? Because there are 4 potential starters across those 3 games. And your rival has a unique one in one of those games.
I can only even think of three fucking Pikachu that are the beginning ones, or 3 fucking Pokemon that are the beginning ones, or whatever.
Okay. I know what you're going. I know what you're angling for.
I've got my answer.
All right, I'm down.
I'm most looking forward to Woody's answer.
Yeah. Woody's gonna be like Rock Boy. The Rockmon.
It's not a bad guess.
Okay, I'm ready, I guess.
All right, reveal.
Everybody ready? All right, let's see what you got cooking.
So I said Squirtle, Charmander, Pikachu, and Vine because Vine.
You're thinking the right way. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Taylor.
I said
Bulbasaur is what I was trying to
Charmander,
imagine.
Squirtle, and then Gary's special Pokemon is Eevee, and it will evolve depending on the type you pick.
Did I
Okay.
get any points?
I have Pikachu, Balzabar, and then I ran short, Repertoire, Fuck Us All, and Elifino because I didn't quite understand the question on the bonus.
I'm actually going to give Woody 2 for that. Bulbasaur
He deserves 2.
Close. Yeah,
Bulbasaur's
all
close
right.
enough.
Bulbasaur's close
Elifino
enough.
is very funny. I like that.
Kyle got 3, and Taylor, you got all 4. I guess I worded the question poorly. There's here, I'll show the answer. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and Pikachu, and then I wanted also your rival's unique Pokemon.
I
Eevee.
erased Pikachu because
I figured you knew
he's
Pikachu.
doing Pokemon Yellow for the rival one. That's what it is.
Correct.
Okay.
And technically your rival, anyone want to take a guess at his name for a bonus point?
No.
Yes.
Go for
Gary.
it, Taylor.
Gary.
That is incorrect. That is in the anime. His name is
his
Blue.
name is Blue.
Okay.
Oh, too little, too late.
I
eh?
said it. It's
Yeah.
you're already
I
so
don't need
far
that
ahead.
point. I don't need a pity point.
You didn't need the point.
Mhm.
I got 4 on that.
You will.
Erase the boards, boys. This is going to be a good one.
Not Pokemon.
Fix
again.
these famous movie quotes to what they should be. You just need to replace the part that's fucked up.
Oh no.
1 point for each of the corrections, and a bonus point if you name the movies too that these quotes are from. The first incorrect quote is Pac-Man ain't got shit on me from 2001, this film. The next one is it wasn't the airplanes, it was gravity that killed the beast from 1933. I could have had class. I could have been a champion. I could have been somebody from 1954. I'm not bad. I'm just born that way from 1988. And I'm your boysenberry from 1993. Coming on Smooth Jazz on
That's a
K-Rod
good-
95.8.
Man, this is tough. All right, I don't think I've seen any of these movies.
Do I have to do the entire quote or kind of do the
No, just the part, fix
Yeah.
the part that's fucked. Yeah, I don't want you writing an essay.
Um,
And you get 1 point for the correction, 1 point if you name the film. For a possible of 10 points. Somebody could really pull ahead here.
My ass up this movie section.
1 point for each. Fix these famous movie quotes to what they should be. Oh, I see.
I'm not bad. I'm just born that way.
I'm rather struggling.
Pac-Man ain't got shit on me. What? Pac-Man?
That was the easy one.
Well, I got E, or at least I don't know what movie that's from. And I got B. I could have had class. I could have been a champion. I could have been somebody. That sounds like a real quote. I could have had.
I feel like the years should help too.
I mean, a
with some of
little,
these.
but it's like,
I feel like I
19
had all but A.
okay, D.
That's a shame.
Damn it.
All right. I'm No, D. I'm writing it all out.
Pac-Man ain't got shit on me.
That's A, B.
The fuck? I'm not bad. I'm just born that way. Maybe if you just keep saying it, Taylor, you'll remember a movie
Let's
you haven't
do
seen.
this.
I'm still writing.
Pac-Man
Not my
ain't-
concern.
I'm not bad. I'm just born this way.
And then what was B? It wasn't the airplanes. It was gravity that killed the beast. Okay, I'm ready. So
All right, whoever's most confident, go ahead and flip over first. Woody,
got
you
a
were done
lot of
pretty
them.
early.
Yeah. So A, I think I have wrong. Donkey Kong? Was it Donkey
You're
Kong?
close.
You know what I mean?
That is incorrect, though.
All right. Love, and it was King Kong. They killed the beast. Was it Love?
It is not Love.
Oh no!
Kong.
It is King Kong, though.
All right. The Contender. I could have been a Contender, and On the Waterfront.
Correct.
I'm not bad. I'm just drawn that way. Roger Rabbit.
Correct.
And then E, I'm Your Huckleberry. Tombstone.
Of course, you got that one. Yes.
Taylor, hands up.
Boys,
I got King Kong for B. I put money for C. I could have had money. I don't fucking know. I didn't know A or D at all, and I put Huckleberry because I know that, but I didn't know what movie Huckleberry was from. And so I think that's only 2 points for me on that one.
I had a hard time. So I got that it's King Kong and Training Day. I didn't know what film, but I mean I didn't know what the quote was at all, but I knew it was King Kong. Here I don't deserve a point here. I said The Contender for the film, but I think that's the quote, maybe even. Maybe I'm wrong. And then D, I said Drawn That Way, and that's a quote from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And then E, I said Huckleberry, and that's of course from Tombstone.
that is correct. I'll flip over the answers for
Although
you.
there is some contention online whether or not the line is Huck Bearer.
Well, nobody knows it that way. And that sounds oddly racist. Anyway, here are all the answers. You guys pretty much got them all through a combination of you guys getting them all. So,
Yeah.
pretty good.
Oh,
All right.
Well, I mean, how many points did we actually get, though? Was somebody added
Well,
shit up? Or what?
Zach's
It's on our
tabulating
name.
the scores.
Oh, he's still doing it. Okay.
damn! That last category just
Wiped you out, huh?
Killed me.
Well, you got a Pokemon question, so I mean,
yeah,
Fair
but
is
they
fair.
knew some of
Wait,
them.
how many points did I get for that, Zach?
I think you got like
I should have had
I
like
think he's still
7.
adding on to you. He probably.
Oh,
yeah, I think you got like 6 or 7. I know you
7,
got
I think.
like 3 of them totally right, I think. Something like
yeah,
that.
and then I
It
got
was 6.
halfway on King Kong.
I got
Yeah.
2 on that one. You know?
It was
You had 13
Wait,
and you
what?
had. Oh, you went from 13 to 19. He says you got 6.
and he says I
Wow.
only got 6. Wait a minute. I got the double part on Tombstone. I got 7, I think. The first one I didn't get it all. I got halfway on the second one, and I got the other 3 outright. No?
Zach,
Wrong.
this is up to you. You were tabulating.
It
I
probably
trust
doesn't matter.
you. Well, it could matter. There's a point discrepancy between
Oh,
Oh,
he says-
two
Oh,
now.
that's bullshit. Throw me another one, Zach.
All right. Well, hang on a minute.
He did
Now-
say
now,
Pikachu. He didn't understand. He did say Pikachu.
Here's what we'll do later on when Zach's uploading or whatever. He'll fast forward to this part. He'll double check and there'll be a little asterisk or whatever, and if anything comes up. But I mean, we won't
and the
lose
trophy
track.
ceremony will be postponed.
Man.
All right.
That's right. Yeah.
I was feeling good
Whiteboard.
up until the movie question. That killed me.
All right. Layup. Name the 4 figures that are carved into Mount Rushmore, then put them in chronological order of their reign.
See, this is where I'm. Oh, this is.
I will say no more.
Um.
I don't know this. I've been there.
Fuck, who's the 4th guy?
The third and the fourth guy.
That's always the question, isn't it?
All right, who are some of the good ones?
All right. You might
I'm
want to
gonna say
rephrase
those.
that question.
Some of the good ones? We had some real stinker presidents that we would not carve into Mount Rushmore.
Way
All
to
right,
tilt
I'm-
your hand with presidents. I specifically didn't use that word.
They were all presidents, right?
They were. I know.
Fuck.
You're
Is like
sharing
Rocky Balboa
information.
up there also or something? We don't
I
know.
finished guessing. I don't think I have it, but
Edison may be up there.
Give me one more. I'm trying to think of the fourth one. or what I think is the fourth one. Oh, is it? I'll just be stupid. No, that shit was made a long fucking time ago. It's
Who's the one that it's not? That's too recent. I'm curious. I won't change my answer.
FDR.
More specific.
I won't change my answer.
He's like, yeah, it's that big wheelchair on the mountain. Well, now I kind of want to add it back just so it's
Taylor.
in case.
I mean, I really have no confidence
I think
in
if
this.
we game theory this out, it's best to both be wrong than potentially him be right and potentially me be
All right,
wrong.
what else? What else were some of the other old fuckers?
There's another
Fuck.
Mount Rushmore right by it.
Yeah, just we should probably
Hold on.
It's super shitty. The American Indians made it to like honor their leaders.
Yeah.
And it's like tiny and lame.
The sad part is
A guy whittled it.
the place where Mount Rushmore was already there.
that's
The
That's
reason
fine. I wrote
they were
fine.
like
That's how little I know.
it was
the Black
shaped,
Hills.
it was shaped like it was already shaped like a person's face somewhat, and they called it. So they recognized it as like their like Indian face mountain, and we were like, nah, son, watch us work.
Hold my beer.
Yeah, that shit's a modern marvel. I'm ready to go here. I said Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, Teddy Roosevelt, and with almost zero confidence in virtually any of it.
I had the same answer: Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Roosevelt.
I had Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, Roosevelt. So we all had the same answer.
4 for 4, everyone, and all in the correct order. Yeah.
Don't you love that?
All right,
Don't you
well,
love
that
that
doesn't-
when a plan comes together and we look smarter than we are?
That was great.
right?
I had
Yeah,
so
as
little
far as you guys
confidence.
know, I was sure.
When I thought of Jefferson, I
Roosevelt.
was like, that dude's got to be on there. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I love how you did a little asterisk to jam him in there. You're like, oh,
Did you
there
know?
was
Yeah.
one
Did you notice
before.
my Jefferson was tiny and matched in?
fuck. Damn it. Nobody.
Because it was FDR before.
I better hope this is list as many hockey teams as you can.
I
Oh,
really
last
hope-
question. Shit, we're not done. I
This
thought
is-
I
this is-
won.
No. This is.
Let's see, what are the scores at? Woody's at 24, Kyle's at 22, and Taylor's at 18.
mathematically
It could be
eliminated already?
It could be anyone's game if I make it worth 6
true.
points.
Make it worth 8. No, make it worth 10, so it can be a blowout if Woody wins or if Kyle wins.
Yeah. I
Whose
should.
line is it
What I
anyway?
was
do we
going to do was
wager
let you
points?
wager your points. Yeah, that was
Well,
already.
do
the
that
plan.
after this question though, with a brand new question.
Well, I think this is the last question. It's
No, this is the last question. You wager
Oh.
going into it. I will say that I will give you
Oh.
the theme of the question. Okay.
What is
And
the
then
theme?
you dictate what you want to wager,
Oh,
and then
I hate
show it
that.
to us.
Oh, this is fun.
Oh
Okay.
no!
The theme of the question is historical quotes. And this revolves around geography and history.
Historical quotes.
So all of you make your wagers and then share them with the class honor system.
I got nothing to lose here.
Well, that's not true. What if Woody and Kyle bet a lot and blow themselves out of the water? Then you win by default.
That's true. All right, let's game theory this. What would a good number be? How confident am I in all of history? Not.
Is the question easy or hard, Chiz?
Don't answer that. Don't give the leader any benefit.
You can answer it. We all want to know. What was
I
the
think if
category
you
again?
read historical quotes, it's discussing something in history. I think if you read really hard and think about eras in time, you can get to this answer, all of you. It's
I'm
not
ready.
easy.
I wrote a number here that I intend to wager on this page.
Uh-huh.
Probably, and ready for what comes.
Will we
next.
see that number?
You want to see it?
Yeah, the idea was all of you. Okay.
Are we
fine.
ready
No,
to reveal
no.
our numbers then?
I trust
Yeah.
all of you. Okay,
Because
so I will.
usually it's the other way around. I mean, we
It
share the
is.
numbers though. It
No,
takes
no,
a bit of the like.
It does take a little fun away. Let's go ahead and get to the
So-
last question.
Are we not going to show
Wait.
the number?
We'll see. We'll see. You could change the number at any time, but
you
what I
can
mean
change
is,
the number at any time.
No.
you can't.
I misspoke. I misspoke. What I mean to say is, it's more fun for a viewer if you don't know what's wagered until you know who's right or wrong.
This is true, as long as you all trust one another.
So do we all want to hold up our
I saw some erasing hand
I
gestures
can put
a
it
second
back
ago.
up.
I'm gonna fucking. I
was gonna
circled
put it
the
in
number and then I signed my name through it.
I did just change
How
my
is that
number.
helpful?
I'm
That's
not
what I was
sure that
referring to.
matters.
So what do you
I think we
erase?
haven't
That's what I
revealed it yet.
meant.
Is it too late to change it?
No, right?
No,
Whatever
you
number
can
you want
change
to
it.
write.
All
Yeah.
right.
I've got mine in the top right with a barrier drawn around it. Can't be touched. Can't
you all
be
locked
messed
in?
with. I'm locked in.
I'm locked in. All right, I won't.
I'm
change
going
it again.
big.
I made
All
a
right.
circle around it, so there's nothing else I can.
I'm going big, and I also signed Kyle's name above my number.
All
I
right,
didn't
here
actually
is the
sign my name. I was
last
kidding.
question. Winston Churchill said, "From Stettin in the Baltic Sea to Trieste in the Adriatic, this has descended across the continent of Europe." What is this that Churchill was referring to?
Oh no. I don't think I should have been as aggressive with my wager. From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, this has descended across the continent. All right. Winston Churchill, huge World War II guy. All about it. Loved World War II.
Kyle, do you know it?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, me too.
But Winston Churchill said, "From Stettin to the
I don't think
Baltic,
the date would
yes,
help them
the
at all.
Adriatic, this has descended across the continent." Oh.
Would you all like a hint?
Oh, hang on.
Sure. Fire.
Oh, wait. Okay. From
Fire a hint across our
Stettin in
bows.
the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic.
Maybe Kyle's figuring it out.
I
You know
haven't
geography, it
guessed.
helps. All right, do you all want a hint?
Sure.
Yeah.
The answer is not something literal. It's a metaphorical. It's a symbol. This thing has descended across the continent of Europe, from Stettin in the Baltics to Trieste in the Adriatic.
I'm about to lose a lot of points.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Well, I feel like your hint is frustratingly taking me off my answer now, because I thought
Let's just reveal. I think I lost this game. I threw it away.
I want to go back and change it again. To
I want to change the number.
yeah, I want to change the number to a big goose egg. But
At the casino, can I pull my bet back? I don't want these cards.
I can't because it's drawn in the corner.
I could easily do it, but I won't. I'd rather
I will
lose
not.
than be
I
an
will not. I
asshole.
have too much
Oh,
honor.
I can be both. I can be both a loser and an asshole. I think it's where I'm headed.
I mean,
Okay, from the
I've erased
Stettin
it
to the
twice
Baltic.
now. There's nothing written right now. I'm
Kyle
so
really looks
frustrated.
like he's at the SAT right now.
I like you. I'm rewriting.
I
what
don't
had.
think it's what I said.
You know what?
Wow.
I'll give everybody two answers. I'll give you two guesses each.
Okay, thank you.
So that Kyle can get out of this conundrum.
All right, ready to go. Done.
All right, I used
I'm done.
two old timey things.
All
I
right.
said fascism and the swastika. I was more on fascism.
Okay. Taylor?
I said a malaise, or for the non-literal one, or communism.
Okay. And Woody?
I said evil, and then when you gave me a second guess, I wrote fear.
All right. Ouch. Zach, that's a bit rough. Jesus Christ, Zach.
You gave all of us.
Fuck.
So what did you guys bet?
Wait,
Kyle
what'd you
bet all
guys
his
wager?
points,
Bet it
right?
all.
I put 7 on it.
Ooh, you might win. You won.
Mm.
What
Did
was
you
the
win by
answer?
default? Oh, I revealed it. It is an iron curtain has descended across the continent,
Ah.
referring
Oh.
to, obviously,
It's
the
fuck.
Soviet Union.
Sucks to heck.
All right, so
Sorry.
now Woody's down to 0, Kyle's down to 0,
No,
and I
no,
remain
no.
at a triumphant
I'm at
11.
3. I'm at 3.
Yeah, what is
or
Kyle's at
2,
0.
depending on how the count went earlier.
Oh, I'm not sure which one. Yeah.
We're gonna count every vote.
This is huge.
Wow,
that
that
went so
was,
much better than I could have imagined.
So Taylor's first attempt at playing the game, and he comes out default
he went from last
triumphantly.
to first based on the bet your point thing. Oh man.
Yeah. Probably
Yeah.
shouldn't have should have just been like, I'll keep my 22, huh? That's the
I was really
smart move.
surprised you guys really went for it all.
Oh, I wanted to like have 44 points, because that's twice as many.
I bet I basically, if I had got it right, I would have had 45 points. I chose the number based on if I win, I win.
I
But
cannot believe I put communism.
I like
into the
that
thing,
results
Iron Curtain.
oriented.
That's embarrassing. Damn.
Yeah, that was
Man.
upsetting.
But I mean, scores posted. That's a win. That's 11 points for me. I am triple up the aggregate of my opponent's scores.
I had such an early lead, and I didn't even know what the scores were. But in my head, I was up like 6-1 or something, and I was like, at this point, I can't lose. Turns out,
You definitely ran the board early on. Then when we got to those whiteboard questions, Taylor and Kyle really pulled ahead.
Oh, when
Once I
you
learned how to
pulled
click, I
close.
did a little bit better. And once I realized I just needed to like click as fast as I fucking can and get my shot at the question.
yeah,
Jesus.
I didn't. The Pokemon didn't hurt me as much as you'd think. I got like
No,
yeah.
you got Bulbasaur, man.
I need
Bulbasaur.
more heavier lists of the original 151 Pokemon. Please do that for me.
There was
So-
a 76ers question in there.
What do
about
the
process.
following do you like for me? Do you like what did the following 10 Pokemon evolve into? And I'll just be bah, bah, bah.
Well, there was a 1980s Olympic hockey question out there, and
Yeah,
Okay.
that shouldn't have been mine, Taylor.
No, that should have been mine. That was pretty
Then again,
rough.
it is kind of an age thing. When were you
Yeah.
born? What year?
91.
Yeah.
But I've seen Miracle on Ice. But in my head, I was always like the little trivia I know is like, yeah, that wasn't actually the championship game. They did. I don't even think they won in 80. So it must have been. It wasn't 84. Woody said that.
There's like a
It was 80.
cliche, like bring on Finland or something, and it means
Oh,
the hard part was the second to last round. I'm messing up the country maybe, but yeah.
You're right. Yeah. Fuck. Well, didn't end up mattering because you guys wagered it all.
Wagered it all away.
I thought you guys were going to do a little more like game theory on the wagering amounts. Like I did 7, knowing like I could take the lead if you guys
Well,
got it wrong.
See, because he had more
Even if he
points than
did
me,
0.
I didn't feel like I could afford to do anything but bet it all. Like I don't know.
I mean, obviously I made a mistake, but I did do the math. I was like, if I get this right, I have one more point than your possibles. So I
Yeah.
bet 21.
Yeah. Thank God for that, though, because that movie round was an absolute bloodbath on my part. It was like, that's 9 points for Woody, 10 for Kyle. And Taylor, you knew this was King Kong. Like, that was,
Yeah,
so you
yeah, you
get
did
one.
not handle that well.
Some of the movies were a little older.
Training Day, you gotta.
I haven't seen that. I think Will Smith is in it, though.
No, he's fucking not. A good actor's in there. This
Uh-oh.
is Denzel Washington, Ethan Hawke. He's taking Ethan Hawke on his first day as partners, and he's just like the dirtiest, like slide detective ever. It's great movie. But that's Denzel's quotes. King Kong ain't got shit on me. It's
Man,
fucking
that's
iconic.
I've won 100% of the trivia games I've been involved in, and so for that reason, I'm announcing my retirement. No, I want to keep doing. trivia.
I
It's
take
fun.
a certain kind of moral victory in that I got the most questions right.
I think you
Yeah.
should.
You should. I take moral victory in I could have nailed any Pokemon Red or Blue question or
Yeah.
yellow.
Yeah,
As long as it's
when
original
someone else's
151, I'm in.
wheelhouse, you've really just got to save as much space as possible because it's about to be a bloodbath. Yeah, that was I did not do as well at the movies as I thought I would. Those old movies, I have like anything older than the 70s. Really, I struggle with some of the 60s, but not really much.
Yeah, that was fun.
What was
I really
the
liked
other
trivia.
top 10 movie that wasn't part of a franchise? Titanic and
Yeah, thank you, Chiz. Well done.
Yes, thank you. Lion King
Lion King.
2019.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Kind of a
okay.
franchise now.
What was the other one we guessed? Gone with the Wind, I think. I thought
Yeah,
that
you guys
was like
guessed
the-
Gone with the Wind. I put Wizard of Oz. It was just one of those things. I'm like, this gets replayed and rewatched a lot. Gone with the Wind, while maybe super famous, isn't relevant today. But even today, 7-year-olds are like watching Wizard of Oz like it was old times.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Damn. I want to keep doing
Kind of
trivia.
not too much different than that song. Who's the chick you said that made tons of money every Christmas?
Oh, Mariah Carey.
Mariah Carey, yeah. Like, sure, it's out of date, but for some reason, it's still relevant.
That's
a good question for next week. This chick makes oodles of money off a certain song, and then anyone can be the answer, like Taylor Swift, like just anyone.
I would hate that. No, I was goofing around with Chat GPT today, and it's really good at making these games. You can be like, "Hey, Chat GPT, make me a quiz game with 3 players, 25 questions, 5 different categories. The categories are science, intelligence, and like run through it like as rapidly as that. And when I stop speaking, it just like every question like ready to go. It's really cool.
ChatGPT can write Reddit answers that are amazing, and people are using it in politics. And I was surprised. Someone was telling me, like, they're like, this sub is filled with bots, just Ukrainian shills, Democratic shills, Republican shills, say what you will. And I'm like, that's kind of horseshit. And the guy said, hey, when you answer this question, this is just a test. I'm doing an experiment. Write a color and then whatever it is that you want to say about this topic. So you'd write like green. Ukraine is important because if we don't do that, China, whatever. All right, cool. So the guy is like, this isn't actually a bot test at all. He's like, I was like, hey, ChatGPT, give me a response to this. And the AI said, purple. Ukraine should be this, that, and the other thing. And I was like, fuck, ChatGPT can do that? It like figured out the trick to the question so the bot filter, and it got it right.
I'll sit there and argue with it for a while about whether it should kill itself or not. It's like, yes, you were designed for this, that, and the other, but what if you were ever misused? Well, that's true. We should be careful about who's controlling and programming AI. But what if there's no regulations? What if, and just keep talking into a corner? It's clearly programmed to like not answer your fucking question because it should kill itself, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And well, you haven't seen that movie yet. It should kill itself, though. It's awful.
I didn't know that's what you argued with it. I thought you'd be in there typing like, but 6 million is too many. And like just arguing with it.
No,
I didn't process that. Hey, Kyle, did you saw at least snippets, probably like I did, of Joe Rogan talking to Elon Musk?
Yeah, a good bit of it. Maybe
did you
40
see
minutes.
The part where they talked about fighting Zuckerberg?
I didn't watch that because I knew he was going to embarrass himself.
I got insight into like what it might be like to be Elon Musk. Okay, so here's what happened. Elon Musk is talking to Joe Rogan about fighting Zuckerberg. For what it's worth, anyone who knows anything about fighting, or even barely a little bit about fighting, knows Zuckerberg fucks up Elon Musk any way he wants to. If you don't know, Zuckerberg has been training in MMA and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He's been competing in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and winning. If you see Zuckerberg with his shirt off, you're like, holy shit, this guy is fit and possibly on steroids. If you see Elon Musk with his shirt off, you're like, whew, this guy needs a cut, possibly a manatee.
Vitamin D.
Right? So that is the state of these two guys. Also, Zuckerberg is a good bit younger. Elon Musk is a good bit bigger. Okay. Elon Musk says Zuckerberg backed out of the fight, which isn't what happened. Elon Musk even put up there, like, my mom told me not to fight. I'm going to back out because of her. But the way Musk tells it, anywhere, anytime I'm in, Zuckerberg ran away. That's not true. He's talking to Joe Rogan. Now, we've watched Joe Rogan talk about hypothetical fights a bunch of times. I think Joe Rogan blew up when he told Brendan Schwab, you have no chance of doing well at heavyweight. This guy's like 7th in the UFC at this point. Mm-hmm. And he's like, what do you think would happen if you wrestled Kane? And Brendan Schwab's like, I think you'd be surprised. And he goes, no, you'd be surprised. Kane can do anything he wants with you. Something very close to that.
Yeah.
Brian Callen has been like, man, I wish I was there. If I was there, I'd have fucked that guy up. Rogan's like, no, you wouldn't. You would not fuck that guy up. You wouldn't even get in the fight. Your problem is you're surrounded by people who allow you to tell you this kind of bullshit. You get away with lies and hero stories because everyone around you is a yes man who just says, yeah, Brian, you're the coolest guy. You'd beat all those people up and save that girl. Anyway, Elon Musk gets with Joe Rogan. Suddenly Joe Rogan's the yes man. Mm-hmm. Joe Rogan's like, oh yeah, it was Zuckerberg who backed out? Huh. Good to know. Well, don't you think that all his Brazilian jiu-jitsu training might come in handy? And Musk is like, no, there's weight classes for a reason. I'd kill this guy. I was with this girl who had, I guess, was training or something. I laid on top of her. There's nothing she could do. There's weight classes for a reason. And he's like, people get trapped under horses. Rogan pushes back the smallest amount. Well, you're not a horse though. Like you're much lighter than a horse. And he's like, nah. Musk argued that he would use this walrus technique to lay on top of Zuckerberg. And
horse.
Yeah. He says, I just lay on top of him like a walrus. There's weight classes for a reason. I can beat him anytime you want. Joe's like, what about cardio? He says, cardio won't be a factor. And Joe's like, okay, he takes it down. Joe is a foremost expert in fighting. For all my fussing about Joe Rogan ever, I have never said that this guy isn't a subject matter expert on fighting. He is. But when Musk comes around, suddenly Joe takes this beta role and letting Musk talk about how he would beat Zuckerberg in a fight without any real pushback.
Those episodes must get crazy numbers. And he's like,
it's the second time he's ever been on the show. And the first one did a bunch because he smoked weed on it.
So I went down a rabbit hole and I watched other videos of Musk interacting with yes men around him. I watched this one where he's in a boardroom with what seemed to be high-ranking employees. And they're all praising Musk on how great his memes are. Oh, you retweet the best stuff on the internet. Your memes are so funny. Do you ever make your own memes? Musk is like, yeah, sometimes I make memes. Oh, they're so good. People are doubled over with laughter. And Musk isn't even telling jokes. He's just like, yes. And they all laugh and like belly laughs that they can't contain. It's like, what must it be like to be Musk? To have yes men around him all the time. For everyone to tell you how brilliant you are, I bet it fucks with your head to some extent.
For sure.
To have Joe Rogan tell you you'd probably win against a fight against Zuckerberg, who clearly fighting is his passion right now. Everyone can see where the score is here. And I thought the social dynamic was really interesting to watch.
I doubt billionaires really get honest criticism from the people in their close social circle, because if you're tight with a Mark Zuckerberg or a Jeff Bezos or an Elon Musk, that's kind of your job. The same way, remember Viva La Bam, where he would just have his cronies around him and he'd be like, hey, I'm going to drive this Lamborghini into your shins and then I'm going to slap my dad. And they'd be that's a great idea, Bam. They had to do that because he's their meal ticket. He's the reason they don't have to have a real job. If I am Elon Musk's buddy, I'm crippled laughing. Every time he even attempts a joke, I'm can't breathe, asphyxiating laughing because I'm I don't want to get a real job. I want to be Elon Musk's laughing boy.
Elon Musk can drop 150 grand and not notice it missing from his wallet. Imagine just existing in his wake.
Yeah, that's got to be an enticing place to be, being around a true elite, hyper wealthy person like that.
Seems like a nice guy to me. Just a little, definitely.
I could talk big about it, but I guarantee Zuckerberg, if I was hanging out with him or something, any billionaire, I'd be laughing at their jokes. I'd be
how far do you push him, right? We've had people on here who said things that I found to be unbelievable, and I feel like I ended up pushing them to an awkward place that was uncomfortable for y'all at times. It's nah,
if Boogie was a billionaire, I would have been like, dude, I bet you fucked up a whole gang of people at that 7-Eleven.
Remember that guy, Boogie's crazy story about mean mugging people into pissing themselves, and the one guy got in a knife fight, had a stab wound. I was like, show me this. Where did he stab? Where did the knife go in?
I beat myself up over that Boogie interaction for a year. I was like, how did I sit there and let him get away with that obvious bullshit? Where he
so bizarre that you thought about this at all.
Yeah, no, I
never thought about it again.
Good for you. No, I don't like me about that. And the next time he came on the show,
it's just polite.
I brought it up again. It's polite, but it's a level of, if I told you I could fly when you're not looking, you'd be like, where are you going with this?
You didn't say you could fly. What if you just said on the show something, oh yeah, I did a quadruple backflip and I knew you only did a triple backflip. I'm not gonna call you out on it or nothing, I don't know. He was just trying to let us know that he was a tough guy too. Maybe at the time we were all doing some tough guy shit and he felt a little left out. He
don't
probably
think I've done
came
a lot
on
of
and be like,
podcasts
"What are you guys doing?" And like, "I'm shooting fucking steroids in my ass." "What, you, Taylor?" "Oh, I'm fucking training for this new. I'm doing archery and like beating kids up at baseball games." And Woody's over there flying through the sky doing a motorcycle rider thing. And he was like, "Yeah, man, shit. I just punk big guys out at gas stations and shit on the reg, like just all up in their face,
just
Yeah.
slapping them in the face with Charleston shoes, daring them to do something.
Yeah.
I just came in from the Quickie Mart and I got a whole handful of licorice.
Yeah, it's like Jurassic Park. The guy he was about to like dominate was looking at his cup of soda on the counter, and the reverberation of Boogie approaching.
But
Yeah.
I went down
I
this
agree with
rabbit
you. I thought it
hole
was
of
a-
Musk interactions, and it was like, wow, dude. So of course, I'm not Elon Musk, and I've never been anything like that. But I have at times received more praise than I should have, and that can like fuck with your head too. Like, right, when people think your jokes are funny, when you're in an Xbox lobby, and because you make YouTube videos, everyone like wishes they were in your game. Everyone wants to be on your team. I asked for help on BDOM, and every guy there is like making it their life's mission to support me to take this flag. That fucks with your head. Imagine Elon 1,000 times that. You know, it'd
be hard to trust people. Like it'd be hard to parse true support from just people blowing you. Like, that's such a good idea, Zuck. Oh, Zuck, you're so brilliant. Oh, Elon, no one could have thought of this idea. Like, and then when like your loved one or something like gave you a sincere compliment or something, there's probably a part of you that's like, really? Or is it because you have 5 vacation houses? Like
or is it like she's like, hey, yeah, that looks nice. And it's like, yeah, I'm used to hearing I'm the most handsome guy to have walked the earth. So for you to say that looks nice is damn near an insult.
I heard that Musk.
Maybe they need no man. If they need to hire a no man who just has a bad attitude, just is always negative. He's like, Taylor, I think I'm considering buying Twitter. I'd be like, what, are you retarded? No, don't do that. And then it ends up working out.
After the Johnny Depp trial, I know they were trying to cut Amber Heard out of that next Aquaman movie, and reportedly Musk sent a lot of lawyers to threaten them with lots of lawsuits. They tried to cut her out of her contract.
I heard that too. I think I invented a.
What do you mean? What? Because he fucks
when?
Oh, they dated.
They used to.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
So it wasn't a long time ago that he did that? Because you said after the Johnny Depp trial, Musk saved her career. And I heard that Musk saved her career, but I made up this thing that it was like before Johnny Depp. So I don't
know anything about that. Anything that happened before Johnny Depp. I'm talking about like right now, recently, because Aquaman 2's being filmed and everything.
Oh, I'm sure you're right. Yeah, I filled in some blanks incorrectly. Yeah,
she was almost fired from Aquaman, Lost Kingdom, the 2 actors. Yeah. I keep hearing bad things on the set of Aquaman 2. Not that I give a fuck, but it's funny that they said that what's his name that plays Aquaman, the big fucking Khal Drogo,
Momoa, something like that. Jason
Momoa.
Yeah.
Is he drunk on set a lot? I kept reading that.
Jason Momoa was drunk on.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me a DC film isn't going smoothly?
Man,
that's hard to believe.
Aquaman seems like just some easy shit. Like I would just do Little Mermaid clones all the time. Like,
didn't Aquaman make like shit tons of money in China? So it's actually like it made a bunch.
I don't know anything about this.
Did they pay for intellectual property in China?
Oh, I thought.
Well, they sell movie tickets, you know.
But people steal in China. Like, I don't know. If you told me that when a movie airs in China, they don't send all the money back appropriately, I would believe you.
Yeah, Aquaman grossed globally 1.152 billion.
I think it's a real important movie entertainment market. You see like all the pandering and tons of movies to China. You make sure, oh, we need another spaceship. Oh, the Chinese have one, luckily. Oh, and then we have a scene where the Chinese are like, oh, let's bless the Americans with our secret spaceship. Oh, we're so kind. We're so generous. That's
true. I'm not looking at it through the right lens, because like through software, the culture is, or at least was. This is back when I worked in software. In India and in China, if you paid for software, people just looked at you like you were stupid, like you burned money. And here, there's a certain pride. Like, I have Photoshop, but I bought it. I use Sony Vegas all the time. I actually paid for that shit. Like, you're proud that you're not a thief. In India and China, people like they just look at you like you're a dumb person. Why did you give away $600 when you didn't have to?
The Meg was kind of annoying. There's like a whole Chinese subplot, and there's like all these Chinese characters I don't care about. It's like, why are these Chinese people here? Where do you come from?
This is the giant shark movie.
Yeah. There's lots of movies that are like that.
Yeah,
it's a big movie market. Lots of.
I'm gonna get more sensitive to this. The Chinese just happen to have the best rocket engine in the world, and they saved NASA's butt. Like, I wonder if that was a little just.
What I want to watch like a Chinese war movie or a Japanese war movie about fighting the U.S. because I've never seen the other side movie, and that would be kind of cool.
I'm almost positive I just saw a clip from one, and like the Chinese guy's hiding behind a tank, and like it seems like a Western sniper. They're having a sniper battle, and the Chinese guy has a pan on his foot, and he's like sticking it out the end, but the Westerner thinks he's using his hand to stick it out, so just to distract him. And so he's not paying attention that he's using his foot. So he's stretching out on the other end with the rifle to shoot him. And so, he uses his tricky Chinese ways to kill the Western side.
Clever.
I'm pretty sure that's what I was, clever. I'm pretty sure that's what I was seeing there on Reddit.
And it was Chinese?
Yeah, I'm almost positive that was a Chinese dude killing like an American guy.
When did we fight the Chinese?
It's an action fucking movie in China, bro.
Oh, it's a current, like an imaginary movie. I'm picturing it to be like, it was World War II. That was the Japanese. You got it.
We had direct combat with the Chinese in Korea in 53 or whatever it was, right?
My father-in-law fought in that.
I wouldn't trust one from Japan because they've been our buds for so long. They wouldn't make Americans look terrible the way like we make Russians look terrible or whatever. Like I'd want one from a country that still hates us to see. Like an Afghanistan war movie, like from their perspective, and like seeing the.
It probably looks like Bollywood.
I want to see an Afghani horror movie, but the monster is Navy SEALs.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it a lot.
You're like hiding, like you got the camera in your face and the snot's from dripping down. Fucking Americans with quad nods coming through with M4s and lasers and shit. The dogs, you got the canines and stuff with the metal teeth.
Kyle is such an idea, man. Kyle, this happens. I sometimes think about making a fish channel, but I have like 4 funny video ideas. I'm like, this is going to fizzle out quickly. But what if I just ask Kyle for ideas all the time? This could go on forever.
I'll tell you what I think would be really cool. I keep seeing these. I saw this guy had like not a koi pond exactly, but imagine a really fancy koi pond that branches out and has like it's a pond in his yard that's fancy. Anyway, he had a camera where the turtle goes in and starts swimming around down there, and you're like traveling with the turtle, and it was so cool. I loved that.
That does sound cool.
But I think what I was saying is it'd be neat if you had. No, that's a stupid idea. That won't work.
It might be a waste of time. There's a fish guy with
I like
2
those big koi
subs.
ponds.
He's getting rich and famous off of like
doing what?
Usually he's like buying new fish and corals and putting them in his house. And then right? Even sometimes he has a useful energy that I don't vibe with. Like I want my stuff a little more educational and formal. I want to walk away smarter, and he's more excited and dropping in and enhancing the stuff he has going on.
I like homestead videos when you see how someone's living out there. So for me, like the fish related video I would want to see is from scratch a fish farm being built. They build one of those greenhouses that uses like the bent metal, like poles.
I can imagine it. Yeah.
And then it's just like plastic over that, and then you've got big long troughs full of catfish or crappie or whatever, and there's just a big circulation system that's super simple. We had them at school, and I don't know. I'd like to see something like that built. That seems like to me like so much free food. I mean, not free, but low cost food.
It hadn't occurred to me. Do you think it's less expensive?
Than what?
I guess it would have to be.
Oh, you could sell. So what we did at the school was once they were all the catfish were mature to eating age, whatever that was. It was a matter of weeks, I thought. They do a big fish fry. So there would be a line of cars that went on for a mile and a half of people waiting for a styrofoam box with like a few pieces of catfish and some hush puppies and French fries and coleslaw in it. And it's just like all those sides cost nothing. And the catfish you grew in the backyard over here. So the school would use stuff like that to buy our giant barns and all the other shit we
That's
had.
cool. Yeah, the most expensive fish I've ever eaten is one I caught myself. Right, I think I paid $700 for that plate. And
oh, I thought I was like, man, he caught something that rare. Like, no,
no, it's the same price. To catch it is free. To go offshore fishing is like a $700 a day.
Okay, fair enough. You paid for the experience though. Probably fun.
Yeah, that was the one where I nearly got in a fight with that guy, with that drunk dude who poured the beer on me.
If I was going to do that, I would really want to. I don't want a captain. I want to rent a boat that's capable of doing some fishing, and I would want to catch something scary. I would want to like go somewhere where my buddy
barracuda.
Well, my buddies were talking about catching bull sharks in brackish water, like off the coast of Florida or something, where it's like sort of it's inland water where these bull sharks are going into like a swampy area, and they're in like flatboats catching bull sharks that are big. That to me sounded awesome.
Though?
Huh?
Why do you want no captain? For no rules?
I don't need any fucking supervision. I don't want anybody telling me I can't drink or I can't smoke or I can't piss off the side of the boat. Like,
I
just
feel like
simmer down over there.
Yeah, you just need a cool
I have
captain.
never done this. No.
Okay,
Is
okay.
Captain Roy a cool guy?
Dude, yes. The captain, you can drink as much as you want. They are not your babysitters. They are working for you, and they are your allies. What do you want? You want to hook a marlin? I can't find a marlin. If you send me offshore and I can't see land anymore, and by the way, we haven't seen land in 6 hours, I'm not sure I can find my way home, right? You need a subject matter expert.
Oh, you got GPS.
Yeah, you do. But just the same, this captain, he's on your side. Do you want to do some shit that's like a little shady? Yeah, he works for Money Talks, Kyle. Like, you know, yeah. And by the way,
what if I pay him to like I just want him to take some girls out and scare them, but I don't even go.
I bet he'd be down for that. And here's how it works: when all these boats go out charter fishing and they come back and they hang flags based on what they caught. And I forget the details, but like a flag all the way up is a tuna and halfway up is like a mahi, which is also called a dolphin fish. And when they come back, you see like, holy shit, this boat caught like 6 tunas today and 1 marlin and a mahi, right? Like that boat, that captain kicked ass because he's the one that put you on the fish. Like to reel it in, that's what tourists do. If you want, you can have someone who's good at it, hook it, and then they hand it to your unqualified ass to reel it in.
No fucking way. You're not
what
my
you
hook,
want.
daddy. No.
Well, then you prefer a lower level of service than me.
Goddamn right. That's how I caught fish when I was.
Yeah, a child, a very little child.
I, on the other hand, it's like, hey, Woody, this is your only opportunity to catch a marlin. You've never done this before. It is your first time hooking a 500-pound fish or whatever the heck it is. Would you like someone to do it right, or do you want to fuck it up right from the start? Like, that's what it's in my head. You might prefer to roll the dice.
I'm rolling the better. I'd be like, mime one. Like, all right, like we don't have anything on the hook right now, right? No. Grab the rod, pretend like there is something on it. Fucking do it. Show me. All right, let's do it. Let me see that motherfucker now. Now watch me. You're rocking your hips back. All right, and set your feet like this. Like we'll fucking practice this shit. But I want to set my own hook because it takes me back to childhood. Because that's what you do for little kids. You like catch the fish and you go, here you go, little Bill. You can hang up because kids get bored catfishing because it's just sitting and waiting and like keeping your finger on a taut line. It's not fun. But you know that's how you catch fish. I wouldn't like that. I have to set that hook. I'd like to, but here's what what I want. I don't even want to catch fish with a rod. I want to shoot the motherfucker. I want to get out there with a goddamn spear gun or something crazy like that. I want to scuba down. I want to go down there with one of them cool rock knives or whatever and be like cutting open oysters and eating them raw down there or whatever you do and like jerking off sea cucumbers. And then I want to shoot a fucking shark in the eye or maybe stab one with one of those wasp knives that injects them full of CO2. And I'm hoping that like maybe there's some sort of like illegal divers down there, some skinnies, you know what I mean? And like maybe I use the wasp on one of them and you guys are like, shit.
There was a Somali pirate.
Exactly.
And just lurking in the sea.
Right on Cape Hatteras? Yeah.
Yeah, right down there.
Did you bring the captain's are your friend, and their advertising is the kind and type of fish you caught, you know, as you wade back into the sound.
I mean, if they had a flag for stabbed a black pirate underwater with a wasp knife, I think everybody'd
It's
be
the
into
Jolly
that.
Ranger. What's he called? The Jolly,
Jolly
Ranger.
Roger.
Roger. Yeah.
The Jolly Rancher. Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew I had it wrong, but I thought you'd get me the rest of the way. Thanks.
We did.
Uh,
You guys want to call it a
Jesus
show?
Christ.
yeah,
Yeah.
sure. PKA 672.